My nerds, welcome to the final day of Alliance Tournament 16. I am so excited for the two amazing matches we have coming up for you. I'm joined by AT experts Suetonia and Rain here to bring you the first match, but we're gonna have a little bit of a chat first because that match is gonna be on the hour in about 10 minutes. So our first match of the day, we've got Triumvirate going up against Vidra Reloaded. Crazy good match. Tri coming through so far, almost the entire way through the losers bracket, having lost to Hydra to get there in the first place. They've only really been showing us one team comp. And then Vidra, obviously, they won last year. Huge tournament pedigree. Suetonia, talk me through what you're expecting to see here.
Yeah, so I think you mentioned the bans earlier. They are up and available.
Yes, so let me just bring those up one more time. So we have the bans of the match. Tri have gone for the 80 ship Bannerino. They have banned the Chameleon, which I'm sure Stream Chat will love, the Rabisu, and the Victor. Vidra, however, have banned the Balgorn, the Armageddon, and the Widow, so the three big controlled battleships there. What do you think about those bans, Suetonia?
Yeah, so we don't see a Leshak ban at all, so teams aren't forced to bring it as a flagship if they don't want to bring it, if they want to save it for a later point. Of course, the flagship Leshak is really powerful in the Conquest format because even if you win with the flagship, you can still bring it again to mitigate the Conquest rules. I think looking at these bans, what Tri normally bring, the sort of triple battleship core, the Vindicator, Leshak Balgorn, or the Navy Mega Armageddon substitutes, that's not banned out at all. So Triumvirate can bring what they're normally comfortable with, as well as with Vidra, their Vanguard comp is not banned out either. So we could see both teams bringing comps that they're really comfortable with, and it'd be interesting to see, have they practiced for that? Do they have any sort of traps planned?
Do you think both teams might be baiting each other into feeling comfortable bringing something before? Now, Rain, I've seen you going around the outside to the rest of the building, seeing the upstairs stats room. Obviously, you were here last weekend, but now we've got a ton of people in the main room. Do you want to tell the lovely people what's going on here in Nottingham?
Oh, yeah. So we are actually having a viewing party here in Nottingham. So I believe the doors open at 2 o'clock local, which is Eve time +1. So people have been here having some drinks, having food, hanging out. I believe we have a big screen that everyone can see us on. Hello, everyone here in Nottingham. Additionally, there's actually two other, I want to say, viewing parties going on that I know of. One is actually in Iceland. So CCP is hosting one at the bar under their offices. And then there's also one in San Diego. I do not have offhand the San Diego details, but I'm pretty sure those are out there if people want to go and
hello to San Diego and Iceland here from Nottingham. So yeah, we do have a little bit of time for this match. Rain, what are your thoughts on the upcoming match between Tri and Vidra?
So Vidra obviously having won last year, like my head's going for them. Obviously they have shown great pedigree, only lost this year to Hydra. But at the same time, Tri has done so well. They beat out Exodus, they beat out NCDOT, and so my heart's really going with Tri, and I'm really hoping that because they didn't ban out the Vandal, that they're prepared to fight something for the, Vandal comp, or that they have something up their sleeves to kind of make Vidra really work for that win.
So now this weekend as well, we're putting a little twist on the competition with a few extra bans coming in every match. So Tony, do you want to run us through the kind of the change to the rule format we have to throw the teams off a little?
Yeah, so on the final day, we have a new rule set called the Conquest rule. Essentially, what that means is every time a team wins, and all of these matches are in best of series, the losers final, which we're about to go into now, is a best of 3, and that's followed by the winners final, which is a best of 4. In any of these games, whenever a team wins a match in that series, they can't bring the 10 ships that they used in that match again. The only exception is on the final match, if it goes to the final match, if Hydra and whoever wins out of Triumvirate and Vidra go to 2-2, then all of the bans are reset. But otherwise, you can't bring the same ships that you've used to win a match, which is going to drastically alter what ships can bring. There's going to be a lot of metagaming with the bans, I think, once we see teams starting to win games.
So the stats team have been hard at work as usual, and they have told me that they have a graph prepped and ready to go. This is the most ISK lost by class graph. I believe this does not include AT ships. Hopefully they'll have it up in a moment. I don't think we are seeing that on our back screen yet. But yeah, so it's battleships. It is the most ISK lost by class graph. To repeat, there we are, here it comes. So this does not include, I believe, the AT prize ships, I think I was told. Yes, so it's distorted by Zekiel not knowing how to price the AT ships. Obviously battleships, flags, very, very important ships. They can come up, but we've had so much heavy assault cruiser loss in terms of value. That is a ton of risk, and then logistics as well, very expensive, then a huge drop down to cruisers and beyond. So, Suetonia, what does this graph tell you?
This graph looks exactly how I'd expect it to look. The battleship losses obviously really high because of the flagship Leshaks that have been dying, or other flagships that have been dying. Then we got 230 billion on heavy assault cruisers. It should be higher, but it's because I think Zekiel board values the Vanguard only 100 bill. They're more like 200 this year, so that should probably be twice the size. And we've got the logistics one there. That's probably from the Rabisu that was lost by Pandemic Legion. And then cruisers, I think that's probably just because of how many Vedmax we've been seeing.
Yeah.
And then Marauder, I think Brave had a flagship Marauder that died, and Marauders tend to be fairly expensive. Otherwise, and the rest just looks like standard, like what we see across the tournament.
Yeah. So Rain, I want to ask you about the bans from the Tri team. They banned the Chameleon, they banned the Rabisu, and I have completely lost the other ship. Victor, that was it, Rain. So these are ships that players of EVE Online may have not heard of. They're not ones that you can just fly to Jita or Rennes and buy a stack of to go lose in solo PvP. What's so special about these three ships, and why might we want to ban them?
So, well, we'll start out by what's so special about them. They are prize ships from previous Alliance tournaments, which means only 50 of them should have ever existed within the game. So when players win, CCP gives them blueprints, they take the blueprints, make them into ships. Obviously, less than 50 exists now, which is why the prices vary. So like, for example, a Rabisu is pretty expensive. Same with the Vandal. It's more expensive as well. Obviously, the Vandal wasn't banned, but the Victor was a prize ship from last year. So you would hope, assuming that no one has lost any, but I believe one or two may have been lost, that there would be a pretty reasonable amount and that you'd be able to find one and hopefully buy them. So that explains why you can't just go to Jita and buy them. Usually you have to create a forum post or know someone who knows someone to try and be able to buy them. And why they particularly banned these ones is because we've seen 4 Alliance tournament ships used within this Alliance tournament. And that was those three plus the Vandal. So you have the Vandal, the Victor, the Rabisu, and then the Chameleon. And actually all of those comps have been flown by, I want to say, really pedigreed teams. So Vidra, Hydra, Pandemic Legion. So knowing that they probably don't have those ships, but they know the comps from Vidra are based around those ships, they've opted to ban them. Instead of banning, say, other support ships, whether they be battleships or logistics, assuming logistics besides the Rabisu, they decided to ban those just because to try and level the playing field. Or like we were talking about earlier, they could be potentially trying to get Vidra to say, hey, we know you have that Vandal comp, we've seen it before and we're ready for it. So either show something new or bring that and we will try and fight it. So that's where I think those bans came from and why. I mean, obviously, ban out the Chameleon, no one likes ECM. The Victor is very difficult to deal with. Those webs are very, very strong. They pretty much just lock down anyone and everyone on the field. So
Suetonia, those are the 4 most common AT ships that we've been seeing this year. Are there any other AT prize ships that we might expect to see come out this weekend? Are there any kind of like possibly less useful but useful possibly when more and more hulls are getting banned that you might expect to see? Maybe the Etana, for example?
Yeah, so the Etana is one that in the previous years, I think it's been the most popular AT cruiser used. The Etana is essentially sort of the mirror of the Rabisu. It's very powerful, especially in Tinker comps, and we've seen quite a few of those actually involving Basilisk and a few like 3 battleships transferring cap to it. There's also the Malice, which might make an appearance. So in a similar way to the Vanguard, it brings a lot of newts. It's really tanky. It's got the new assault damage control, which has increased its value maybe in the different matches. There are a few other maybe weird ones that I could maybe see. Maybe a Cambion, perhaps.
Maybe a Frecky just for the swag.
Yeah, or maybe the Virtuoso because it's pretty cheap, and we have been seeing 4 bomber teams. So.
Yeah, I mean that is a brave move, shall we say, to put a Virtuoso on field, especially if it was last year in the battlecruiser meta. Now with battleships, maybe it's a bit more survivable. You know, cruise missiles against bombers, not so great. But yet we are only about 2 minutes from the match beginning, so let's do a little bit of prediction action. Rain, who is your pick for the winner of the losers bracket finals, Tri versus Vidra?
I'm definitely going to go for Tri. My heart goes with Tri, and I believe that they can do it. They can pull off an upset.
Suetonia?
I think it's going to go 2-1 to Vidra. I think Vidra have shown a lot more in terms of their theory crafting and comps, but I think Triumvirate are really competent. They've looked probably one of the like the most solid, if not the most solid team in their execution this year. So I think they can definitely take a game off Vidra. Whether or not they can go 2-1, I'm not too sure, especially with the Conquest rules in place.
Yeah, I mean, I am going to make the prediction that Vidra win 2-1, as you did, but I'm going to add in the fact that at least one AT ship will die in this match. Not necessarily this game, especially with so many of them banned, but in this match, I feel like we're getting an AT ship death, and I hope we are. So let's head over to the match now as the casters are ready. The teams are ready for the first match in this best-of-3 series between Vidra Reloaded and Triumvirate.
You're probably going to want to look into the camera as you give your introduction.
I have the Watch Nash. Hello guys, and welcome to Alliance Tournament 16. With me, myself, Reload, here with Jintan. We are at the grand finals, Vidra Reloaded versus Triumvirate. Vidra Reloaded have brought a fan favorite, isn't that right, Jin? ECM. We have a Leshak, Guardian, Curse, Sacrilege, and the double Rook Falcon combo. We've got the Magus, Pontifex, a Vedmak, and a Marla. Jin, what have Tri have brought?
Yeah, Vidra have actually brought a bit of a different version of their composition to normal. We've seen there the Chameleon banned out from Triumvirate, and instead they're going to be relying on this Rook and Falcon for their ECM support in order to try and shut down this Triumvirate team. So let's see how successful they are as we come into the first 10 seconds of the match. We should start seeing control bars and defense bars start to flare up here as we see boosts applied to both teams. Reload, what do boosts mean in the context of an Alliance tournament like this?
Well, right now, the match has just started, so I'm going to see what the team is going to do. Vidra looks like they're going to put their jams on the Absolution, which is actually quite an interesting one. Looks like they're chilling right now. Both of them are positioning themselves in a way so that they won't get out of position right now. And it looks like a positioning war right now because really there's not much damage. The damage is finally going on the Leshak of the Triumvirate team, but the jams are on the top end right now. That Curse, Absol, Leshak, and Navy Ember. I think they're actually all jammed because there is no damage. Oh, there's some damage going on the Magus right now for Vidra Reloaded, but right now they're just posturing because most likely their top end is all jammed.
Yeah, it seems that right now that Triumvirate understands that even if they manage to get one of their tackle ships through, they won't be able to capitalize on this. And that's why you're seeing them just slowly turn around, jockey for position, not using up too much capacitor, when using that capacitor itself wouldn't be effective. The position that they get from it wouldn't matter much in terms of this fight.
Absolutely. So once again, Tri are still trying to position themselves. They've got their main core in the front to try to get all that DPS. Looks like they're going to try and go. Looks like Tri are trying to go for that support. They're hitting a Magus right now, and he does look like he's not getting any reps. He's in 75% armor right now. He needs to start getting those reps soon because that damage will ramp up. It looks like he is getting reps right now, so it does look like they're going to try and jam the Thalia Deacon, but they're totally fine right now. Right now, most of the time, there's not much damage right now. They're just still trying to posture each other. The heavy DPS battleship core of Tri, they're moving in very slowly. And Vidra Reloaded are pulling back also very slowly. There's a positioning game right now. So who is going to make the first move?
Vidra have been shooting at this Magus for a while. Why do you think that Triumvirate are going to want to get that Magus off the field? Do you think he was just mispositioned? Or do you think that the Magus adds something really important to that Vidra comp that they're trying to get rid of here?
Oh, it's very important because that Magus is going to give us those info links for Vidra Reloaded, which make those Falcon very, very, very important because it looks like the Meg from Navy is actually just going to go brawling in. It looks like he's trying to get he might actually try and go for this Falcon, but it does look like he's jammed because he's going straight through the Vidra Reloaded team, and he hasn't tackled anything. It looks like he's just
we can see here, actually, look at this. You can see the red team now slowly converging all over this blue team. It looks like Triumvirate are going for a rush here. It must be that one of the jams that's important to this Triumvirate team has been dropped. You can see there the Vexor is now being webbed as he pulls in, but you can see that the Sacrilege of Triumvirate's team has a counter tackle on the Sacrilege of Nick and Noiser, the captain for Vidra.
Absolutely, and looks like the control for Triumvirate now is getting shut down. The Scram Web on a Vexer and the Megatron Navy is also tackled, as well as a Leshak, and they're most likely all jammed as well because there is no damage on the Vidra side. And it looks like Vidra are going to try and go for the Vexer. They're going to try and go for that support because the Vidra side really doesn't have much damage. They have a Sacrilege and essentially a Leshak for damage, and that's it. Everything else is controlled.
Look
Looks
at
like
that Megatron,
the
though.
Megatron Navy issue. He's in half armor. I think the Thalia and Deacon are jammed.
No, the Thalia and Deacon have been predominantly focusing on repairing up that Vexer, making sure that their little bit of tackle stays alive. We've seen in previous matches just how important having extra ships on the field is, versus especially these ECM comps. And now we're seeing this Navy Megathron pay the price for it. You know, these two ships don't have very much rep power, and now they're going to have to claw back all this damage on the Megathron, and it's going to leave other ships in this composition vulnerable. We're going to have to see if Vidra can exploit this, because they need to kill this Triumvirate team before we go into reverse tie-dye here. They need to get some points on the board, or the amount of intense piloting that it takes to run an ECM team is going to completely destroy them when we see time get accelerated to 200, even 300% times normal speed.
Absolutely, but it does look like the Triumvirate side have stabilized a little bit. The Pontifex and the Thalia got in and tried to rep up the Navy Mega. He's doing fine right now, and it does look like the Pontifex for Nicky Knox of the Vidra side is tackled by something. He's only scrammed. Oh no, the scram is dropped, but the Leshak has been tackled now by the Tri team. This could potentially, he's right on top of the Megatron Navy issue right now. It's going to be interesting to see if he can actually apply that damage, because he's in reality is the only true damage on the Vidra side.
Oh, here we can see some damage going onto the Triumvirate Curse, however. This is really dangerous. This Curse has so little EHP. If he gets chunked through before these Thalias and Deacons get unjammed, it could be real trouble for the Triumvirate team. They can't afford to lose any points here. They have to take this to reverse tie-dye. It's the only way to beat this Vidra Reloaded team.
He's going into structure. He made a very bad mistake of brawling it, and he is down. That is very, very bad for Triumvirate. They have no nuke power at all on the Tri side. Vidra now looks like they are trying to go for the DPS right now. They're going for that Leshak because they know they can't out-newt it, so they're going to have to out-damage it.
Yeah, Triumvirate's game plan #1 of just waiting this ECM team out, trying to make sure it gets to the point where they can't pilot the Triumvirate team has passed. Now they're just going for a race. They're going to try and take down points after point and just burn through this Leshak on the Vidra team. And it looks like they're out-damaging the Guardian reps right now. You can see there him going into about half armor. But this Vexer is low as well. He is at about 60% armor now, and he is dropping fast.
This is really bad. I think the Thalia and the Deacon are jammed. I don't see any reps on. I just see rep bots. So this thing looks like he is getting reps back up again between the Thalia and Deacon, but they're also both tackled.
There's tackle on the Deacon now, yeah, and you can see that the curse, the newts of the curse of Vidra have been incredibly effective. You know, Triumvirate are now effectively down to one logistics ship, and it's only a frigate, and it's not enough to keep that Vexer up. You can see there, the Thalia is trying as hard as he can, but he can't keep him alive.
Yeah, absolutely. This Vexer is going down. He is he's got 10% armor. He's going into structure. He's getting repped up as much as possible. They're putting as much rep bots, but I did see some smart bombs, so I don't think there's many rep bots on him right now. Looks like he's living to win, and he's down. Never mind me.
Yeah, and look at Pandy in that Leshak. You can already see that the damage that had been done by the Triumvirate team has been repped up. He's healthy. Vidra are making this look easy.
Absolutely. They just controlled the battle from the start. They brought Tri forward. They tried to bait them in. They got in. They tried to go for the curse. It went down, and right now it's just cleanup. The Vedmak is also going down now, but the Thalia and Deacon are still not jammed, so he's going to get repped up just fine. But this Leshak now is going to be doing some serious work because there is pretty much no control on the Tri side. And when that curse went down, that Leshak has full reign to do lots of damage, especially on this Vedmak.
Yeah, you can see here just how powerful this snowball effect. We talk about it time after time as that Vedmak goes down. The second you start losing ships against an ECM comp, your advantage is gone. You know, these ECM comps are balanced around having to do just, you know, to lock out the core of one team.
Absolutely. So I'm looking at the Navy Mega right now, and he seems to be jammed as well because I see him not shooting his blasters at all. The Leshak for the Tri side is actually doing damage, but he's getting repped perfectly fine because that Guardian is not being even controlled at all. He's just doing his own thing, and right now Tri need to do something. I think they're still in the game, but they really need to do something right now because I think they should seriously try and go for a Guardian right now because right now they can't even break any of the main DPS line for Vidra right now, and it's pretty. I don't.
I mean, I
might be a bit too early.
I think this is pretty much over for the Triumvirate team. They're not going to be able to break those Guardian reps with what they have. They don't have the control. What they need to be doing now is thinking about the next match, and I think that's why Triumvirate is still holding on here. They're thinking about, okay, what are Vidra going to bring in their next comp? They obviously can't bring this same ECM setup, so they don't have to worry about it anymore. They have a lot more freedom coming into this second match, and I reckon Triumvirate right now are going to be thinking about, okay, what are Vidra going to bring next, and how do we beat that? And we've only seen them bring one other comp, so it's going to be interesting to see if Triumvirate expects them to bring that, or if Vidra try and switch it up.
Yeah, absolutely. We've been seeing, especially on these very high-tier groups, that there's been two different setup archetypes. We've been seeing this heavy Newt combo with the Vangal and a Curse and a Leshak with the Thalia and the Deacon. And we've been seeing this also comp as well with the Falcon, the Rook, and usually a Chameleon as well. But Tri have banned the Chameleon, so they brought a Curse in instead and slotted in just fine, and it seemed to have worked like a charm. Absolution going down for the Triumvirate time. After this Absolution, I really do think it's game over for them, unfortunately.
Yeah, unfortunately, it seems like they needed to skew even heavier towards ECCM as they did in this match. You know, they needed to have more sensor boosters. They needed to really, really pray to those RNG gods a little harder than they did. Maybe not sacrificing enough things in wormholes for Bob's liking.
Absolutely, and the Absolution goes down. I reckon the Thalia and probably the Leshak are going to be next, because I have a feeling this Tri team is just entirely jammed. Their entire team is jammed, except for the Sacrilege, but he doesn't really do that much damage, and he seems to be tackling the Leshak. But I don't know what Tri are thinking right now. This is some serious mind games right now, because they've brought this ECM team. Are they going to bring it again? Are they going to bring another ECM team, or are they going to bring Curse?
They can't bring it again. The Conquest rules, of course.
Oh yeah, absolutely. They can't.
New for this year.
New for this year. There's a new Highlander rule in place where now that Vidra have brought this team, they cannot bring it again. They cannot bring the Leshak Guardian Curse or the two Falcons, the Rook on the Falcon, sorry.
I think we did see some of the weaknesses of this comp without the Chameleon, however.
Yes.
You know, it was really, really struggling to break anything on the Triumvirate side. However, with that, time is now up in the match. The slaughter is now over. Triumvirate have lost. So let's send it back to the studio.
They must be doing the same things they did last time. They're just charging straight in towards the enemy. They have no fear.
Vidra there picking up the first game against Triumvirate. It's a very slow match, first 5 minutes before anything was killed, but that's the thing about ECM comps, isn't it? It's slow for a beginning, and then if you lose an ECM ship, it snowballs and you lose, but if you kill something, you reapply your jams even stronger on the other team, and the victory is almost entirely secure. Suetonia, what were your pick for moments in that match?
Well, I mean, it was an ECM game, so it's kind of hard to tell when the pivotal moments were. I think what's going to be interesting is going into the next match is that now Triumvirate can maybe be a bit more free when it comes to choosing ships for their comp. They don't have to worry about racial uniformity. Now that I think that Vidra can't bring the Falcon and the Rook again.
Yes, so the Vidra won the match, and therefore, due to our conquest rules, the following ships Vidra cannot bring for the remainder of this match. They will be unbanned again if they make it to the grand finals, but for the following game or two, they cannot bring the following ships. That is Leshak, Guardian, Curse, Sacrilege, Rook, Falcon, Magus, Pontifex, Vedmak, and Mauler. That means that you got those armor command destroyers. They're really important core and hard to replace. You've got a Guardian, so that's one of your Logis down. Rain, what do you think of those bans and how they're going to impact the team design moving forward?
So, well, my hope was that Vidra wouldn't be able to bring more ECM. So I'm hoping like next match we won't see the Widow, Kitsune, Griffin, or I want to say any other ship just filled their mids with the ECM. But at the same time, I want to say Vidra now has to be very careful. I think you had mentioned it that like shieldlings or like the shield command destroyers, because people love using the command destroyers for links, but now if those are banned or they just don't fit in the comp, then they have to have consideration for, well, maybe they need actual command ships or battle cruisers, T1 battle cruisers.
Yeah. So, Suetonia, a nice little point from that match that's difficult to see on stream is that the support ships from Tri had burst jammers, so that even when they were banned themselves, they could fly into the Rook and Falcon, run their burst jams, and try and help the team. Do you want to explain for us a little bit what burst jammers are, how they work? Because I think they've been gaining popularity in this AT where we haven't really seen them before.
Yeah, so a burst jammer is an AoE weapon. It has about 60 CPU and it uses quite a bit of cap, but it's enough that most cruisers should be able to run them comfortably. When you activate it, I believe with max kills it's a 9 kilometer optimal with 9 kilometer fall off. It applies it tries to break all of the locks within that radius. It's not like a normal ECM targeted jam where it jams someone for 20 seconds. It only just breaks their locks and it's over, and it has a very long cycle time of 30 seconds, and you can only fit one to the ship. I think we saw Triumvirate use it on a Vexa very well in the Triumvirate versus NC game the weekend prior, and I think we saw the Vexa doing that role in this game as well, just trying to charge into the Vidra team and just start ECM bursting to break locks.
So we have a graph ready for you guys. I know Stream Chat loves their graphs. It is going to be the graph of the most picked uniques. So this is, I assume, from all Alliance tournaments past that we have data on. So that is the Malice as the very most popular, as that was really popular in AT13, AT14 in the TFI comp. So Tony, do you want to run us through this quickly? Yeah,
I think it's also worth mentioning that in previous Alliance tournaments, you could bring a lot more copies of ships as well. So I think Pandemic Legion had a team that had 3 Malices in it, for example. I think that was in AT12 or 13, if I remember correctly. Or maybe that was AT10. Anyway, so the Malice is sort of like a Crew War and a Retribution combined into one ship with a really tanky, really nice, really good at screening and tackling and neuting off Logi. The Etana, we mentioned that a bit before, it's sort of the shield counterpart to the Rabisu. It's a Basilisk with an extra low and extra mid, heat reduction bonus, so you can heat the mids and the highest for longer, which is what makes it really powerful in Tinker comps.
Actually, I've just heard that Drexless is ready for us with an interview with Stevie SG, so let's go to that.
For good fights, make it brave.
Hi, my name is Durhadur, Reddit CEO Emeritus. My interests include streaming. Hey, speaking of streaming, you should check out my Twitch channel, twitch.tv/Durhadur. MultidollarMediaEmpire.com. Check out my Twitter, twitter.com/Durhadur. MultidollarMediaEmpire.com.
Warp drive active.
And welcome here at the Alliance Tournament 16 party. I'm joined by Catherine and Stevie SG, and we are going to talk about charities, because Event is always about charities. So Catherine, please tell us, what's the charity that we are supporting today on your side?
Okay, so I think Lau was telling me it's about 4 years now, we've been supporting Overseas Territories Conservation, which is about nature conservation projects in the tiny islands that are all part of the UK but found overseas. So a lot of the work that I do is in places like Montserrat, Cayman Islands, British Virgin Islands, the Falkland Islands. So yeah, so we run nature conservation projects there. a lot of them are small islands, like I said before, and have lots of unique problems in terms of being very small islands. They can be impacted by invasive species, and obviously climate change having a massive impact on smaller islands, because with sea level rise and coral bleaching, you can decimate turtle nests by, just a couple of centimeters sea level rise. Yeah. So a lot of really pressing issues that are global issues that we try to deal with by working on projects, and a lot of that is to do with fundraising, and that's why it's really great that over the last couple of years we've raised about £5,000 through.
That's massive.
Yeah, and it makes such a massive difference. Yeah. So it's great to be here, and there's a great atmosphere here today, and hopefully we'll be raising a little bit more money today for the charities that we're supporting. So
like nature conservation, which is important, of course, but how does nature conservation tie into the EVE Online community?
Well, I'm really glad you asked that question, because I think it's so interesting, the fact that we are actually finding solutions to some of these global challenges with tech. One example could be is the use of drones, where we're actually really starting to see the impact of using tech in conservation for things like monitoring sea turtle nests, also monitoring bird nesting sites, penguin colonies. This is massive for the conservation community, because these were areas that you couldn't really map before, but with tech, we're really being able to do that for the first time. So yeah, drones I'm told are a big part of EVE. So it's great to be able to combine those two.
Yes, and of course the charities are being supported by a lot of awesome partners, and we have a lot of swag. Amongst others, I believe there's some Rick's Javik swag. Yeah, can you tell me about the prizes?
There's a really cool Stay Frosty hat. I don't know if that, big shout out to Stay Frosty. I have no idea what that means, but it's a cool hat. There's some books, and there's a headset. So there's some cool prizes today. So hopefully more money for supporting the charities.
So, and now we switch over to Stevie, who has been very welcoming and listening to Catherine's talk. Thank you. I love you too. So, Stevie, yeah, tell us about special effect. Like a lot of us already know special effect. We have Gammon Knox in the community, and yeah, tell us all about it.
Sure, Special Effect is the gamers charity, so we help people with disabilities play video games. So this can be anything from adapting controllers so that if people haven't got use of sort of their fine motor skills, they're able to use a PlayStation controller or a PC mouse. And we also do things with eye tracking tech. So for example, about a month ago, we released something called iMine, so that people with physical disabilities could play Minecraft with just their eyes. So obviously, I mean, from our point of view, like you don't really have to explain really to EVE players what it would be like if they woke up one day and weren't able to play EVE anymore. I mean, it's one of these things where gaming and that sense of inclusion and being a part of something is so important, not just for us space nerds, but for kids as well, especially if they've got a disability, being able to play with their brothers and sisters, being able to be included and have a sense of competition and something to do every day. So we were, when the Alliance tournament said that they were interested in helping us out, I was absolutely blown away, and of course was just so happy to be here and to be a part of the fundraising for this event.
Yeah, like I actually met a guy during FanFest this year. He was blind, and he went to FanFest. He doesn't really play EVE Online anymore because his sight has been deteriorated so much. But he really liked the atmosphere, the community, the belonging to the group. So I heard something about this special controller that has been developed. Can you tell us something more about that and how it could tie into EVE Online?
Yeah, so we not only do we do home visits with people with our occupational therapists who adapt controllers and adapt setups to people as they grow or as their condition progresses. We also have a research and development team who will work on things like programming games to make sure the middleware works. If they need to make the games more accessible for maybe a kid who needs to use one arm, or maybe they need to use their chin, or maybe they're not able to see properly out of one eye, stuff like that. So we worked with Microsoft on the Xbox Adaptive Controller, which is still in development, but it's coming out this year. And it essentially makes it so much easier to plug whatever switches you want into it, so that you're not fumbling with a lot of different stuff. It's really, really lightweight. It's commercially available, and it just makes our job so much easier because it just means it's not so much of a struggle to get this equipment in the hands of the people who need it the most.
So, I've been told, unfortunately, that's all that we have for now, but we'll be seeing you again, and we can elaborate on that even more. So with that, it's back to the studio.
Welcome back, and thanks to the lovely ladies for running all the charity stuff for us. So, quick reminder, Vidra are one match up in this losers bracket finals against Tri. Vidra cannot bring, for the rest of this best of three, the Leshak, Guardian, Curse, Sacrilege, Rook, Falcon, Magus, Pontifex, Vedmak, and Mauler. And we have the bans for the second match of this series as well. That's going to be the Victor, Chameleon, and Etana from Tri, still scared of the AT ships. And we have the Balgorn, Falcon, and Rook from Vidra. Sutonia, do you want to take us through this banning strategy?
Yeah, so Triumvirate's bans are kind of interesting. They haven't really targeted Vidra too heavily, I think, in terms of we thought we might see some logistic ban, like you ban Neros or Bisu, then they have to bring shield logistics or tech to Logi. So it looks like Triumvirate just don't want to see uniques. I was talking maybe we could see like an Etana comp from Vidra maybe if they left it open, but I guess Triumvirate doesn't want to see it.
Mm-hmm. So, Rain, what are your thoughts coming into the second match? You know, you're down against tournament giants Vidra. What do you go for? Do you just bring your best game, your best comp that's the most standard, your most practice? Or you just throw caution in the wing and bring the biggest goddamn cheese you have access to?
I mean, why not both? But I would say if I were to try, because it is losers bracket, so they lose, they're out of the tournament. As well as the fact that, I mean, if they win and potentially could secure themselves first or second, if I were them, I would just put everything in. So that'd be like flagship, bringing the best that you have, the best comp that you have, and then I'm hoping they did that with their bans as well. But that's what I would expect from Tri, kind of all or nothing. So Vidra now can really, they can kind of use maybe something kind of not as great and maybe attempt to win that way, or that just to kind of see what Tri has and maybe. Assuming that Tri would do that, then that means Tri can no longer bring their best.
I mean, Vidra, what they could do is they could just bring run-of-the-mill, their standard fare, we've seen it before, not reveal anything. Then if they win the match, great, fantastic, we're in the finals. Or if they lose the match, they've just forced Tri to lose possibly their best setup or some of their best ships and their best setup, and then count on having a much easier time in match 3 with extra ships banned from Tri. Sutonia, what would you think about that strategy?
It's definitely something that's an option for Vidra, especially since they're one game up. I think they've got a lot more options on the table now, even though it is Conquest and they actually don't have as many options in a way. But yeah, it's interesting to see what Vidra will bring because they have armor command ships are banned out. They could still bring a Stalker or Bifrost with armor links, which we've seen some teams do. They still could rely on maybe top-heavy command ships to bring the armor links. And we know this little core that Tri use, that Vidra might use. So we could see probably flagship Leshak combined with Vindicator and Armageddon, and then a Neros, and then battle cruiser of some kinds. But it would be a bit weaker, and I'm not sure if Vidra would be happy risking their flagship Leshak against Triumvirate when they have the full list of picks available, whereas Vidra don't. So
the Conquest format introduces an interesting aspect of bans with, say you're Vidra, you ban Falcon Rook. You couldn't bring Falcon Rook anyway. So banning those ships doesn't actually tell your opponents anything about what you might want to bring, insofar as they already know you couldn't bring that. So they haven't gained any new information of what you know can't bring, even though it might imply to you they don't want to see ECM. So those bans are still somewhat telling, but much less telling of the potential strategy going thing. So obviously it's worse to have more ship bans, but that is like a kind of a small silver lining on the cloud of extra bans. Rain, we have the second game of this match coming up. Do you think Tri are going to pull it back and even up the series, or do you think Vidra have this?
I think Tri is going to pull it back. I think they're going to go all or nothing and at least take maybe Vidra off guard. I'm really hoping that they pull through.
Sutonia?
I hope Triumvirate make it into a best of 3 series.
I mean, I'm a big fan of more explosions, so I'm rooting for Triazole making all three of us, but it might just be the commentator's curse. So over the course of the entire tournament, we've seen a really nice variety in the meta of what comps we're bringing. So by meta, I mean we've had different comp archetypes. So we had the Core Slayer with 3 battleships in support. We've seen that really cool Victor plus Bombers comp coming out. We've seen Nuke comps. We've seen a whole range of things. Rain, what's your favorite comp that you've seen so far in the tournament in terms of just broad archetype rather than from any specific match?
I'm really liking how we've seen control types this year. So I think in many years past, we've seen it in the ECM aspect, but now we're seeing more newts or even like the webs with the bombers. I'm really liking that. It's, I think, a little different than more who can bring the most DPS type archetypes.
Sutonia?
I like the quad bomber comps, just because just seeing a bunch of bombs go off at the start of the match and just seeing Brutixes just evaporate is the best thing ever.
There was a match in the first weekend in the losers bracket, and it was tons of bombers, and I thought they were going to do an amazing bombing run, but instead they just nuked the battleship. It was just like gone in 20 seconds or so. It's like, oh yeah, no, bombers also do crazy damage without bombs as well. Bombers are so much fun. I cannot wait to see them if we can have them. Match is coming up in just about 1 minute, so we are very nearly there. If Tri or Vidra, whichever the two, go into the finals, do you think that Hydra will have the advantage against them? Or do you think that being warmed up, being ready to go is an advantage going to the finals? Because our man, Elise Randolph, our beloved, he has the stat for us that the person coming from the losers bracket wins every single time except last year. In terms of the history of the AT, we've been doing double elimination. Rain, what do you think?
I would say no. I know some of this is pretty stressful. I think with the new rule changes of having to consider more with banning and more with comps that you have to bring with only one ship, I think it's a bit more stressful. So having to do potentially 3 matches and then go into the best of 5, I think it's a bit more stressful. And so I think Hydra may have that where they're more calm, cool, and collected going into the finals.
Well, let's see how much stress they're going to be put under in this second match. So let's throw it to the commentators.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to PE1. We're here for the potentially deciding match of this series with Triumvirate going against Vidra Reloaded. And today we have Vidra Reloaded doing everyone a favor, bringing the Twitch chat favorite with their second ECM composition. But before we go over that, let's take a look at this Triumvirate team composition. Take it away, Reload.
Absolutely. So obviously Vidra brought the classic Widow ECM team, but try. Anyway, I brought a Vindicator, Leshak, Armageddon. So they brought a triple battleship core with a Thalia Deacon rep. So triple battleship, and they've also brought a Curse and a Blackbird as well. So they're, you know, mixing in some control. I like the Curse. This Armageddon, though, very interesting. The triple battleship. I'm a bit strange on this one, but obviously you got the Magus and the Pontifex as well, and the Vedbak, pretty standard. But my God, Vidra, the madmen themselves, have brought another ECM team.
Yeah, there we can see the main ECM there is brought by the Widow, but they also have an ECM Tengu. You know, and it's incredible to think how much mileage Triumvirate have got from this simple chameleon ban. They banned it in the first series, they banned it in the second series, and both times it's been clear that Vidra wish they could bring it. Yeah. However, both teams have brought their flagship Leshaks here. We should mention that. So both teams here are not messing about. They're going for broke, and if those die, they're going to be some very, very expensive lost smells, I imagine. We see the match here starting, so let's see what both teams decide to focus on. There we can see exactly what we'd expect. ECM all over that Armageddon, because that Armageddon, if it gets newts on that Aneros, is game over for Vidra.
Absolutely. So once again, Triumvirate are being the aggressor here, and they're using their triple battleship, and they're brawling in. While Vidra, once again, they're going back, playing it really defensive, using those ECM Widow and Tengu to jam out the enemy tri-ships and trying to see if they can get a lucky jam and then going in. So right now, they're just playing this really defensively. They've played this really well before. They've played this setup before. So let's see what will happen.
We can actually see something really interesting here. And this is something we see a lot of good teams do. The battleships effectively moving in front of the rest of the Triumvirate team, giving the Vidra Reloaded team a huge target to go for before then pushing past with their small stuff and catching some things. You can see here a Newt has caught onto the Vidra Reloaded Dimos. That's going to be very very interesting. That could potentially take a lot of the DPS off the field for this Vidra comp that doesn't have much to begin with.
Absolutely. So the Vindicator on the Tri side is taking quite a bit of damage, so we're going to be seeing reps on him soon. And that Demos was pretty close to getting tackled, actually. He was actually the original screening vessel for the Vidra Reloaded side, so he dipped in a little bit and then got out. He's pretty safe now, but looks like the Punisher is literally going in. He's going ham, and he is going in. He's going for the tackle, and it looks like they're going for the Magus.
Yeah, it looks like right now what we're seeing is mostly a support war. The big ships on this Triumvirate side are either jammed or not really in a position to do much, and these counter jams on Vidra seem to be really effective. It looks like because of their focus on their ECM game plan from Vidra, they didn't fit any Sebos themselves. Look at how big that Triumvirate control bar is, and look how small it is on Vidra's. They're actually jamming out the ECM team.
Yeah. That's, I'm surprised because Vidra have bought a way more heavy ECM comp. They've obviously brought the Tengu and the Widow, which is really powerful ECM, but Trial were like, nope, we know what you're going to bring. You're going to bring more ECM, and they are paying for it right now. Vidra are getting controlled quite well, actually. They're using that curse, and they're using that Armageddon to new out all the Vidra side. And that Demos, he's tackled, and he's taking a lot of damage. Looks like he's ADC'd right now because he's repping up to max, but we've also got that Damavik taking a lot of damage. He's in half armor right now. If he doesn't get catch rep soon, he's going to go down.
Yeah, it looks like that Damavik is in fact going to fall. That could be really huge because if this, like, you know, yeah, that's great. Now all Triumvirate has to do is survive, and they're fighting a really, really low DPS composition here. If they can literally just hold Vidra off for 7 minutes, they'll win this match.
Absolutely.
Right now, the impetus is absolutely on Vidra to make something happen in this match, because right now, this comp might be cheating the ban rules. It might be trying to use the same strategy that's been so effective, but we can see how ineffective it is there as a Thorax goes into really low armor. They can't protect this composition. It's falling apart under the weight of this Triumvirate nuke pressure.
Absolutely, and what I see from the Tri side is all their battleships are stuck together. They're going to use those rep bots from the triple battleship so they can transfer the rep bots where needed quite easily, and this is really bad for Vidra right now. They've lost some of their support. They still have their main ship, but if this Demos goes down, this could be potentially devastating.
Look at how much they're focusing out their ECM. They just can't jam this Armageddon. He must have so many sensor boosters that Vidra literally can't jam him. You can see, basically, there's never been any ECM pressure on this Leshak. There's never been any ECM pressure on these logistics frigates because Vidra haven't been able to spare the points to do it. We're seeing the downside of this gimped ECM comp here from Vidra as it just gets taken apart. Another ship goes down with that Deimos. Vidra have so little DPS left with which to work.
This is really bad because now Vidra Reloaded may potentially lose their flagship, Leshak. So that means if it goes down, they can't bring it again. And this is such an important ship for almost any armor comp because it is the main damage for these ECM comps because it just does so much damage for one ship. Looks
you
like
can see here, look at the play Vidra are making. I really, really like this. What they're doing is they've accepted that they've lost this match, and they're starting to shoot that Leshak because they don't want Triumvirate to have the Leshak in their future matches. They're accepting this and just going for a Leshak trade here, trying to kill off their opponent's flagships so that they can't have it in the future.
Yeah,
what do you think of that reload?
Absolutely. So it does look like Pandy in the Leshak has broken free from the triple battleship core of Tri. He is Michael up driving away, but it's not happening. The Leshak of Tri is moving in. He doesn't look like they can try. They can't jam the Leshak, and this could be bad because he's getting brawled down quite well. The support wall now seems to be slowing down a little bit because I think a lot of jams are landing and really not much damage is happening.
Well,
the Leshak is also still taking a bit of damage, though.
Look at that Triumvirate team. Look at how many ships have taken full shield damage and just slowly regen back up. This really shows the problem with this Vidra team, which is that they just don't have the DPS to burn through these frigate reps and no real way to deal with them. They didn't bring a curse. They didn't bring anything that we'd normally see that would be able to deal with these frigates and put real pressure on their main weakness, which is their capacitor.
Absolutely. So it looks like the Widow now is taking damage. They finally realized they can't really go for the Leshak. He's burnt out. So it looks like they're just going to go for the Widow because Vidra right now, they need to survive this 4 minutes to keep their Leshak alive because they really, really need to. Because if that goes down, I think
look at the spam web there on the ECM Tengu.
The
that thing has been muted this
getting
entire match. His hardeners are probably almost certainly turned off. He'll be pre-repped by that Aniros, but I'm not sure it's going to be enough.
No, absolutely. I see the battleships are not being muted and they're not being jammed. They're shooting at the Tengu right now. now, and I think this is the game over because this Tengu really doesn't have much. Look how much is getting chunked down from the blaster DPS and from the Tri Leshak. They're both not jammed. They cannot jam the battleships for some reason. They must have packed a lot of ECCM because
I honestly think that this Tengu is neutered out. He hasn't been putting out jams for a long time. He's just been sitting there still and just occasionally boosting, and that's been about it.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you're actually right. He's just being webbed and he's being neutered down, and there he goes. Game over. He is down. I honestly think it might be game over for Vidra here.
That's the last lock piece, really. This, this Vidra composition, it's trying to use 2 or 3 ships, really piece them together and lock the opponents out. And they just weren't able to do this here. Triumvirate just brought a lot of threats and really managed them carefully. I have to really, compliment the way they managed to fit their ships. They really mitigated a lot of the power from this Vidra Reloaded ECM team.
Absolutely. I'm a little scared for this Leshak on Vidra Reloaded. He's got 2 minutes and 50 seconds to survive. He's scrammed and tackled, which is not very good. I think he's actually 100 MN fit. He's going 800 MS, and he's scrammed. I think he might be 100 MN fit, because he's actually trying to burn away from the Leshak and the Vedmak off the Tri side. So he's trying to survive as long as possible. He needs to survive.
It'll be interesting to see if Triumvirate actually note that, because if this Leshak doesn't die, I will note that Vidra have not won with their Leshak yet, so they'll be able to bring it in future matches.
Yeah.
So this is actually really big for Vidra if they're able to keep their Leshak alive. That gives them a nice trump card that obviously Triumvirate can't take advantage of, because they have now, assuming they win this match, I'm fairly sure they will, they will have won a match with the Leshak and will not be allowed to bring it in future matches.
Yep, absolutely, and it does look like it's now taking damage. This Widow needs to jam the battleship core of Triumvirate, otherwise this Leshak's dying.
Oh, look at that Leshak, though. The Leshak of Vidra, he's in half armor already.
This Widow needs to jam.
Dude, look at the Leshak. He's in 10% armor. We might see a flagship go down here out of nowhere. Where has this damage come from the Triumvirate side? It's all over him.
He's in half. He's so close. He's wrapping up so much.
They've got 1.5 minutes. They might be able to kill this. It looks like he's got some form of blingy rep there. He's going to try and live for as long as he can. But look at the nuke pressure coming out from this Triumvirate team. You can see once again now.
There he is.
There it is.
That's it. Flagship Leshak down for Vidra Reloaded. That is really, really bad for them right now, because that could potentially be game for them. They can't bring the Leshak anymore, and Triumvirate still have their flag Leshak. Yeah, that is so important. They cannot bring an ECM team anymore, essentially. Like, at all. Vidra cannot bring this ECM team again, unless they have some strange setup that I've never even heard of before, but this is bad.
Do you think this is the time for Vidra Reloaded to bring out the armor core with the Vanguard? Do you think it's time for them to risk everything on this final match?
I think so. I mean, they sacrificed quite a lot of ECM ships in their first match to try and knock out Tri, but right now I don't think they, like, the Vidra ships, they're not very good, but they can still bring them again. I'm just saying, because they won't bring a Widow. These ships are still available to them. The Aneros is a very good ship. The Vex is a very good ship. Damavik as well, Punisher. But the rest, like a Widow, you can't really fit it. Leshak now, because they've lost their flagship. Demos, like Forax, I'm really not liking this Vidra odds right now, because I don't know, they have to bring something out of the hat, which I think they do.
We've not really seen Triumvirate bring any different compositions. This is the first time they've really showed us something new and interesting, so I look forward to seeing what they bring us in the next match.
Absolutely.
However, as the clock runs down, it looks like this is going to be a solid Triumvirate victory, going up and leveling the series 1-1 with previous tournament champions, Vidra Reloaded. Let's send it back to the studio and find out what our analysts have to say.
Northern Coalition has made mistakes in previous Alliance tournament. They've lost matches to piloting mistakes, and I think Crowlor is going to wish he flew a little bit better in this one, because he got caught really early and had his cap neutered out really early for no reason.
we've got ourselves a game here, lads. I'm joined once again by Sutonia, but now by Ithaca Hawk as well. Let's go straight to that Flag Shack death. That is a huge, I cannot stress how important that is for the rest of the tournament. We have the kill mark here. It is estimated by Zkill at 43.5 billion ISK, but it is worth so much more than that, both in the tournament and in raw ISK value. It should be coming up momentarily, but I can tell you already we have 3 Abyssal modules, which themselves are potentially incredibly valuable depending on the roles. And then also we have 2 officer mods. We have an officer smart bomb and an officer damage control as well. Unit P-343554's modified damage control to be exact. Sutonia, like, if you had to, ballpark me, what is the cost of this flagship in ISK value, and then how important is it to Vidra to have lost it for the rest of the tournament if they were to manage to get through to the next round?
So approximate ISK value, I imagine if they've got an officer damage control and smart bomb there, they probably have rolled an officer afterburner and an officer scram at least, which I'd probably ballpark it at about 80 billion at least, potentially higher depending on the value of the Abyssal mods. And the reason why this is such a valuable ship, not just in terms of the ISK that they just lost, is that the Flagless Shack is the one thing that these teams can use to go through the Conquest rules. Now, even though both teams have won with the Leshak, Vidra won in the first game with the Leshak, and Tri have just won now with the Leshak. Vidra can't bring a Leshak again, but Triumvirate can bring a Flag Leshak, so they've got that option available to them. But then also if Vidra are successful in this next match, they don't have a flagship, which is, as we mentioned, super important in the Conquest rules, going up against Hydra Reloaded, which they're already going to be a game down in.
Yeah. So, now, Ithaca. This gets complicated because we're 1-1, there are a lot of bans going through. Will you run us through what Tri are not allowed to bring and what Vidra are not allowed to bring?
Sure, let me just pivot round to this handy list I have on the wall here. So Tri cannot bring the Vindi, the Geddon, the Leshak, the Curse, the Vedmak, the Pontifex, the Mages, the Deacon, the... what is that? Thalia, and the Blackbird.
Unless they bring their Flag
Shack. Vidra, on the other hand, cannot bring the Falcon, the Guardian, the Rook, the Sacrilege, the Pontifex, the Mages, the Vedmak, the Leshak, the Curse, or the Mauler.
And they cannot bring the Leshak at all because their flagship is dead. Yep. So let's get ready to go over to, I believe I was told the couch was ready. I'll wait for double confirmation on that. But we will have an interview coming through soon.
In the meantime, we probably shouldn't forget, just that will be a huge morale boost for Tri and a morale hit for Vidra. That's a pretty big loss, that Flagless Shack.
So the Kilmer will now actually pop up after we were talking about it. Apparently it wasn't quite ready, so we were just talking about it with people unable to see it. But now it will come up. There we are last. Ithaca, do you want to do us the quick rundown again?
Okay, so you've got a lot of pimp going on here. These guys have spared no expense, and as Sutonia says, it's almost impossible to really gauge the true value of this, but north of 100 billion is probably quite easily reached here. So they've gone for the active rep one. Now we saw, I guess, Pandemic Legion going for the buffer one. I think we saw a few other buffer flag Leshaks, but this is the more normal, I would say, active rep one, just because that huge bonus that Abyssal Armor Repairer gets. They've got that EMP Smart Bomb Officer for the maximum dope AF range, and of course maximum speed with the Abyssal Afterburner and maximum range Abyssal Warp Scrambler.
So we are going to throw it over to the couch in the main room again for another interview. Let's send it over to Dreckless.
Northern Coalition has made mistakes in previous Alliance tournament. They've lost matches to piloting mistakes, and I think Crowlor is going to wish he flew a little bit better in this one because he got caught really early and had his cap neutered out really early for no reason.
We here at Phage and Terror are proud of the respect and affection the Eden community has for us, and these messages of kindness we received from across New Eden. Drop by the Join Total Mayhem channel in-game today if you want to know more.
and we're back here at the Alliance Tournament 16 party hosted by EVNT. And I'm again joined by Stevie SG and Chocolate Rain. Welcome.
Thank you.
So first off, we're going to continue where we actually left off with special effect. Because you were talking about controllers that have been programmed that you can use on your Xbox and whatnot computers.
Yeah.
And is there and the tech of the Minecraft eye tracking thing?
iMine is amazing. So basically, iMine is free software. We're a charity, so all the software that we release it's been free. And iMine is something that we had a lot of requests about being able to play Minecraft, because obviously we work with a lot of kids. Minecraft is fun for adults as well, not just for kids. But essentially, it's a free middleware that you can make so that you can play Minecraft with just your eyes. So if you have difficulty with your fine motor skills, or you're not able to have control over them. So, for example, if you have cerebral palsy or MS or something like that, it means that you're able to play with just using your eyes. So it uses something called a Tobii eye tracker, which I think some people might be familiar with from different space games. And it's basically infrared technology that just reads your eye movement. You don't need a headset, you don't need anything else, and it means that you're able to navigate basically like a keyboard and a selection screen so that you can play games. And so that's been one of our projects. It was nuts. We launched it on the Tuesday, and on the Wednesday we got a video through of a kid in a hospital playing it in Japan.
Wow, that is massive. That is massive.
Yeah.
How easy is this software, like this middleware, to adapt it for say, EVE Online?
I mean, you'd have to look into. I'm not a programmer. I'm very much a community person. But the lovely thing is, it's on GitHub, so you can look at all of that kind of stuff. And we're more than happy to share knowledge, anything like that, when it comes to being able to adapt things to different games. So.
Definitely let me know about that GitHub, and I'll definitely share it with the whole community, because we have awesome programmers within our community, of course. Yeah, and you're also doing a lot of community events around special effects, as I've seen on your Twitter account.
Yes.
Stevie SG with an underscore.
Yes, indeed. We've done a lot of Twitter sort of giveaways and things, but we've also done a lot of events. Actually, with the sort of EVE Online community, EVE Valkyrie actually did a tournament, the Custom Cup, as a fundraiser for us last year before, which was lovely. And obviously, being able to be here and have two things, especially two projects that I love so much, come together has been absolutely brilliant. And then the absolutely amazing thing that just came on the ad stream earlier on is that we got contacted by this lovely person here, as well as Panda, about doing EVE-a-thon. So we're absolutely thrilled that EVE-a-thon is the... Do you want to announce it? I feel like you should announce it, right?
This is the first. This is awesome. Yeah. Rain.
So EVE-a-thon, the annual charity that Scared Panda and myself do, 72 hours streaming EVE, streaming for charity, is actually going to be September 28th through the 30th, and we are giving all proceeds to Special Effect. So, yeah, so we had an advert earlier. You can find more information. We'll be tweeting about it, putting it on YouTube, getting things organized. We have a Discord set up already for streamers who want to be involved. We're still sort of organizing the scheduling, because obviously we don't expect everyone to stream for 72 hours. It's different streamers take part in that streaming effect, all on the twitch.tv/EVE-a-thon channel as well. So it will be all EVE. It starts at midnight EVE time and goes to end of Sunday EVE time from the 20th to the 30th.
So crazy cool. I think the important thing with marathons is it's not necessarily about one person going for 24 hours. It's about people having as much fun as they want to have. It's very much about bringing the community together and being able to just spread awareness. Even being able to talk today has been just a wonderful thing.
Yeah, and what I've noticed is that when the stream is going on, it's very hard not to donate. Yeah. I mean, I just couldn't not donate. And you see those targets moving and you think, yeah, it's just a little bit. And in the end, you donate some considerable amount of money. But in the end, it's totally worth it, because the money goes to causes that that actually deliver something. So, last year you did the first EVE-a-thon, now the second one. And how did you guys actually connect to make it happen?
So I've known Stevie for a while, and so I think we hung out at FanFest back when she was CCP Red Cape. So I was like, you know what, we did Able Gamers last year raised, I want to say $25,000 from the community, and then CCP actually matched $10,000. So I was like, we had heard about Special Effect from actually the Valkyrie community, as well as people like Raiden and Moses who do work with Streamfleet. So they say, well, why don't we support Special Effect? If people already support Able Gamers in the US, why not Special Effect in the UK? And actually our first Evathon, we supported Spam for Heals, which was a suicide prevention and awareness back in 2016. And that was about, I want to say around $7,000. It was like, we ended just before there, but then we still kept getting donations from people just wanting to give and wanting to help, and it's been amazing.
I mean, that is testament to the EVE community. I mean, it's something, I've been a part of the EVE community since I was 21, and it's been something that the EVE community has always rallied around, where it's charity, helping out people that need it, helping out other members of the community that might need a helping hand. It's one of the reasons I love you guys so much, and yeah, thank you so much for thinking of us.
Well, I can actually attest to that because before EVE Online, I've never donated to anybody for anything. And it's actually because of C4 Scared for Kids action back in the day when you didn't have alpha accounts that I actually got into charity myself. And with that, we have to say our goodbyes, and it's time to go back to the studio.
Hey guys, welcome back to the studio where nothing has gone wrong or spilled or gone bad in any way, shape or form. I'm joined by Sutonia and Butterfingers Tan here, and we have the third match of this really incredible series coming so far. The ECM double bluff, counter bluff, jam, new series of awesome that is this Tri versus Vidra match. So to go through the ships that are banned again, because it's super important for the Conquest format, Tri cannot bring a Vindicator, a Geddon, a Leshak unless it's their flag, the Curse, the Vedmak, the Pontifex, the Magus, the Deacon, the Thalia, and the Blackbird, if I can read handwriting okay. I feel like I'm doing a bit of modern Major General here. Vidra cannot bring the Falcon, Guardian, Rook, Sacrilege, Pontifex, Magus, Vedmak, Leshak at all, not even their flag, because it's dead. And then the Curse and the Mauler they cannot bring as well. The bans for this match are exactly the same as they were for the previous match, with Tri banning the Chameleon, the Victor and the Etana. The Vidra team have banned the Balgorn, the Falcon, and the Rook once again. Jintan, how have you been enjoying this match so far?
Yeah, I've been really enjoying this series. It's obviously had a lot of interplay, and it's shown off a lot of the new best of three mechanics that have been implemented by CCP into the Alliance tournament format. And one of the things that I think are really interesting is not just the constraints that it puts on your core. You know, we talk a lot about how things like the Leshak and the Armageddon and even things like the Balgorn can be very important. But, looking at the bans there, you see things like the Deacon, the Thalia, the Pontifex, the Vedmak, all really, really important, support ships. We see these in almost every comp. In fact, the Vedmak is one of the most picked ships in this Alliance tournament. And now both ships can't use it. So we're going to get to see the bottom of the barrel really get scraped in terms of support ships here. Yeah,
so Tony, what are your predictions of this match? Because you were saying that this comp we just saw from Tri, this is their core comp. This is what they're strong in, this is what they're comfortable in. They've been winning with it through almost the entire tournament so far. Do you think that puts them in a tricky spot?
Yeah, perhaps, because Vidra have shown like a good mix of different comps throughout the tournament. They've shown Core Slayer, they've shown the Victor comp with the 4 bombers, they've shown ECM comps, they've also shown the triple battleship core comp. So it's Tri have really brought this one comp. And I think that must have been in the back of their minds going into this series. So it'd be interesting to know if Triumvirate has prepared something alternatively, because they must know that once they win with this team, they can't bring it again. Whereas it's interesting to see that Vidra have banned exactly the same things out again. So are they comfortable? Are they going to bring the same sort of ECM team again? But this time Tri is not going to have as much power with their favourite ships banned out? Or but losing the flag Leshak might make that ECM team just unusable as well, because a lot of the ECM teams rely on that ramping Leshak.
I will say that I expect to see the Amar core brought potentially, although with a different DPS ship than the Leshak, obviously, as that's something they can't pick anymore.
So we have the match coming up in just 2 minutes here, so let's do some predictions. Who do we think is going to make it to meet Hydra in the grand finals? Is it going to be Tri? Excuse me. Is it going to be Vidra? Sutonia?
I think otters are much cooler than vultures. I'm going to go with Vidra.
I have my belief sweats firmly in the fact that we're not going to have a repeat of Hydra Vidra in the final, and we're going to see Triumvirate facing off against Hydra for that gold medal.
Whatever happens, I'm sure it will be utterly fantastic. So let's see. What I'd like to hear from you guys is, are we going to see an AT ship in this match, and is it going to die?
Vangal dies.
Vangal dies?
I hope a Vangal is tilted, and yeah, I hope it dies as well.
I mean, it's hella hard to kill a Vangal, right? Especially now it's got the ADCU. So Tony, do you want to tell a little bit about the ADCU and how it's impacted the meta this year?
Well, Nikonisa didn't actually fit an ADC unit last week, but yeah, the Assault Damage Control is a new module that was introduced around February, and when you activate it for 15 seconds, you get 75% resists. And then while it's on cooldown for about 2.5 minutes, it's only about the same effectiveness as like a Tech 1 damage control in terms of passive benefits.
Jintan, so you are one of our two wonderful CSM members we have here. You both have been on the CSM recently and are both still on, I believe?
Yeah, we're both members of CSM 13.
Both on CSM 13. You obviously got to see the pipeline of the ADCU coming through to some extent. What was kind of that experience like, seeing a module come in that's much more kind of like skill-based in terms of activating it at a critical moment rather than just a module you put on your ship and then it's on your ship?
Yeah, one of the most interesting things about the development of that module was simply like the amount of problems that you had to address with it, you know, because you are talking about effectively giving an invulnerability button to a ship. And so balancing that was obviously something that we went back and forth with CCP on. But I think one of the places where the CSM was most effective with regards to that was not in regards to the module itself, but with regards to the ships. You know, we pointed out, hey, you're spending a lot of time trying to make hacks better. You should probably give them a bunch of, you know, base stat changes, because that's what really held the hacks back, in my opinion, from being particularly great ships. They weren't competitive with the battle cruisers. They weren't competitive with, to a degree, even some Tech 1 cruisers. You know, the Vexor Navy issue is obviously incredibly powerful. So we were able to sit there and talk through, and you know, we even got the Muninit's 4th mid slot, as I'm sure many people in Tranquility are happy with and will hate us for in about 3 months.
ELO literally came back after that change. Like, you can tell somebody appreciated it, and now he's FCing, you know, all kinds of things.
Everyone is.
Even capitals. So we have the match coming up very soon, and then after this match we'll do a little bit of post-match analysis, and then we have a section we're calling the Great Ravine, which will be an hour break between the winners bracket finals and the grand finals to give the winner just a little bit of a break, chance to use the bathroom, maybe grab a sandwich, and we've got a whole host of interviews, information coming out. We hear a bit more about the charity. We've got some CCP devs here that we're going to bring on and have a chat to them about how the tournament's been going so far, what they've been up to, what they do. We've got some great CCP guests. I've seen Karker, I've seen Shreddy, I've seen Antiquarian. Am I missing anyone? No, I don't think so.
We've got CCP Red Cape here.
Ex-CCP Red Cape. Stevie SG, otherwise known as, she's one of the ladies doing charity stuff for us, as you guys have seen on the sofa. So the match it was just delayed very momentarily. The teams only just arrived, but we will be ready very shortly for you.
We have the bands.
We do have the bands.
It was the same as the last series. Triumvirate band, Atana, Chameleon, and the Victor.
Yeah.
And I think Vidra band, the
Rook, Falcon, Bal.
Yeah.
I really do like Triumvirate's banning strategies. This AT. It's been really cool to watch them, especially against in this series versus Vidra. Have you noticed anything in particular that you want to highlight with regards to them?
Well, Triumvirate have mostly just banned uniques, which
Yeah,
is
I
cool
know.
because I think Triumvirate are one of the strongest sort of execution-based teams, and just taking away the uniques from Vidra, maybe it feels like they put it on an even footing, and if they're on an even footing, maybe they can beat Vidra.
Yeah, but I will note that it's really interesting that they aren't banning the Vangal. Do you think that they have? Do you think that Triumvirate have some back pocket? You know, we're gonna all in and just beat your best comp thing for that Vangal curse comp that we saw before?
Yeah, I mean, it's also possible that they just don't mind Vidra winning with it and then not being able to bring it again. I mean, a lot of the core components of that comp are banned now. They can't bring the Curse, they can't bring the Lashak, obviously, they can't bring a Vedmak, they can't bring the 2 Armor Command Destroyers. That's a lot of that comp that's functionally gone. Do you risk a Vangal with Shield Command Destroyers?
Let's find out. The match is ready. Let us find out who of Triumvirate and Vidra Reloaded are going to go and face Hydra Reloaded in the finals. Let's start with the commentators.
Welcome back to the studio here, guys. I am Ithaca Hawk, joined by Rain Chocolate, and we're here for the final match of Vidra Reloaded versus Tri. Oh boy, this could be a good one. Both teams coming in very close to each other, and from the chips that they've brought, it looks like this could be a better weapon for Tri here, Rain. What have Vidra bought that would make this so good for Tri?
So Vidra brought the Fleet Typhoon and Typhoon, so a lot of that heavy missile spam or even cruise missile. The Rabisu for those reps, obviously their unique ship. The Demos, the Hugin with the webs, the Stork, the Bifrost for links, the Thorax, Purifier, and Domovic for tackle.
As it looks like Tri over here bringing the Navy Mega, the Leshak Praxis, so that triple battleship combo. That's supported by this Oneros with the links coming from the Stork and the Bifrost. Of course, they're bringing that kit soon. They're going to get those jams in as well. Jams have worked for them so far today and not for Vidra. Finally, filling that out with the Vexa Purifier and the Damovic. So I think what we'll see is the Tri team are just going to barrel straight into this Vidra team and try and brawl these Typhoons down before that Rabisu can save them.
Yeah, I was going to say, if I was a betting man, I'd probably definitely pick on that Navy Mega over a Typhoon. And so the match has now started. And as you predicted, so we have the Leshak, actually flagship Leshak for Tri, burning directly in, and we have the heavy tackle, so that Thorax, as well as that Vedmak, or the Hugin, coming in to try and stop those battleships from Tri.
It jams landing on the Rabisu, the Demos, and the Stork from the Tri team, and immediately the damage from the Vidra team onto that Oneros. They are just volleying through that. That is probably rapid heavies right there. Huge amounts of damage landing. They tried to go for that Kitsune and just headshot it, but it got away too fast for them, so they've switched quickly onto that Oneros. They saw that Kitsune and just got absolutely hashtag triggered, but it was too fast for them to get away for it. So Oneros is now dropping fast through armor. He is still repping, but if he doesn't die in that first volley from these Typhoons, this could be a win for Tri.
Yeah, I was going to say, so there are looks like rep drones as well as hostile EC drone, no, just all rep drones actually, as well as a sensor booster. That's what I'm saying. A sensor booster on this Oneros, and he's actually able to hold with his own self-rep as well as the Logi drones from his team. And it looks like Tri is actually targeting that Domovic. I'm not sure if he flew in too close and they just managed to land tackle on him and start burning him down.
Yeah, Ottavani and the Domovic here is just everything is on him. Webbed, scrammed, muted, everything. And he's dropping, but he's still being kept alive by the Rabisu of Hugh Lightbender, just doing hero's work here. He's probably not jammed and just managing to keep Ottavani alive, barely. If they lose that Domovic, it's a big deal. Meanwhile, the Kitsune is still alive, the Domovic's still alive in the Tri side, and the Oneros is still alive. So far, it's all even.
Yeah, and I believe I'm actually watching Nika Noiser and the Typhoon tackle this Oneros as well. It looks like he is being screened by that Bifrost and Stork, but initially he had tackle on the Oneros, which was not good for him. We're seeing the damage really drop from Vidra, which means they're probably in reload with those rapid heavies.
Yeah, the fact that they didn't break anything in that first cycle, though, is probably a bad sign for them because they really need to break things every cycle. Otherwise, that's a huge weight. Now, there's some damage going to that Praxis. The Oneros, he is webbed, he's scrammed, he's neutered, and he's painted. Now, those Typhoons have probably got heavy newts on them as well, so that is definitely going to be ruining the day of Anveri in that Oneros. As you can see, he's dropping fast now. He's probably used a lot of his pace as well in that ancillary, so he doesn't have much cycles left. If Vidra can remove that Oneros, then they're in a good position, although that Damovic of Ottavani is dropping once again.
Yeah, I was going to say, the Oneros is just getting caught. Pandy and the Fleet Typhoon sitting on top of him, running a smart bomb actually to try and get rid of all of these rep bots. So now it has, not only his local rep is probably a little bit weaker, but he doesn't have those rep bots to rely on. And now we have Nika Noiser also sitting on top of him. I have no idea how this Oneros got caught by battleships, but he did, and there's nothing these little command destroyers can do to fray him.
Yeah, it could just be that he was just so busy focused trying to keep his pals alive that he didn't see that Fleet Typhoon coming, but it got on him, and it's just causing havoc for the Tri team. The Kitsune is also scrammed right now. The reps are still landing for the nearest. If they lose the Kitsune, then there's a chance that nearest does not get away, and he is dropping into low armor now. If he does not get away from those ships, and maybe if he can survive to the end of a cycle, he could get away. He could last long enough, but they need to trade something for him. They can't just let this Oneros die.
Losing an Oneros for absolutely nothing except maybe some shield on a Domovic, I do not know if Tri can come back from this. The Oneros is down, and that whatever little lead they had, they do not have anymore.
Yeah, unfortunately, it looks like that the reps of that Rabisu have just been too strong compared to the Oneros, so Vidra surviving. But that Fleet Typhoon is starting to drop into armor, but I think it's going to be too little too late at this point, as losing that Oneros is just the worst thing that could have happened to Tri at this point.
Yeah, Tri really need to pull it back. They either need to apply some damage and get something off of Vidra off the field, or they need to, like, I don't know, they just have to recover in some way. Usually when you lose your Logi, you lose your linchpin, and then therefore you just snowball the match and end up losing, which is not good for Tri at all. This is the final match. I believe that they can do it.
Yeah, losing all those rep bots to the smart bombs is pretty much what doomed the Oneers early on. That is the flag Leshak going down right now for Tri. Of course, Vidra have already lost their flagship Leshak, which is not good, considering Vidra already dropped to loser's bracket by losing to Hydra, who they face in the final if they win this, and they did that with a flagship. So if they go up against Hydra without a flagship, this is going to be a tough match for them.
The Leshak is actually barely holding on. I want to say 30% armor, but they are almost maybe trading for that Fleet Typhoon, but losing a flagship is not good at all. It's not going to be a good trade in Tri's favor. They need to be able to get this Leshak to rep himself back up. I don't know if it's the cap pressure or what, but he is now in structure.
Yeah, he's going to go down, and unfortunately that Fleet Typhoon of Pandy is going to survive. If they could get that Fleet Typhoon down, then there's not much damage left really in the Vidra team. It's basically in those 2 battleships plus some cruiser damage, but losing a third of the Tri's damage, and I mean, they're not breaking the Rubisu already, so I think that's pretty much it for them.
Yeah, I was going to say flagship down. I'm not sure how their flagship managed to die. Usually those things have been so tanky that we've seen in the past, but it is now down. I'm not sure if Tri can really pull this back. Fleet Typhoon wasn't dying in the first place, and now definitely with that flagship off the field, it's going to be fine.
Yeah, it looks like Vidra just brought a bit of an unusual comp here, but they have shown why they won last year and why they've done so well this year. They have executed this comp extremely well. Tri did a fantastic job to get this far in the tournament, in my opinion, and we commend them, but this looks like basically this is it. Tri is leaving the tournament, and Vidra will go on to face Hydra Reloaded in the finals of Alliance Tournament 16.
Yeah, I almost wish Tri had banned the Rubisu instead of the Itana. We haven't seen the Rubisu at all in this Alliance Tournament. I'm not sure if they didn't want it because they didn't want to face a Tinker, but I think the Rubisu ban would have been way more beneficial, as we've seen this Rubisu, I'm going to say, literally carry Vidra with its amazing rep power that it has as an Alliance Tournament ship.
Yeah, almost certainly if they chose to bring in Oneers instead of splashing the cash and bringing that Rubisu, then they would have probably lost some of these ships earlier on, or the Rubisu itself, or sorry, the Oneers itself would have died. But they brought that Rubisu, they had the cash, they had the money sitting to buy those ships, and they brought them.
Yeah, exactly. I was going to say another point of interest is that Oneros, I'm not sure if it was his piloting, either poor piloting or really good piloting on Vidra's side, but the Oneros got caught really early on and wasn't really able to escape. We see good fights in local as well.
Yeah, I mean, if you're an Oneers pilot in the Alliance tournament and you get tackled by a battleship, you really got to think, how on earth did that happen? And perhaps reevaluate your career choice in the tournament.
Yeah, but the Oneros did as best that he could, and now Vidra's really cleaning the field as they are going to be going into the finals for Alliance Tournament 16.
Yeah, great match. Tri, they did well. Unfortunately, they didn't do well enough, as basically the last ship is about to go down. It is the Stork of Jugshot, the last surviving member of Tri in Alliance Tournament 16. Salutes to him and all of his buddies, but that's it. 100 points to 0. Vidra Reloaded go forward to face Hydra Reloaded.
Yeah, so I was going to say Vidra probably looting the field. The flagship has been killed. We're not sure how expensive it is. We have to wait for that to come through on Z-Kill, but they will loot the field as they kill off this Stork. And now we will send it back to Apothony in the studio.
I don't know how much the
Hydra.
Is this the question?
I
Is
mean,
this a real question?
I've asked a question for every
I know,
round.
right? Tempest Calcif is so
Yeah,
good.
just
They
skip
have
it.
such tournament pedigree.
Yeah, they're so good, dude. Yeah, skip it and move on. Hydra.
Massive Snuffleet, massive Snuffleet, massive Snuffleet.
That's friendly.
coming in.
Relax, dude.
Dude, that's
not
snuff.
That's
3
snuff and
Are
an
you
Ardra.
kidding me?
Jesus Christ, are you the last Spartan?
Hey guys, welcome back. Vidra Reloaded going through to the finals there up against Hydra. We do have a rematch of last year's finals, but things are a little different this year. Vidra are going through to the grand finals with a flagship down. That's gone, they can't bring that again, and that sucks both for it being banned out through the normal 3 bans for each team and for the Conquest format we're using. They're going into the final series also a match down in a best of 5, which is a huge thing to come back from. Hydra will only need to win 2 matches, whereas Vidra will need to win 3, which may not sound like much, but is a huge, huge difference indeed. So that match there, we saw a full new practice. We also saw a kind of a callback to 8013, I want to say, with what some teams called Wildcat or effing foreigners, perhaps. Reload, do you want to tell us about that Foon team?
So it was like the classic double armor battleship with usually an Aneris, but Vidra brought the Rabisu instead. And this was like a pretty standard cruise Foon team. So what you usually do is you have your support go in and try and tackle usually the Aneros or usually the support ships. And the cruise Foons will usually do their damage usually quite far away, or usually they'll brawl in. In this match, they brawled in, and well, it worked surprisingly well. Obviously, Triumvirate were a bit gimped because they brought, instead of the Armageddon, they brought the Paraxis instead, which, I mean, may have played a little difference, but unfortunately, they lost.
So very quickly, we have the winners of the Pick'ems predictions. So I believe they win 500 Plex each. Kind of wish they were old Plex, but it is new Plex. So we have winner Arkita Nova, Kiwi Ulgerald, and Dorath Polgus. Dorath Polgus there as a final winner. So congratulations, you have 500 Plex to buy yourself a month of game time or maybe some nice spaceships, as I'm sure you're already fully subbed up. So let's have a little consideration of kind of this series as a whole. So this is our first series we've seen in the AT with this Conquest rules. So what are your guys, I'll start with you, Jintan. What's kind of like your first impression on the Conquest rules and how it affected the gameplay? Do you really like what it's done, or are you still unsure about it?
No, I really like what it's done specifically because it prevents a lot of what we had in AT15, which was effectively just 2 teams throwing the same compositions at each other and seeing who could execute better. I'm glad that it's almost certain we won't be seeing that in the finals here with Vidra facing off against Hydra. Both teams are going to have to pull out all their theory crafting stops. They're not going to be able to kind of rely on just one setup to carry them through.
I mean, a lot of teams in previous years you go through, and you have teams that you bring in the early rounds to kind of take care of the teams you don't really consider as strong. And then you have a series of teams that are your best teams. And over the course of the tournament, see what meta, which of those narrows down to really what is the pinnacle of the tournament at that time. But now, you get to bring that comp once and only once, and it's such a big difference. Now, we do have the flagship kill mill already of the Triumvirate flagship, so that's going to come up now. And Reload, if you'd roll us through this flag.
All right, so it seems to be a pretty standard flagship with obviously the festival launcher, very important, by the way. So we have a plasma, you've got a smart bomb, which is quite standard. It's got the 2 vans, so it's got 10-kilometer range, if I recall correctly. The Nosses are actually quite interesting. Usually most Leshaks go for a full new offensive, but it seems they've gone for a bit more defensive Nosses. Mid slots are pretty standard as well: cap booster, sensor booster, and an abyssal micro warp drive for extra speed, and well as a grappler. And the low slots are extremely standard, really: damage, tank, and an abyssal repper as well.
What do you think about not seeing an officer damage control there on the Triumvirate flagship?
No pause. Simple as that.
Oh my. So yeah, again, the series as a whole, Tri really kind of pushed Vidra to the edge there, but Vidra did come out on top. What are your guys' thoughts about, have we kind of learned anything from the series? Have we got anything we might expect from the finals now that we've seen this best of 3 go all the way?
Yeah, it was interesting to see Vidra's kind of over-reliance on ECM get exploited by Triumvirate in that series, and I can't help but wonder if Hydra will see the same thing, or if Hydra will try and play around that and not bring any ECM in the first place. You know, what Vidra have shown throughout this tournament is that they're really, really comfortable with that Chameleon Falcon setup, and that they want to bring that almost, or in fact they have brought that almost every time it's not been banned. So it'll be interesting to see if they bring that first match with up against Hydra, or if they save that as a comfort pick for one of the last matches in the series. I'd expect to see them bring it first match and try and sneak it out there before Hydra bring out their, you know, dedicated anti-ECM comp. But we'll have to see.
Okay. Well, we are now going to throw it to our break before the grand finals. We've got the Great Ravine that we've filled by CCP Antiquarian and various guests, some ad breaks, lots of stuff going on. But the next match, the beginning of the grand finals, will be at 1800 Eve time, so make sure you're back by then. But of course, have the stream on whilst you're making yourself a sandwich and what have you. So from all of us here, we will see you soon. Have a great time, and we look forward to seeing you for the grand finals.
Northern Coalition has made mistakes in previous Alliance tournament. They've lost matches to piloting mistakes, and I think Crowlor is going to wish he flew a little bit better in this one because he got caught really early and had his cap neutered out really early for no reason.
We here at Phage and Terra are proud of the respect and affection the Eve community has for us, and these messages of kindness we received from across New Eden. Drop by the Join Total Mayhem channel in-game today if you want to know more.
They forced me doing the same things they did last time. They're just charging straight in towards the enemy. They have no fear.
Northern Coalition has made mistakes in previous Alliance tournament. They've lost matches to piloting mistakes, and I think Crowlor is going to wish he flew a little bit better in this one because he got caught really early and had his cap neutered out really early for no reason.
We here at Phage and Terra are proud of the respect and affection the Eve community has for us, and these messages of kindness we received from across New Eden. Drop by the Join Total Mayhem channel in-game today if you want to know more.
Eve Dublin returns on August 31st and September 1st for a 2-day event. For tickets and more information, visit evedublin.com.
Stay composed. Keep your composure.
Yeah, Kate boys, Kate.
I'm
Go ahead,
tight,
guys.
bitches.
Watch your range. Now.
Giving all she's got, more teeth.
Give it all you got, baby.
Burn them out. They're burning, baby. They're burning. My hands are shaking.
There are a lot of fun dice games, but rolling the number you need to win is pure luck. Or is it?
How did we lose a Saber? We had like 3 Sabers up here.
I don't always solo rate it, but when I do, you haven't seen the last of Nubia.
But sometimes, more unexpected sounds grab our attention.
Yeah!
Like this desert rain frog.
Yeah! Boy!
Northern Coalition has made mistakes in previous Alliance tournament. They've lost matches to piloting mistakes, and I think Crowlor is going to wish he flew a little bit better in this one because he got caught really early and had his cap neutered out really early for no reason.
2 Abaddons.
2 Abaddons.
2 Abaddons. Did I say 3?
Yes. Where's he catching reps from? Is the Proteus repping here?
Could be.
But you can't have cap transfers on an Executor. Remote tracking booster?
No.
Docking request denied.
I remember we set a trap. All we had to do was hold them up and let the big guns do the killing. We had no idea what was coming.
Don't waste my time, space. Double web on my comment face. Range when I hit that chronic.
So it's hard to fit it all in.
I know how to name drop too.
Name drop too. Name drop too.
Sergeant, I would say it wrong. Patrick Archer, Harvey Skywalker, CCP, forgive me, and I'll say it correct the first time, and then after that I'll mispronounce it. Yeah.
I'm Caroline Baker, my son's Elliot Hughes, 6. Elliot's very, very technology focused, but obviously has physical disabilities, so has problems getting on with technology as he would like to. We've had an Xbox for a couple of years and he'd been trying to play with it and couldn't use it at all, and some of his mates at school have said, "Oh, you've got an Xbox, have you? Can we play against you?" Just makes him, the same as everybody else and be able to challenge and join in. He's got enough things at school that he, can't equally play rugby, can't equally play football. So this just puts him on an equal footing. He's naturally competitive like most boys. It was amazing to watch Elliot actually not go the wrong way permanently down the track, which he was doing with the controller before until it was set up properly. So today's been the first time that they've been able to play against each other on the same game, which is amazing. It's really nice to be able to see that, and also that he's going to be able to play with Dad and play with his granddad, which is, is going to be absolutely brilliant. So yeah, can't wait.
They forced to be doing the same things they did last time. They're just charging straight in towards the enemy. They have no fear.
I know how to name drop too.
Name drop too. Name drop too.
Sergeant, I would say it wrong. Patrick Archer, Harvey Skywalker, CCP. Good at me, and I'll say it correct the first time, and then after that I'll mispronounce it. Yeah.
Two Abaddons.
Two Abaddons.
Two Abaddons. Did I say three?
Yes. Where's he catching reps from? Is the Proteus repping here?
Could be.
But you can't have cap transfers on an Executor. A remote tracking booster?
No.
Docking request denied.
I remember we set a trap. All we had to do was hold them up and let the big guns do the killing. We had no idea what was coming.
Don't waste my time, space. Double whip on my comment face. Range when I hit that chronic.
So it's hard to fit it all in.
Stay composed. Keep your composure.
Yeah, Kate boys, Kate.
I'm
Go ahead,
kiting,
go.
bitches.
Watch your range. Down.
Giving all she's got, more teeth.
Give it all you got, baby.
Burn them out. They're burning, baby. They're burning. My hands are shaking.
There are a lot of fun dice games, but rolling the number you need to win is pure luck. Or is it?
Seven, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Do we have some of the crew getting ready? Right here we got the commentating booth, and last but not least, the studio. Come on, look. Hope you guys enjoyed the stream.
Hi, I'm Dran Arcana, Test Alliance Head Diplomat. My interests are negotiating backroom deals and glazing the blue donut. My ideal fleet member is your entire corporation. If you want to fly with me, join Test today.
Welcome back to the Alliance Tournament. Here for Event T, I am CCP Antiquarian at the desk, taking over for Apotheny, who has been doing a bang-up job of hosting this tournament thus far. Great work, Apotheny, and also great work, Ithaca Hawk, who's been hosting on alternate weekends as well. This production of the Alliance Tournament brought to you by Event T, CCP's partners in this. They've graciously allowed myself and a few other devs to come here for the interim between the two matches, a segment that we're calling the Great Ravine. Hopefully we can deliver a little bit of content that you all are interested in watching if you're viewing the AT at home or at a viewing party. I know there's some going on in San Diego, one going on in San Diego, one going on in Denver. At least those of you watching in those locations, thank you for joining us. Those of you watching from home, I'm here at the desk with Rain and CCP Karker. Ladies, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
And
forgot we also have one in Reykjavik.
What's that?
We have a viewing party in
Oh,
Reykjavik.
we definitely do downstairs, actually, from the Reykjavik studio. So everybody there at Bryggjan Brughouse?
Yeah.
Hey, how's it going? Thanks for tuning in. Now, we have a lot to get through. We have a number of guests that we want to bring onto the desk here, but we've brought Rain and Karker out because we want to talk a bit about some EVE events, player events that are coming up. Of course, this event here at the Antenna, or just Antenna? Can I drop the definite article there? Antenna is great. There's a bunch of people out here. They're playing games. They're watching the AT. They're shouting when flagless shacks catch on fire. And it's going, I think, really well. Karker, how are you enjoying it?
It's really fun. It's fun to watch with other people here. I think I've only watched it at home ever. So it's fun to see the reaction and how excited people get when flags
It is interesting. I don't think that I've been involved in an Alliance tournament where you are not present in the Twitch chat.
Oh.
Like you're always
Yeah.
there and you're always saying things. So this is very disturbing to me because no one is there telling everyone in Twitch
maybe it's
to
a
be
bot.
nice.
Maybe it was my bot, and maybe it's still going.
Do you have any words for the Twitch chat right now?
Just hi.
Just hi.
Yeah.
Give them some behavioral guidelines.
Don't. Oh, you mean behave?
Behave.
Yeah.
Behave is the word we're looking for.
Yeah, be nice.
Rain, how are you doing and what do you think about the event so far?
I'm having a blast. So I've been kind of, I want to say, everywhere. So we have this massive break now, so I'm here to talk about live events. But I think the live event that we have going on out there is pretty great. I think I really enjoyed the cheering, like commentating and then hearing people cheer, like watching ships die. Does it throw you off a little? It kind of does, but at the same time, like you kind of get that extra energy because normally as a commentator, you're either with the person or you're remote, so you don't really get like all of the hype in the screen. Like even in the CCP offices, it's like you and the other like analysts wouldn't be like screaming and cheering in the background because it would get picked up. But here they have it set up so that people can scream and cheer, and you can go with it but not have it interfere with the commentary.
It's interesting, and I'll explain for the people at home. The setup here has a large screen that's actually displaying the Twitch feeds, so everyone in the hall is viewing things as they occur, but the commentator booth is set up right there facing that audience, and they're commentating on the match in real time. So there's, maybe a 2-3 second delay between you saying something and then you hearing it?
Yeah, so we have our headsets, mics, and so it's you have to kind of tune yourself out, but it's also at the same time kind of nice because then like I was commentating with Ithaca, so I can sit right next to him, hear what he's saying, but not have it sort of detract. At least maybe that's just me where I don't get distracted. It could be distracting for others, but.
Laser focus from Rain Chocolate. You heard it here first at the EVE broadcast of Alliance Tournament 16. Let's talk a little bit about some of the events coming up. Of course, we'll recommend that everybody who is interested in looking at events in their area, check out evemeet.net. That's a resource that's, I believe, player managed that just will show you if people register events, where they're happening. And
people can also have their own events and register themselves. It's not.
Anyone at all can create an EVE event. I think
just
even
meet up with some people.
Even EVE started as just like Nash saying, "Hey, I want to have people over to my establishment and show it off." So that's one resource there. In addition to that, we're going to give you some heads up. We do have some player meets coming up here. At least one in Adelaide, Australia, one in Providence, Rhode Island, in the United States of America. Of course, a big one hosted by our friend Joseph. Is Barnacle O'Sullivan? Joseph Barnacle O'Sullivan, who hosts EVE Dublin. That's happening on the 31st of August and the 1st of September, which is very close to my birthday. That's like a special present to me. So anyone in the Dublin area, anyone who has been looking for a good excuse to travel to Ireland, pop on over, check that out.
Because of your birthday, right?
It's, well, I mean, you know,
Yeah.
to,
It's
to
nice,
celebrate the
yeah.
glory that is CCP Antiquarian, proceed to Dublin, with which I'm unaffiliated. You can also look forward to, have either of you ever been to Eve Dublin? Or
I have not, but
No?
CCP Falcon is going and CCP Afindi.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah.
Excellent. They're a wonderful pair. Do you ever
Yeah.
sit with them at lunch?
No.
It's good chat. It's wonderful times, and of course, Falcon is everyone's favorite target. So feel free to show up and give him a
Ticket on, if you just look up for the Eve Dublin site, you can get ticket there.
There you go.
And, yeah.
You have all the info. Do you want to?
No.
You can. We can
No,
swap.
no,
I'll
I'm
put the
good,
jacket
I'm
on.
good, no.
I've always wanted to be a member of Team Chair.
Yeah.
I haven't. It's a lie. I've told a fiction on air. In addition to Eve Dublin, which is coming up again the 31st of August, the 1st of September, there are a few events later on in the year, chiefly G-Fleet, a G-Fleet event coming up
October.
October 5th, October 6th.
In Berlin, isn't it? Berlin?
Yeah, in the beginning of October in Berlin. Berlin, I think.
There we go.
Yeah.
And you can see that up on the screen. There we go. The, what is it, 48 days until G-Fleet kicks off?
Years.
There we go. And
Garth is going.
Guard will be there. That's lovely. It's always great to get him out at an event. I've never seen anyone happier than when Guard shows up, like with a bunch of, and pardon, space nerds around him. He's in his element, and he loves chatting with Eve players, and he loves going out and seeing these things. So that's coming up on the 5th and 6th of October. Again, I've never been to G-Fleet myself, and I'll assume you're primarily North America based.
Yeah.
Is this your first international Eve meet?
Yes, this is my first player-run international Eve meet. Yeah.
As a barbarian, do you feel at all ostracized by your fellow attendees?
Not at all. So I know there's a lot of British folks here, but we actually have some people from overseas as well. So I know there's a Norwegian, myself as an American. We have Vidor from Hungary. So it's not just like if you're in the UK, only you can go to these meets type thing.
And
so people wanting to go to Dublin can fly over from wherever they want.
International travel, encouraged by CCP and by Eve players around the world. We all get along and everybody loves one another and no one makes jokes about political climates in your home country. It's great. It's been wonderful so far on this trip for me, in fact, not having to justify anything. In addition to G-Fleet happening on October 5th and 6th, another major event in October, and something that hopefully we can get something up on the screen here for you. October 19th and 21st at the Link Hotel and Casino in Las Vegas, Nevada, Eve Vegas will take place. Eve Vegas, now the biggest player event in the world, in the universe, in fact, in all of creation. We're looking at the biggest player event there. And for the first time ever, the first time in the history of all things, I will appear at Eve Vegas. So if you want to avoid me, don't go. Don't buy tickets. It's not going to be entertaining for you. If you do want to talk to Eve developers, you want to see presentations from fellow players and from employees at CCP, and you want to get together with a bunch of great people who enjoy flying spaceships, pop over, buy tickets, check out Las Vegas, check out Eve Vegas. Carker, you have been to Eve Vegas. And Rain, actually, you were on stream. Was it last year or no, the year previous?
The year previous. So I was interviewed last stream, but I was doing the TV hosting fun stuff.
What happens at Eve Vegas for people at home who aren't familiar with the event? Please give us a run through, if you would.
So it's FanFest. I like to draw comparisons to FanFest. So FanFest really focuses on up and coming patches and events, whereas Vegas really focuses on more of the social aspects. So there's a lot of obviously drinking, partying, but people who don't do either of those are more than welcome to come, and they are not ostracized in any way of joining. So we have like a big party at Dries where everyone hangs out. Permaband performs similar to Party on Top of the World, if that's a similar parallel. We have player presentations, dev presentations. There's a pub crawl, so people can go on the pub crawl. I know last year we went to the High Roller. So it was the massive, big Ferris wheel thing. So you could see all of Vegas and just talk with devs and work with devs. And so that was pretty amazing. As well as, I think last year they had a Spark demo, a Valkyrie demo, I want to say the swag shop or the Eve store, where people can pick up swag. And it's all relatively reasonable. I had a lot of fun. There's a lot of free beer and free swag within like the swag bags, which are always welcome.
And I think we had a contest this year as well, the poster contest. And
so those will be sold at Vegas.
And they will be available at that store. I'm not sure if I've seen the designs for the posters as they.
One of them was done by Quim and Horde, and I believe the other one was from someone in
Yeah, it was
Test.
propaganda.
Yeah, it was the propaganda. So that was first and second, or first because 2 people got first from, if you want to say, either side of the war that's going on right now. And then second place was actually Rick Javik, so he's done amazing work.
Rick's from the Stay Frosty Lounge, of course. I'm ashamed to say, sir, that my Stay Frosty hat remained in Reykjavik. And on my way here, I realized that I had left 50% of my hats there. And so I've only got like 15, 20, maybe 30, 40 hats here, which is awkward because that's like a good chunk, but also that one in specific I do want to wear. Instead, I'm giving you a shout out directly to those of you who have not been to Steel City Eve, which happens in Pittsburgh. That's Rick's event, and I think it's kind of a small gathering, pretty intimate. Not intimate, but like close, not too close. It's a thing that people do. Anyway, yeah, that happens. And Rick's, thanks for the hat and thanks for participating. And you've got to be kidding.
Oh.
This is not my Stay Frosty Lounge hat, but it is a hat representing Stay Frosty. I'm going to put it right here so that I don't have to expose my hideously scarred head on camera. There, I'll tilt. Can we zoom in? We can't zoom? We don't have Zoom technology? This is ridiculous. This is this show. I mean, we farmed this out expecting some level of just forget it. So that's happening. Eve Vegas, gonna be a big deal.
Tickets are still available. There's not a lot left, as well as speaker presentations. So if players have something to talk about, they need to go in and apply, and maybe they'll get picked. And it's a lot of fun. I highly recommend it.
And of course, that's not, I mean, you being involved in Eve Vegas, great. Not the only thing you're involved in. And as long as we've got you here, do we have enough time? I think we have enough time to talk a little bit about Evathon.
Evathon, yeah. So we announced it earlier, myself and Stevie SG. So Evathon is a 72-hour streaming marathon myself and Scared Panda put on every year to support charities. So what it is various streamers streaming collectively for 72 hours. So people take time slots, etc. We're not forcing people to stream for a full 72 hours. That would be insane. But it's everyone playing EVE Online, showing different aspects of the games. You get NPSI fleets, solo PvP, a lot of PvE, exploration, fleet stuff, any sort of like market trading, all aspects of EVE, and then all proceeds actually will go to a charity. And this year we picked Special Effect, which we have Stevie SG here as a representative. So that will be the 28th of September, starting, I'm gonna say, midnight Eve time. So we'll go through the 28th, 29th, and then the 30th. So that weekend.
Super excellent. We
Great
will have.
event.
Pardon?
It's really fun to watch, and I recommend everyone watch.
It's a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Well, we'll have Stevie SG on the desk later on during the Great Ravine to talk about her charity efforts, her roles with special effects, and of course we'll be, I imagine, seeing you later on, Rain, in the booth. Karker, any last words for the teams remaining in the Alliance tournament, Hydra and Vidra, who will face off in the championships that kicks off in just over an hour here?
I just want some AT ships to die. That would be pretty nice to see.
It's always lovely.
Try to lose them. So.
Always lovely to see.
Or try to kill all the teams' AT ships.
Try to kill or die, or kill and die. Yeah. Both, some combination of those things. All right, we will go to an ad break now to kill a little time while we switch out the guests on the desk here. Tune in just a few minutes. I believe we'll be talking to a developer from CCP, not CCP Antiquarian, CCP Shreddy, who is here in the building, and I believe we're going to have Sutonia out to talk a little bit about some of the prizes that the teams here in the Alliance tournament are winning. So please stick around and join us in just a couple minutes. Until then, I'm CCP Antiquarian.
For good fights, make it brave.
Hi, my name is Durhadur, dreaded CEO Emeritus. My interests include streaming. Hey, speaking of streaming, you should check out my Twitch channel, twitch.tv/Durhadur. Multidollarmediaempire.com. Check out my Twitter, twitter.com/Durhadur. Multidollarmediaempire.com.
Warp drive active.
I don't know how much the...
Hydra.
Is this a question?
I
Is
mean,
this a real question?
I've asked a question for every
I know,
grade.
right?
Tempest
Calcif is so good. They have such tournament pedigree. Yeah, they're so good, dude. Yeah. Skip it and
Look,
move on. Hydra.
Massive snuff fleet.
That's friendly.
Relax,
dude.
Dude,
that's
not
snuff.
That's
3 snuff and an
Are you
Ardra.
kidding me?
Jesus Christ, are you the last Spartan?
Northern Coalition has made mistakes in previous Alliance tournament. They've lost matches to piloting mistakes, and I think Crowlor is going to wish he flew a little bit better in this one because he got caught really early and had his cap neutered out really early for no reason.
We here at Phage and Terror are proud of the respect and affection the Eden community has for us, and these messages of kindness we received from across New Eden. Drop by the Join Total Mayhem channel in-game today if you want to know more.
How did we lose a Saber? We had like 3 cities up here.
I don't always solo Raider, but when I do, you haven't seen the last of Nubia.
But sometimes, more unexpected sounds grab our attention.
Yeah!
Like this desert rain frog.
Yeah! Boy!
Northern Coalition has made mistakes in previous Alliance tournament. They've lost matches to piloting mistakes, and I think Crowlor is going to wish he flew a little bit better in this one because he got caught really early and had his cap neutered out really early for no reason.
They force me doing the same things they did last time. They're just charging straight in towards the enemy. They have no fear.
Hello and welcome back to Alliance Tournament 16 here at the desk. I am CCP Antiquarian, and with me, are Sitonia and CCP Shreddy. Shreddy, I really want to start with you because a lot of the people at home, they might not be familiar with your handsome visage, as familiar as it is to me, much like the back of my own hand. Tell us a little bit about who you are, what you do at CCP.
Yeah, so I'm CCP Shreddy. I've been with CCP about 9 months now. I'm the live producer. So pretty much I am the producer of the team that makes live events. So the monthly events that have been occurring on the game, I'm one of those guys, making sure they actually launch every month.
And some of those events include?
Guardians Gala, The Hunt, the Yoil Festival. Latest one was Dawn of Liberation. And upcoming are Secrets of the Abyss event.
Secrets of the Abyss. Let's not jump straight ahead yet. So how long have you been at CCP?
Since December last year, so about 9 months now.
And how are you feeling about the way that it's been going so far?
It's wonderful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is it worth it?
I get to spend every day with you and all the other wonderful
great.
people.
He gets
there.
to hear my horrible Canadian accent ad nauseum. We do have some information here about the Secrets of the Abyss event that is set to run from the 21st of August to the 4th of September. Yes. So kicking off in
just a couple days.
Just a couple days. Tuesday we're going to go out with that. And tell us about it. What are the Secrets of the Abyss?
So Secrets of the Abyss, you got to find out what the secrets are. But long story short is this new event has new challenges for everyone to run while completing abyssal sites. So you go in there, complete your challenges. We've done some UI updates to start beefing up how we present the events to everybody. We start rewarding people as they're completing challenges, not just overall on the larger scene that we do with this here is you get your milestone rewards. We have a couple new skins in the Singularity Storm line. So the 3 Triglavian ships will be getting a super fancy dancy electric skin.
It's a really neat effect. The guys that worked on it did a great job, and actually it's featuring some effects that we haven't seen on skins before.
Yeah, they're brand new ones.
Specifically lightning, and not just like textured on lightning, but an actual lightning effect. Really something to look for if you enjoy running abyssal sites. Speaking of people who enjoy running abyssal sites, Sitonia, is this something that's going to motivate you to do more? You already stream quite a lot of abyssal work. What have you made of the feature, the Abyss?
Yeah, I find it a lot of fun. I think the arts team have done an especially great job. You know, I know a lot of people who just go in an unfitted cruiser just to take screenshots and then die.
That's an interesting tactic. It's beautiful, but
yeah, I think it's really good. It's great, challenging gameplay and short sessions, and it's a lot of fun.
Now, what do you say to people who say that it's just too expensive?
Well, you can get good and fly the stabber like me.
Get good, noobs. The message from Sitonia here at Alliance Tournament 16. Sitonia, of course, I just don't want to pick your brain about how to run our content. I'm also really curious about what you make of what's been going on at the tournament thus far, and what these teams are putting on the line. We saw that flagless shack go down in the tri match where they won. That was a lot of money.
Yeah, that was a lot of money. Vidra also lost their flagless shack. We also saw Rabisu fielded in the last match there as well, which is a ship that's worth upwards of 300 billion ISK, which is pretty fantastic.
It's a lot of ISK. Is it worth it for what you get as a winning team?
Oh, absolutely. The winning team this year are going to get 25 of each of the new unique ships, 25 cruisers, 25 frigates. And the second place team, which could potentially be either Vidra or Hydra now, get 15 of each. Tri, who just gone out there, unfortunately, but they played really hard. They won 7 of each. And NC Dot in 4th place, winning 3 of each.
Yeah, of course, those ships, the Tiamat and the Hydra, which is looking like a potentially appropriate name if Hydra happens to take this. We do have stats for those ships. We can throw them up on the screen in just a bit. Here's the Hydra. That's that frigate Triglavian variant. Soot, can you tell us a little bit about what this is meant to be doing?
Yeah, so it's super cool. It's an upgraded Damavik. It gets an extra 2 low slots. It gets an extra 2 mid slots, and it gets an extra high slot. It also has a Covert Ops Cloak bonus. You can get a Covert Ops Cloak to it and still have the same number of high slots from the normal Damavik, along with the extra 2 mids. It also has uniform resistances that are sort of like a Tech 2 ship, but spread out against different things. So I think if it has 45% resists to every damage type on its armor. And also, if you take a look at the bonuses, one of the cool bonuses, at least on the Covert Ops bonus, which is sort of the extra bonus, is it doesn't cost you any CPU to have the cloak, and it gets an extra 50% multiplier to the ramp. Instead of going up to 2.5 times max damage, it goes up to 3 times, so you get a lot more DPS out of it.
Right on. And of course, to accompany that frigate, we also have a cruiser, and that's the Tiamat. There it is, and you can see the variation there. The frigate has the gold texture, and the Tiamat carries through same design, but with, the Hydra has the silver texture, and the Tiamat carries the gold. So tell us a little bit about this ship, Suetonia.
Yeah, so much in the way that the Damavik is an upgrade, the Hydra is an upgraded Damavik, the Tiamat's an upgraded Vedmak. It does lose a low slot, but because it gets that Tech 2 resistances, it kind of makes up for it. And it gets an extra mid slot, and because they're all based on the Society of Conscious Thought, which all have equal number of highs, mids, lows, that's why it's got the 555 low slot. It's got a cloak, just like the Hydra, and it also has the same bonus to ramping up.
And as additions to the Society line of ships, and again, addition to the Alliance Tournament Rewards ship line, which obviously we see being used in these tournaments quite a lot. What do you think of these?
They look pretty good to me. I think they're going to be fun a lot in the Alliance tournament.
Yeah?
Yep.
Right on. Well, there you go. Those ships, again, going to the winners of the Alliance tournament, Hydra and Vidra, set to kick off their final matches after the Great Ravine here, where we're just here to spend time with you, the viewers at home. Shreddy, any words of wisdom for those of us looking to attend the Secrets of the Abyss event or benefit from it? Any hot tips?
On top of those skins, during the 2 weeks of this event, you're actually able to get some brand new mutaplasmids. So we have 2 new types that'll be available during this. One that'll be able to modify some boosters, and some that'll be able to modify like your armor repair. So you have to scoop in there and grab a couple of those.
Pretty excellent rewards. We've already seen those mutaplasmids coming into play on some of those flagships where mutated weapons modules are, I mean, you just got to spend so much money to roll them. Suetonia, how much are people investing in getting the perfect module here?
I mean, I know some people have spent hundreds of billions invested in rolling, 20 billion-esque officer warp scramblers repeatedly to try and get the best possible scram on their Titan, things like that. Super cool.
Have you done any risking yourself? Put anything on the line?
A little bit, yeah, but I haven't invested that much.
Right on.
Only about 5 billion ISK or so.
Only 5 billion ISK or so, says Moneybags Suetonia, sitting here at the desk at Alliance Tournament 16. I'm gonna let you guys go get back to the action on the floor at this event. Are you having a good time before we sign off here? Are you having a good time?
10 out of 10.
Yeah.
No complaints.
10 out of 10 from CCP Shreddy. We'll go to ads right now and be back in just a bit with some more special guests. Like I said, Stevie SG will be joining us later on. Also, some of the volunteers, or some of the eventee staff, rather, that have been helping out with this broadcast. But for now, advertisements. Stay tuned. We'll be back after these messages.
EVE Dublin returns on August 31st and September 1st for a 2-day event. For tickets and more information, visit evedublin.com.
Hi, I'm Creature Verpio, Test Super Capital FC. My interests are gunning Fortizars and my budding voice acting career. My ideal fleet member is one who has at least one Titan and a Faxol. If you want to fly with me, join Test today.
I'm Caroline Baker, my son's Elliot, who's 6. Elliot's very, very technology focused, but obviously has physical disabilities, so has problems getting on with technology as he would like to. We've had an Xbox for a couple of years and he'd been trying to play with it and couldn't use it at all, and some of his mates at school have said, "Oh, you've got an Xbox, have you? Can we play against you?" Just makes him, the same as everybody else and be able to challenge and join in. He's got enough things at school that he, can't equally play rugby, can't equally play football. So this just puts him on an equal footing. He's naturally competitive like most boys. It was amazing to watch Elliot actually not go the wrong way permanently down the track, which he was doing with the controller before until it was set up properly. So today's been the first time that they've been able to play against each other on the same game, which is amazing. It's really nice to be able to see that, and also that he's going to be able to play with Dad and play with his granddad, which is, is going to be absolutely brilliant. So yeah, can't wait.
I know how to name drop too. Name drop too. Name drop too. Sergeant, I would say it wrong. Patrick Archer, Harvey Skywalker, CCP, good at me, and I'll say it correct the first time, and then after that I'll mispronounce it. Yeah.
Two Abaddons.
Two Abaddons.
Did I say 3?
Yes. Where's he catching reps from? Is the Proteus repping here?
Could be.
But you can't have cap transfers on an Executor. Remote tracking booster?
No.
Docking request denied.
Hi guys, welcome back to Alliance Tournament 16. I'm Epophany here with, I'm joined by CCP Antiquarian. We are so glad to be back.
And of course,
the great match fantastic for the fantastic show
you're talking this evening. Why are you talking?
Oh, sorry.
Because it's I'm hosting this year.
I'm hosting this year.
No, today's my day.
Oh yeah, we agreed to that one. I remember that
Thank
part.
you for joining us here on the desk
Yeah,
during the Great Ravine, the break between our semifinals where Triumvirate has just been defeated by Vidra. Has just been defeated by Vidra Reloaded, who will proceed to the finals. Those matches set to kick off in just over half an hour here. Before that goes, though, I thought it would be fun to have you gentlemen in here to talk about your experiences.
I thought it would be fun to have us together as the prime host and the other two hosts.
Well, we all thought it would be a good idea for you to wear that hat too, and frankly,
It took years off your life, Apothony.
I mean, I haven't got many left by that measure, according to Stream Chat.
No, I don't think you have that many under your belt.
Oh, that was it.
This is kind of like the 3 stages of Apothony through life. There's young Apothony, medium age Apothony, and then kind of over the hill Apothony.
Over the hill, bitter, old, defeated Apothony. Who's not happy. He's not happy to be here. You look ridiculous in that hat too. Take that off.
I rock this hat.
It's a great hat, but you have a weird head.
My head's weird. My head is the best head.
It's fine.
I mean, I may be the young one, but at least I still fit into a waistcoat.
Ooh. Ouch. Can we team up on him now?
I don't want to team up on him. I stole your innuendo game.
It's not what we agreed on.
So gentlemen, this is the first year that the Alliance Tournament has not been hosted in Reykjavik, Iceland at CCP headquarters. It's the first year since I started hosting that I am not the primary host. One, I want to thank you for giving me back 3 of my weekends where I don't have to show up. But really, I wanted to bring you out here and say thank you. You guys have been doing an excellent job. I think everyone at home pretty much agrees that the level of professionalism and expertise that you've brought to the desk has been exemplary. The performances have been wonderful. Your jokes, while subpar, have been serviceable, and you're
gonna make me cry.
Your tears are welcome. But yeah, thanks from everyone at CCP and from everyone watching at home. You've been doing a great job. But tell us what's it been like being in the hot seat for the past 2 weekends at this, or for the past 3 weekends rather, at this tournament. Apothony?
So I started out by casting from Iceland ATs 12 and 13, and then for AT 14 I got to host the first weekend we did here at Antenna, and then last year for AT 15 I got to host the first 2 weekends. That's I think when Ithaca started. You did the third quarter of the day, which I took off when we did those, and that's how Ithaca got on hosting AT. And then now this year, obviously, Ithaca's done weekend 1 and weekend 3, and I've done weekend 2 and weekend 4, and we've both been doing kind of bits of casting here and there. So it's been a really nice evolution for me personally, going from kind of like the guy who applied to cast the Alliance tournament, not really knowing anything about it, getting the job as a bit of a surprise, and then putting a lot of work to try and catch up, and then kind of moving through and kind of seeing the Alliance tournament grow over the past 5 years. I mean, I don't have as much on-field experience as Ithaca. I'm coming in from a slightly different angle. I'd love to hear his
I mean, I wouldn't exactly call my experience on-field, because I think I flew in maybe 4 matches of Alliance Tournament 13. Won 2, lost 2, thanks Nash. He was our FC, that's why we lost. I had nothing to do with it. I did everything perfectly. Then
I remember a certain show match between CCP and EVNT where Nash drafted an exact hard counter for CCP to take advantage of.
Yeah, he's not the greatest theory crafter. He's good at some other things.
Beer.
Beer, he's great at beer. He can do beer. Well done. Yeah, so I joined last year as a host to help take the load off of Apothony, because we were doing 2 weekends rather than just 1. And then this year we got the whole shebang. So we had a fight out the back. He won, so he got weeks 2 and 4, and I took 1 and 3. But yeah, it's been a lot of fun. He's a surprisingly strong little man.
I get the prestigious finals, and he does the heavy lifting of the longer weekends. It was great.
And both of you have been appearing in the commentator booth as well. And I imagine that that's actually fun for you to go back into into the booth and talk about things as they happen.
I mean, that's kind of like where this really started for me. So before I played EVE Online, I played another game, and I got into casting my guild's tournaments there, and then I ended up going up into the cast scene there. So when I came over and started playing EVE back in the early 2010s-ish, I kind of relished the opportunity to establish those skills in a new game. And that was really, really fun, and it's really nice to go back and be in the matches, kind of doing the hype as well as being on the host desk.
Yeah, so mine's kind of the opposite. I discovered that I'm basically a trash tier tournament player, but I could talk about other people doing things better than I could do it myself, and that seemed to be easier, so I just did that.
Trash tier pilot, but top tier trash talker.
Yes, I'll take that.
There you go.
Well, I mean, in Ithaca's defense, I think definitely since I started, not to say that people were bad back then, but like since AT11, AT12, I think the experience gained by the people who do the production, both who are on the camera and those behind the scenes, we've had people getting the opportunity to do more and more shows like the RVB Cup, the Imperium tournament, I forget its name, the Hunger Games, the ATs, obviously the EVNT championships, all kinds of them. We've been having more and more consistent tournament play, so a lot of people have been being able to gain that experience and kind of look at, okay, how do you cast AT? Rather than just showing up and having to talk about match, you've got people who've gained experience, who've really put time and effort into thinking about what is the best way we can present this for the viewers.
And you've really turned it into something incredible. This production has been great. This set is wonderful. The whole setup that we have out there with the commentator booth being open to the public, to the control room upstairs, and a special shout out, I think now would be a great time to do it, to everyone up there. We've got people on the board, people talking in my ear, well, one person talking in my ear, one person incessantly talking, one person talking right now in my ear. It's ridiculous. We've got 2 statisticians, or at least 1 statistician and a number monkey. And the statistician is going to be on the desk later on. Alexi, she's fine. Alexi will be down here to talk about some of the graphs that he's been working on. But everyone upstairs, I'm blanking on names.
There's a whole production crew. There's Ryan, Jake, there's Rowena, there's Nash does something occasionally.
Kelly
Bay,
today as well.
Kelly.
Yep, Kelly.
There's a whole host of people behind the scenes that make this happen. It's not just us sitting in a room rambling on incessantly. There's
Well,
actually,
it is that, but it's
there
other
is
things
that.
as well.
But there's like 20 people that make that rambling possible.
We had our briefing just before we began today, and I was like, I have not seen this big a crew for AT stuff before, and it's, like I said, seeing that evolution and seeing that growth in the production scene is just absolutely incredible.
Well, it's lovely being here. Have you made it onto the floor for any of the social aspect of this event?
I was halfway through a delicious burger before I came in here.
Well, I'm sorry that we inconvenienced you in your busy schedule, Master Apotne. He is too big for his britches, and that's hard to believe. Again, I got your act, buddy.
They're going to have to reverse my PL forum tag now.
They're
Shout out to people in PL who can actually see that.
Yeah, PL, you guys, you did great this year. We're all really proud of you. What?
Pretty loosey. I think PL stands for.
I think what we're going to do now, though, we're going to cut to some ads. We're going to bring out a few more guests. We're going to look forward to you, Apotne, taking over this seat again later on this afternoon when Vidra Reloaded and Hydra Reloaded commence the best of 5 finals. Of course, the maximum number of matches that we'll be seeing down here will be 4. Because at that point, someone will have won.
Yes.
Well, Hydra come in with a 1-game advantage.
That's right.
So
That's because they proceeded through
minimum
the
of 2
bracket.
games, maximum of 4.
And of course, we're going to see that the rule that was being discussed earlier, where if they win any matches, then they can't bring those ships. We saw that happening and possibly getting Triumvirate 1 win in their series, but unfortunately not being able to advance. We will be seeing that coming up here in about half an hour. For now, we're going to go some ads. Tune in. We'll be right back after these messages.
I remember we set a trap. All we had to do was hold them up and let the big guns do the killing. We had no idea what was coming.
Don't waste my time, space. Double whip on my comment face. Range when I hit that chronic.
So it's hard to fit it all in.
Stay composed. Keep your composure.
Yeah, Kate boys, Kate.
I'm
Go ahead,
tight,
guys.
bitches.
Watch your range.
Giving all she's got, more teeth.
Give it all you got, baby.
Burn them out.
They're burning, baby. They're burning. My hands are shaking.
are a lot of fun dice games, but rolling the number you need to win is pure luck. Or is it?
I don't know how much the
Hydra.
Is this a question?
I
Is
mean,
this a real question?
I've asked a question for every
I know,
round.
right? Tempest Calcif is so
Yeah,
good.
just
They
skip
have
it.
such tournament pedigree.
Yeah, they're so good, dude. Yeah, skip it and move on. Hydra.
Massive Snuffleet, massive Snuffleet, massive Snuffleet.
That's friendly.
coming in.
Is that Relax, dude.
Dude, that's
not
what
snuff. That's 3 snuff and an
Are you
R-drop.
kidding me?
Jesus Christ, are you the last Spartan?
Two Abaddons.
Two Abaddons.
Did I say 3?
Yes. Where's he catching reps from? Is the Proteus repping here?
Could be.
But you can't have cap transfers on an Executor. A remote tracking booster?
No.
Docking request denied.
Seven, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Do we have some of the crew getting ready? Right here we got the commentating booth, and last but not least, the studio. Come on, have a look. Hope you guys enjoyed the stream.
Hi, I'm Gran Arcana, Test Alliance head diplomat. My interests are negotiating backroom deals and glazing the blue donut. My ideal fleet member is your entire corporation. If you want to fly with me, join Test today.
Welcome back to the desk here at Alliance Tournament 16. I am your current and temporary host, CCP Antiquarian, taking the helm one last time to introduce you to excellent people who have been working with us here at this Alliance Tournament and even longer, actually, at the Alliance Tournament. Here we have Stevie SG, Stevie, Red Cape, ex-Red Cape.
Ex-Red Cape.
Let's just call you Stevie.
Yes, that's fine.
Stevie and Disc Read Error, who can read but can't write. What have you done?
Well, I didn't write this. Nash wrote this.
Yeah.
But I've been assured that money will be raised for charity.
What
by
is that
prominently
middle
displaying
character?
this.
Is it just
R, like R
Bifrost
best.
R best.
That's not an R. It's like a hook. It's like
It
someone
could be
with.
Bifrost C best.
It could be. I don't know.
I think
Is
we
it-
need to
is-
talk
is
to
he
Nash
giving
about
out
It was a
tactical
Twitch.
analysis?
It was
for
a
the
Twitch.
final?
It was a
his
Twitch
theory
player.
crafting is bad. His handwriting is even worse. So Wiggles and Bifrost are apparently fine. Bifrost, right? Isn't it Bifrost? Bifrost.
Yes.
You've been to Iceland.
I've lived in Iceland.
You've lived in
I
Iceland.
have.
I think it might be worthwhile for people at home to just be reminded, perhaps, or possibly
It was a long
be
time ago.
introduced to this information. You have a complex relationship with the AT. Begin at the beginning. Leave nothing out.
Okay. I'm Stevie Ward. I started with Eve TV in 2007. So the first TV show about Eve was with me, hosting alongside Spiral Junkie. I think they've done, AT1 was on the radio, AT2 I think had a studio setup, but it wasn't live. I might be mistaken in that. And for Alliance Tournament 3 through 6, 7, 8, that was my baby with the wonderful team who worked on it with me and Soundwave and all that amazing lot from CCP when I worked there. So I was working at CCP and also a player through a lot of the ye olden days of the Alliance tournament.
Was Falcon on as a player commentator while you were there?
Yeah, so Falcon, when Falcon was a plucky little EVE Online player who we invited out, so did the phone interviews and all that lovely stuff.
Falcon's still quite plucky.
Yes,
hopefully
he is.
watching at home.
He's one of my favourite humans. So it's So basically, seeing him go from that to the amazing community manager he is now is a delight, and it's lovely. And you know what? It's only taken me 10 years to actually get to the studio of the Alliance tournament. I've always been booth.
Have you not been on desk before?
I've never been on
This is your first appearance on the desk.
It's only taken me 10 years and for me to not work at CCP to get on the desk.
I think that's astounding. My first appearance on the desk was in Alliance Tournament 12, and actually Apothny was there as a commentator. And I had never met him, and I had never done an Alliance tournament. I'd never never been involved at all. And I went downstairs because they wanted me on to do a guest spot, just talking about the art department. And I went down and I ran into him. And I said, "Oh, are you one of the player commentators?" And he said, "Yeah, I'm really busy." And off he went into a meeting room, and that was it. And that was his entire thing. And I was devastated. I was like, I just got blanked by a member of the Lollipop Guild. I'm nothing. I'm nothing. And then I was on the desk, and I was like, just devastated. The whole time I was like, this is awful.
First experience.
Well, and then they were like, can you come back and sit on the desk again? And I was like, no, it's terrible down there.
Desk is great. This is the best bit. Like, you don't have anyone in your ear. You're not waiting for the end of a match to start. You just get to sit back and chill and talk.
There's no one in your ear. Kelly's
here. No,
and
yeah, exactly. This is the best. This is definitely the best place you can be.
Well,
and I'm glad it took the 10 years to get to desk.
Overjoyed that I was here for your first appearance.
Thank you.
And it's, of course, it's great to have you in the building.
Oh, it's lovely to be invited.
And it's wonderful to have you contributing via your work with special effects. So that's great, and we'll probably hear more about that later if we have a little bit of time. We're gonna gauge out. Of course, you're not alone here, and Discreet Error
very
is
quiet and very well behaved.
Is it are your boots comfortable?
They're great.
Are you just put a boot up on the table for us? Just give us. Have you guys seen
Ooh,
these? These are both intentional and unironic. The boots of Discreet Error, who is in some way responsible for many of the boots on the ground here at this Alliance tournament. Why don't you tell us about and stop me if I get this wrong, because I am inestimably ignorant.
We've been practicing. You can do it.
The Confetti Institute of Creative Technology.
Yeah, spot on. So the creative confetti. Now I'm getting it wrong now. The Confetti Institute of Creative Technologies is a place that myself and Bay work. It is a specialist college for film, music, TV, games, live event production, kind of all the kind of creative disciplines that would go into something like running an Alliance tournament. So it's kind of a natural fit for the things we do. We have a lot of volunteers that are kind of current and former students. We're broadcasting out of the very center of the building, so all of the college rooms are kind of above us and around us. That explains the complex signage that you probably noticed as you came in. So we have a lot of kind of opportunities here. We use them kind of to the benefit of our kind of college and university students, and we produce things like this. So I've had a team with me for the past 4 weeks. I've had 5 members of staff working for me, so that's been great. They've put in a lot of work, and probably they're all sat out in the gallery watching the screens and laughing. So, hi, team.
Hey, team.
You're not being particularly funny. I don't think they're laughing. But they're laughing at me because I am funny. So my question is, were you involved in EVE before coming to Confetti, or were you involved in Confetti before coming to EVE?
So I had been involved in EVE in my youth as a games student before becoming a games lecturer, but I wasn't very good at EVE, so I kind of dropped out of EVE until Nash became the manager of Antenna and started running the first kind of EVE meet in Nottingham, which kind of spiraled to where we are now, and then I've kind of dabbled with EVE ever since. As a result, I have the dubious distinction of being the first member of the Plus 10 Gaming Corp to lose a ship, because I'm the only one. We have a 0% success rate for PvP, and it's my fault.
Wow. I mean, that's, you know what, it's something to be proud of. Anything that marks you out as being distinct, I think that's something worth trumpeting as a flag, I don't know, a uniqueness, a specialness
nobody
to
else
you.
will ever manage to do that.
You are the butterfly, the snowflake.
A ton of other people might get stuff killed, but I'd appreciate that as well, guys.
Right on. Well, how has it been taking on the responsibility of running this Alliance tournament? Certainly, it's going to have been very different from the way things were run in Alliance Tournament 8. Has it gone smoothly?
Yes, it hasn't been without its faults. There have had one or two kind of minor technical issues, but we're not really the type to sort of rest on our laurels. So the minute we know something works, we then try and bring in something new, like immediately. Like, we've got Skype calls working, so let's interview people live on stream. Let's have a bird do our refereeing decisions. Let's make a player profiles for all the players who've flown in the AT, and let's get that data in a week, get it all together, and be able to call it up. That's
love that tool. I love that tool. And I sat upstairs with Alexei and just had him walk me through like a series of graphs that he wants to use but cannot get permission to use because of
graphs that are too big, graphs that are too complicated.
Graphs that are maybe less readable than others, we'll say. But they're still fantastic. We're going to have him on the desk later on to show some of those off. But the player graphs that you were talking about earlier, those are great. And I think it's a real opportunity to showcase individual talents that make appearances again and again at Alliance tournaments. I think probably the graph of his that I like the most is the one that tracks who in the current teams that are still alive.
The family tree of teams.
Where have they been? Who have they flown for? And in which teams did they appear in which Alliance tournaments? It's really something else.
My other favorite one has to be the Pick'ems tool, feeding in the data from the online pick'ems to the bottom of the screen when the overlays are up.
Yeah.
We've got a tool for calculating the winners of that. It's been great for getting people involved, getting the audience to vote on outcomes of matches, and that's worked out really well for us. We've given out tons of plex.
That's one major benefit there, being able to give things away, I guess. Getting people involved is always a plus. And as long as we're here talking about getting people involved, can people get involved in charity functions?
They can.
I
feel like everyone who's been watching this stream today knows what's going on, but yeah, absolutely. Like if anyone is interested in getting involved, it was so nice because we got to watch the video earlier on of Rain and the wonderful guys who have been playing special effects videos for the last sort of 3 weeks of the AT. But 100%, I do encourage anyone, if they did want to get involved with EVE-a-thon or anything like that, they can absolutely get involved. And especially if you're based in the UK, if anyone is interested in volunteering with special effect or wants to raise money or wants to find out ways that they can help more to spread awareness, absolutely contact me on Twitter. I'd love to talk to anyone that wants to get involved in anything like that. And yeah, EVE-a-thon, I mean, it's going to be so much fun, and we're so excited at the charity to see what EVE players do.
As long as you've brought it up, just so that I'm clear, I hear a story of you on Twitter lip syncing and having
this
people.
morning.
Is that what was going on?
This morning. Well, that was just me on the train. I got so excited about being on the show. I was just lip syncing permaban songs to see if people could guess which songs they were, and people could. So
wow,
that's cool.
Well, you enunciate clearly. Your lips are readable.
I would guess yes. No, yeah. I think so.
Do you know the permaban songs?
I'm familiar with one or two of the perma songs.
I'm familiar with most of their back catalogue. I think it's, you know.
I've wandered past the desk where you're working. You're not listening to perma bands. He's listening to the least respectable music. Speaking of
all week as well.
Very respectable, however, are the player adverts submitted by alliances, coalitions, organizations, trying to get other players involved, getting the word out about what they're doing. So we're going to cut to a few of those ads just now, some messages before we come back for one more segment here on the desk during the great ravine between the semifinal and the final match, which is set to kick off in just a little bit. So we'll go to those ads now. Stay tuned, though, when we come back to the desk. I believe we're going to have the man himself, Nash Cadaver, here to talk about whatever he wants to talk about. It's his show. He can do what he wants. Until then, I'm CCP Antiquarian, and we'll be back after these messages.
I know how to name drop too.
Name drop too. Name drop too.
Sergeant, I would say it wrong. Patrick Archer, Harvey Skywalker, CCP, forgive me, and I'll say it correct the first time, and then after that I'll mispronounce it. Yeah.
I remember we set a trap. All we had to do was hold them up and let the big guns do the killing. We had no idea what was coming.
Don't waste my time, space. Double whip on my comment face. Range when I hit that chronic.
So it's hard to fit it all in.
Stay composed. Keep your composure.
Yeah, Kate boys, Kate.
I'm kiting, bitches.
Watch your range.
Giving all she's got, most teeth.
Give it all you got, baby.
Burn them out.
They're burning, baby. They're burning. My hands are shaking.
There are a lot of fun dice games, but rolling the number you need to win is pure luck. Or is it?
I don't know how much the...
Hydra.
Is this the question?
I mean,
this is a real question.
I've asked a question for every
I know,
grade.
right? Tempest Calcif is so
Yeah,
good.
just
They
skip
have
it.
such tournament pedigree.
Yeah, they're so good, dude. Yeah. Skip it and move on. Hydra.
Massive snuff fleet.
That's friendly.
Is that what you are,
dude.
Dude, that's
Not snuff. That's 3 snuff and an Ardra.
kidding me?
Jesus Christ, are you the last Spartan?
Two Abaddons.
Two Abaddons.
Did I say three?
Yes. Where's he catching reps from? Is the Proteus repping here?
Could be.
But you can't have cap transfers on an Executor. A remote tracking booster?
No.
Docking request denied.
Seven, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
You could be at it to see what's behind these closed doors. But I'm
Welcome back to the desk here at Alliance Tournament 16. I am CCP Antiquarian, your host for this segment. Before the finals, we'll commence those finals to take place between Hydra Reloaded and Vidra Reloaded. Those will be kicking off around 16:50 Eve time, or at least the broadcast will go and get a few words from our official desk and hosts and commentators at that point. Before then, though, I have a few special guests here at the desk. Of course, Alexei Aksan, a statistician and number cruncher working here on Alliance Tournament 16. Alexei, it's great to have you with us.
It's a pleasure to be here.
Yeah, and I have to compliment you. I know at least 3 people have mentioned it. I don't know if Twitch will have picked up on it yet or not, but the knot of your tie is tremendous. It is a triple knot, a triad, a triskelion. It's 3 parts coming together, the trinity of tie knots. Does it have a name?
It's a Trinity knot.
It is a Trinity knot, and it is wonderful, and it actually reflects very nicely the design, the concept of the Triglavian theme that we've seen with obviously Society of Conscious Thought sponsored tournament, but a lot of Triglavian ships, the Leshek featuring prominently, and of course Shreddy out here earlier talking about the Secrets of the Abyss event coming up. So one, kudos to you, sir. And the other impeccably dressed gentleman here at the desk is Nash Cadaver.
Nice to be back on a desk with you.
It's
Brings
lovely,
back some memories.
Lovely to have you here, Nash. I think last time I was wearing an orange suit, so it's pleasant to see that tradition carried forward.
In fact, actually, now you mentioned it, I did bring you a present. I think maybe you should keep it for the next segment, but there's one for you as well.
No. No. Thank you, Nash.
No problem.
I don't know what to say.
They're very comfortable. They are really comfortable. I mean, it's a little bit warm in here, but you get used to it.
I'm gonna go to Alexei here. We'll deal with that later. Alexei, I wanted to bring you onto the desk. I lobbied to have you down here. I really wanted your whole team here, but your partner is a coward. It is, however, really nice to have you here to talk a little bit about some of the infographics and the analysis that you've been doing upstairs for this Alliance tournament. So why don't you just talk to me about the genesis of some of this, how you came up with some of these things, or what guided you to this amazing state of being in which you currently reside.
I think it all started with Bay writing a stats blog and me telling him, that's crap, I can do it better. And it's kind of snowballed to this point where, to be fair, Leanne nearly joined us here, but when she was told she had to keep it PG-13 and wasn't allowed to swear at the teams for being dreadful, declined. But
cowardice.
Sensibility.
Keeping us on air. But she's been instrumental this year, and we've just collected so much data, and we've actually managed to go all the way back to Alliance Tournament 7. And if you're seeing the player profiles that are being brought up today, they go all the way back to Alliance Tournament 7. And I think we've got some graphs ready with some historical data.
Historical data?
Yes.
It's the best kind of data. Let's take a look here at the history of remaining rosters. Of course, Triumvirate has now been knocked out. I believe that they're the green line? Is that?
Triumvirate are the red line up at the top there, the red squid. This was a graph that I put together trying to visualize what was initially a rather sort of complex and boring spreadsheet, and sort of showing where these teams come from and where they draw their experience from. And you can see actually that you have Hydra have both a very strong history as Hydra, you can see with the thick line going all the way through, but they're pulling in experience from a lot of other places, even from Vidra, from old teams like Camel Empire and Warlords of the Deep. Comparatively, Triumvirate, you have a couple of members who've had maybe experience a long time in the past, or El Diablo de Roja actually is that line of consistent play for Exodus. But the majority of this Triumvirate team that's pushed so far through this tournament is fairly new. They didn't even compete as Triumvirate last year.
I hate to truncate the discussion. I do want to keep us on schedule as much as possible. But this is excellent, and I love seeing this. I'd love to see more of this kind of stuff come out, and it's certainly been a benefit. One of the greatest things about having EVE-NT take on the Alliance tournament has been, for me at least, has been seeing you guys move in this direction towards a kind of statistical, historical evaluation of things that are going on.
I think one of the things we're really trying to push is the player highlights and making sure that we can make heroes out of individuals rather than always highlighting alliances or just talking about ships. And now that we have all this data and these guys have worked so hard on it, it just gives us an opportunity to speak about individuals and really get people some recognition for their run in previous Alliance tournaments.
As it turns out, we have one more graph at least that we can put up there before I just shut it down. This most picked ships, and we have wins and picks for each of them moving across. This is for this tournament, or is this across all tournaments?
This is for every tournament since 7, which is why you see the Sleipnir up at the top there. It is predominant. It is the tournament ship to a degree, particularly through sort of 8, 9, and 10. Sleipnir dominated the meta, and you can see it's got an incredibly good win rate, even with the fact that so many teams have just sort of thrown it into comps. And in recent years, it's been performing more poorly and alternated between years where it's popular and years where it's done well. But that's a different graph that I don't think we're going to be able to see today.
Maybe the next time you guys host something, we can see more of that information. Of course, you guys maintain web presence and participate in producing content outside of EVE Online for the EVE community, and we look forward to seeing a lot of that there. I'm going to go back to you, Nash. Here, I have a gift for you as well.
Oh. Is it a suit?
It's not skin tight.
Okay.
It may make some of the rest of your apparel skin tight.
This is great.
I'm under the impression that you're opening a new establishment here in Nottingham,
yes.
And it would be an honor for CCP to present you with this bottle to have behind the bar there and to offer to your patrons in the future. Please.
Thank you very much.
I should have gotten up to give it to you, but I think it's fitting that...
booze, I'll come and get it.
That you should come and get it.
That's very nice. Thank you very much. Yes, I am opening a bar. So outside of this project, you will find me laboring anywhere between 14 and 16 hours a day. You know, cleaning walls and scrubbing bits and, you know, actually building walls and all sorts of stuff. So yeah, it's been a hectic few weeks for me. But
the hardest worker in EVE Online and someone putting a lot of effort in for this broadcast of the Alliance tournament, which has been fantastic. This segment notwithstanding, we are going to see more of Alliance Tournament 16 as Hydra Reloaded and Vidra Reloaded face off against one another in the finals, which are set to kick off in just about 15 minutes. I will be leaving this chair, and Apothny will be returning to host on the desk for analysis of those matches, and we will have additional interviews on the sofa, the couch, the interview couch with Dreckless in between those matches. Until then, I can just say thank you all for tuning in to Alliance Tournament 16. On behalf of everyone here, and certainly on behalf of everyone at CCP, thank you for tuning in. Thank you for watching. Thank you for supporting your teams. And thank you for being with us here at the desk. I'm CCP Antiquarian. Fly free.
do we have some of the crew getting ready? Right here we got the commentating booth, and last but not least, the studio. Come on over. Hope you guys enjoyed the stream.
Hi, I'm Grand Arcana, Test Alliance Head Diplomat. My interests are negotiating backroom deals and glazing the blue donut. My ideal fleet member is your entire corporation. If you want to fly with me, join Test today.
For good fights, make it brave.
Hi, my name is Durhadur, Reddit CEO Emeritus. My interests include streaming. Hey, speaking of streaming, you should check out my Twitch channel, twitch.tv/Durhadur. MultidollarMediaEmpire.com. Check out my Twitter, twitter.com/Durhadur. MultidollarMediaEmpire.com.
Warp drive active.
Stay composed. Keep your composure.
Yeah, Kate boys, Kate.
I'm kiting, bitches.
Watch
your range. Now.
Giving all she's got, most teeth.
Give it all you got, baby.
Burn them out. They're burning, baby. They're burning. My hands are shaking.
There are a lot of fun dice games, but rolling the number you need to win is pure luck. Or is it?
I remember we set a trap. All we had to do was hold them up and let the big guns do the killing. We had no idea what was coming.
Don't waste my time, space. Double whip on my comment face. Range when I hit that chronic.
So it's hard to fit it all in.
Northern Coalition has made mistakes in previous Alliance tournament. They've lost matches to piloting mistakes, and I think Crowlor is going to wish he flew a little bit better in this one because he got caught really early and had his cap neutered out really early for no reason.
EVE Dublin returns on August 31st and September 1st for a 2-day event. For tickets and more information, visit evedublin.com.
Hi, I'm Creature Verpio, Test Super Capital FC. My interests are gunning Fortizars and my budding voice acting career. My ideal fleet member is one who has at least one Titan and a Faxon. If you want to fly with me, join Test today.
Northern Coalition has made mistakes in previous Alliance tournament. They've lost matches to piloting mistakes, and I think Crowlor is going to wish he flew a little bit better in this one because he got caught really early and had his cap neutered out really early for no reason.
We here at Phage and Terror are proud of the respect and affection the EVE community has for us, and these messages of kindness we received from across New Eden. Drop by the Join Total Mayhem channel in-game today if you want to know more.
How did we lose a Saber? We had like 3 Sabers up here.
I don't always solar rater it, but when I do, you haven't seen the last of Lumia.
But sometimes,
more unexpected sounds grab our attention.
Yeah!
Like this desert rain frog.
Yeah! Boy!
They must be doing the same thing as they did last time. They're just charging straight in towards the enemy. They have no fear.
I know how to name drop too.
Name drop too. Name drop too.
Sergeant, I would say it wrong. Patrick Archer, Harvey Skywalker, CCP, good at me, and I'll say it correct the first time, and then after that I'll mispronounce it. Yeah.
I remember we set a trap. All we had to do was hold them up and let the big guns do the killing. We had no idea what was coming.
Don't waste my time, space. Double whip on my comment face. Range when I hit that chronic.
So it's hard to fit it all in.
I have wrestled CCP Antiquarian away from the seat. He did not want to give it up, but I managed to get him and his entire collection of hats out of the way. We are back to regularly scheduled programming with the grand finals of Alliance Tournament 16. We have a repeat of last year's finals, actually. Vidra Reloaded going up against Hydra Reloaded. Vidra obviously a game down already because they're coming from the losers bracket and down their flagship Leshak as well. We've got the first game coming up very soon for you guys, but let's run through the bans and get some thoughts on this. So, Rain, I'll tell you the bans, you tell me your thoughts. We've got Hydra banning Praxis Hyena Leshak and Vidra banning Victor Falcon Rook.
So Hydra, obviously, since they have their flagship, banning out the Leshak to limit that for Vidra. Vidra banning out the Rook and the Falcon. They did that the last against Tri, so obviously they don't like the ECM. As far as the Victor, obviously Hydra winning or getting second place last year would have Victors, and they are practice partners, so I would assume that they've seen maybe Hydra field that comp before. I'm not sure if that was Hydra or Vidra, which had it before. I'm not quite sure about the Hyena Praxis, though we have seen the Praxis before used with the cruise missile kind of core slayer comps that we've seen with the battleships. So maybe they want to really avoid that or any sort of missile sort of application comps.
So we do have a little bit more information. So Vidra and Hydra, they are teams that are practice partners. They've got a good working relationship. They practice together. So what that means is in this finals, we may see a few comps that they've been practicing against each other, but then you'll see slight variations to try and mind game each other. So we'll bring the comp you think we're bringing, so we know that you'll bring that comp, and then we'll just skew jammers towards what we know you're bringing, and it'll be like super nth level mind games on top of each other. Reload, what are the kind of extra things you have to consider when you do have two teams that know each other quite intimately well going up against each other?
You just have to be really careful. If you have a practice partner as close as Vidra, you have to think about their type of gameplay, and you've seen what all their matches have been up till now. They went against Tri, they've lost their flagship, and they've seen some, pretty crazy combos, Armor Widows and things like that. So that now they've got, that knowledge of them going through the losers and also having that one game up. I think they're maybe on the back foot here.
Well, we're going to see as the next match is just about a minute and a half away, so let's do some predictions. Rain, we already have Hydra Reloaded 1-up in this series. Are Vidra going to pull it to a 1-1, or are Hydra going to expand their lead to 2-0 and bring us to match point?
I'm definitely thinking Hydra's going to go 2-0 in this.
Yeah?
I'm going to go Hydra on this one. Probably the only reason I would actually go Hydra on this one is because Vidra have lost their flagship, Hydra banning the Leshak, and I think my prediction is Hydra are going to bring their flagship.
Yes. Well, I also think Hydra are going to win this match, but I think that Vidra are going to take a couple games back off them, and we are going to get a good series out of these teams. So let's go to the match. We have the commentators ready. So let us go to the first match of the grand finals of Alliance Tournament 16. It's Vidra Reloaded against Hydra Reloaded.
Hey guys, my name is CCP Card, and I'm going to Berlin for G-Fleet on October 5th with my CCP friends, and I hope to see you there.
Welcome to Alliance Tournament 16 Grand Final. I'm Ethica Hawk, joined by Sutonia. We have Hydra Reloaded versus Vidra Reloaded in this first of the best-of-5 matches. Hydra with the 1-0 advantage already coming for the winner's bracket. Sutonia, these are some interesting comps. Vidra have brought a Vindicator, Navy Armageddon, Navy Megathron, Gnosis Magus, Blackbird, Vedmak, Talia Deacon, and Damavik. What have Hydra brought?
Oh, Hydra brought a Leshak, Absolution, Guardian, Legion, Zealot, Confessor, Retribution, Vedmak, Ishtar, and the Damavik. Sorry, that's a Mauler, not an Ishtar.
Yeah, this looks like Vidra have maybe been like bait banned by this Leshak by Hydra here into bringing what could be some sort of flagship killer comp. Maybe they're just going to rush in on this flagship Leshak of Hydra Reloaded and try and kill it as soon as possible. But the countdown is reaching 2, 1, and we are underway for this first match of 5.
Yeah, Hydra did actually ban the Praxis and the Hyena, so they did take away a few parts of that core killer comp, but it looks like Vidra have still kind of bought it.
Yeah, it looks like they're immediately burning in towards that Hydra team, slowly, of course, because they are in battleships. But the Legion is the primary from the Vidra team on the Hydra side as reps start to land. That's probably a Newt Legion. We've seen them use that before in a couple of matches. Some damage on the Confessor, and on the other side, Vidra, a little bit damage on that Damavik, but so far, nothing super major happening, Sutonia.
Yeah, it looks like both teams are sort of feeling each other out, sort of trying to position correctly before their match begins. We see the 3 main battleship core from Vidra Reloaded sort of slowly approaching the Hydra core right now. It looks like Hydra are kind of kiting away, but not super hard.
Yeah, it looks like they don't want to get anywhere near that Vindicator, the Navy Armageddon, or that Navy Megathron, as those things can put down an absolute buttload of DPS. I mean, that Zealot, though, is webbed and scrammed, and he's starting to take a chunk of damage as he goes straight through his shield. And it looks like the Navy Mega is still the primary of the Hydra team, but nothing is breaking under any reps so far.
Yeah, it looks like both teams have just clashed right now. You've got those 4 core Hydra ships in the middle of the 3 Vidra battleships. So the Zealot of Ace Helia is grappled, scrammed, and webbed, but it looks like Hydra are now going onto that Vindicator right now.
Yeah, look at that. Zealot, he is just not moving, going 1 meter per second. He's just absolutely locked down by all these webs in the Vidra team. He is taking quite a chunk of damage, and although right down into low armor there, he might have just activated his ADC, which would obviously mean he gets ripped right up by that Guardian now, but that is only going to give him 15 seconds of extra life. The Vindicator on the Vidra team, not bothered just yet. He is repping fine with the Talia and the Deacon combo, but that Zealot is dropping fast, Sutonia.
Yeah, I think his assault damage control effect has just ended, so he is going to go down here pretty soon. Looks like Hydra are not actually going to be able to trade this Vindicator or Navy Megathron for it.
Yeah, if they lose that Zealot, then it's a little bit of control gone, but not a major ship for the composition. It's still definitely a solid win for Vidra in what looks like kind of not the best comp. I'm kind of surprised that Hydra are struggling so much against this, but the Talia and the Deacon they're doing their jobs.
Yeah, we haven't seen the Navy Armageddon yet before in this tournament, I believe, and it's a bit of a weird pick. The Navy Armageddon is more similar to the Navy Armageddon. It's not like a normal Geddon. It just has 7 guns and a lot of low slots with 8 armor slots, so it's got a lot of gank, a lot of spank, but it's pretty slow and doesn't really have much utility.
Yeah, it might just be that they've gone for as much damage as they could get out of those 21 points to try and just burst through stuff, and I genuinely think they might go for this Leshak once they remove the Zealot, but he is hanging on for dear life. He is in a couple of % structure right now. He is in 7%, and he's down. He is down. So that is the first blood. Goes to the Vidra team as they kill the Zealot of Ace Helia of Hydra Reloaded.
Yeah, the Vindicator now of Nika Noiser, the team captain of Vidra, is in about half armor, but it looks like he's holding steady right now as Vidra move on to this Vedmak of Eidsid.
Yeah, it looks like the Blackbird on the Vidra team is doing work right now as we see jam attempts on the Leshak, Absolution, Guardian, and Confessor. That is a lot of jams being spread around now. Vidra have had a lot of success with the ECM throughout this tournament. They've chosen to ban both the Falcon and the Rook here, and the Vedmak goes down off Hydra as well, so Vidra storming ahead now. They're starting to look very comfortable.
Yeah, losing that Vedmak is a big loss for Hydra Reloaded. A lot of their DPS was invested in that ramp up. And now I think the Vindicator of Nika Noiser is probably going to do just fine. It looks like Hydra are now probably going to have to try and hold things together and go for the support instead. Looks like they have got a web on that Blackbird, though.
Yeah, it looks like the Guardian might be jammed, as I'm not seeing any reps land in anything at this point. Oh, now they land in the Absolution, so he'll probably survive for at least a while under the Vindicator, Navy Armageddon, Navy Megathron. I mean, that's a huge amount of DPS just being dumped on top of the Absolution right now, so he has got a lot of work to do to survive. If another jam lands on that Guardian, he will die very fast.
Yeah, we just saw the jam swap to that Damavik at the bottom there, and now the Blackbird is no longer tackled. So Blackbird swapping his jammers to get that Damavek off him, but and he's got the Thalia and the Decon over to him, but the Absolution now is dropping really low armor.
Yeah, he's going to go down any moment now. The reps are still landing from that Guardian, so he is not jammed at the moment, but he's bleeding hull, and his Water Ubersnall in the Absolution is going down. He is down now. So Vidra at 38 points to 0. They are in a comfortable position right now. The Mauler is tackled. The Guardian is just being ignored. This is Vidra saying, hey, ECM is pretty cool, man, so we're going to jam your Guardian and kill all your friends.
Oh, I don't want to call this too early, but it looks like Vidra are really heavily in control in this match here. The question is, that is the flagship Leshak of Hydra Reloaded, flown by Heart SP. Can they kill it in these remaining 5 minutes?
I mean, I'm going to say that they can right now. The way they're dealing with the support, once they get these ships down, the jams of that Blackbird are going to be even more focused on less and less ships. They can just stack them up on the Guardian. I would not be surprised if they brought just all Amar jammers to dump on this comp here. And they're going for it now. The Leshak is painted, he is scrammed, he is webbed, he is tracking, he is everything, and he is eating DPS in the flagship face.
This looks like a really solid result for Vidra Reloaded. Coming into this match, they didn't have a flag Leshak anymore, and Hydra actually banned the Leshak so that they could bring their flag Leshak, and Vidra wouldn't be able to bring it one at all. But if they can kill this flag Leshak, they've sort of equalized the field. And also this will put them up 1 point to Hydra Reloaded's 1 point from coming from the winner's bracket. Of course, they will be 10 ships banned down, so Hydra will still have a bit of an advantage, but it's looking like a lot of their advantages are disappearing here.
I mean, right now what Vidra needs to do is try and kill this flagship Leshak, but the Guardian is still alive, so they really need to rely on the jams. A couple of jam cycles miss, and that Leshak is going to get repped up. Now look at the size of that defense active rep bar. That Leshak is tanky AF. He is going to be surviving under a lot of DPS. I mean, the Vidra have got a lot of DPS, so they've just got to apply it to that Leshak and kill it. The Retribution is going down slowly, and that Leshak looks like he might be tanking Sidonia.
Yeah, he's tanking quite well here, and because Vidra doesn't have the Leshak that we normally see, the sort of Leshak on Leshak violence, where both Leshaks are ramping up on each other, and eventually something will die. Vidra, in this case, I mean, they do have a lot of DPS. I think Vindicator, Navy Armageddon, Navy Megaphone, plus everything else they have, probably close to 4.5 DPS, 4.5k.
Yeah, I mean, Heart SP in that flagship Leshak is probably screaming to Nixer X in the Guardian to keep him alive. All their hopes and dreams are basically going to be invested in that flagship Leshak. It's probably very, very expensive. If they lose that, then they're going to be in an equal footing with Vidra. Now, Vidra lost earlier on in the tournament to Hydra, so going 1-all is pretty good for them in the first match. I mean, it looks like it could be a clean wipe if they kill this Leshak.
Yeah, the Absolution has been dead for a while now as well, so it'll be interesting to know what links he had on the Absolution, if he had a rapid repair or passive defense. Those are really bad links for them to lose for repping that Leshak, and they probably will expire pretty soon, so, or they probably have expired by now, actually. So I wonder if he will go down. He is dipping low. His armor is now red. He's about to hit structure.
Yeah, I think his pace might run out of his Ansel now because he is not repping as much as he did. The Guardian's probably jammed. There's still some reps coming in from that active rep bar, but he is so close to starting to bleed hull. And if he starts to bleed hull, then it's just going to be a game. I mean, 2 minutes, 20 seconds to burn through a flagship Leshak hull. That is not undoable by this Vidra comp.
Yeah, it is definitely possible. We do see that actually the Guardian of Nixer X has now been tackled by Vidra with that scram in the web. Interesting to see, are they going to try and snap, kill the Guardian and finish off the Leshak, or just keep on the Leshak? Because right now it seems like the Leshak is just barely on the edge of holding. I think they can only break it every time they get a jam cycle on that Guardian.
Yeah, I think what they're doing is whenever the Guardian is jammed, they're going on the Leshak and trying to burn him down. But when he's not jammed, they're shooting him. Although saying that, that Leshak is now dropping through hull. He is about 2/3 hull remaining, 68% structure, and dropping 50%, 45% structure. The reps are still coming in. But if he drops, that is the flagship of the Hydra Reloaded team, 20% structure. He is going to go down, and he's down. That is the flagship of Hydra Reloaded down. Both teams now even in flagships.
Yeah, I think Vidra actually won with quite a few weird picks as well. So even though they won and these 10 ships are going to be banned out by the Conquest rules, like Navy Armageddon, Navy Megaphon, Gnosis are kind of more weird, unconventional picks.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think this is a Vidra comp specifically targeted to avoid losing good ships later on and just to bring high DPS and get in about that flagship Leshak and punch it in the face until it died.
Yeah, so now both teams won't be able to bring a flagship Leshak, so they could go for the Leshak ban again just to stop the Leshak setups coming in. They could also both field their own Leshak ship since both teams haven't actually won with a Leshak.
Yeah, that is true. Now, also, the flagships this year count towards the team's limit of 1 unique. Both teams now don't have flagships, so we might start to see them bring out the money with things like the Victor or the Atanas and Rabisus and just the fancy ships like that. They can now use them without having to worry about not bringing their Leshak.
Yeah, we did see Vidra ban the Victor in this match. We know the Vidra definitely have a Rabisu and a Chameleon left over because they haven't died yet. They did lose the Vangal earlier on to Hydra, but I assume they might have a replacement for that.
Yeah, at this point, Vidra is just cleaning up as we enter the last 10 seconds of the match. They haven't lost a single ship. They've managed to basically clean sweep the entire Hydra team. It's just that Retribution and the Mauler left as we go to time. Vidra Reloaded taking it to 1-1 here in the grand finals of Alliance Tournament 16 as we pass it back to the booth.
$55, $54, $53, $52, $51, $50. Oh, hi, I didn't notice you there. My name is CCP Card, and I'm going to G Fleet with my CCP friends on October 5th, and I hope to see you there.
Hello there, welcome back. So, tied up 1-1 there between Vidra and Hydra. Reload, what did you think of that match? Navy Geddons, what?
I'm surprised. I thought Hydra was actually going to take that match. They had the flagship Leshak, they brought it out, and they banned the Leshak for Vidra, but the triple battleship pseudo all-in worked really well. I think the Blackbird got some really lucky jams there because the entire Hydra Reloaded team just collapsed. I'm surprised to this day, like, what?
Yeah, like it's very strange for teams to buckle under the pressure, but when you're playing people you might say, oh god, they've done this move and they pulled it up against us. We've never beaten this in practice, and your mental game just falls apart. And of course, Hydra are coming into this match cold as well. They haven't played yet today, whereas Vidra are up and ready. They've got everything pumping. Rain, what were your thoughts on that match?
I was gonna say I wasn't really impressed by either sort of setup. I'm kind of sad the Leshak died, the flagship Leshak, because now we won't see any more flagships. But that does mean the teams can bring uniques. So I'm hoping that these next couple of matches, even though it seems to be the target of the bans, that I'm hoping that we will see more uniques and hopefully more explosions of uniques.
Yeah, it's always nice to see that ISK counter tally up to try and beat, what was it, the AT13 loss of 2 Cambions, and a Tana, and a Maraca in a single match.
Yeah, I remember
which
that.
is, I think, probably tied in its value lost for when the Impoc was lost in an AT match back in the early days. But yeah, it's always nice to see big shiny things go boom. That's why we're all here. So let's find us a little bit of information about what's been going on behind the scenes here. So you guys will have seen the charity stuff going on. We've got that going on today. All of the money from the ticket sales is being split 50-50 between the 2 charities we've got going on. We've got our sponsors Chill Blast to thank for the PCs we've been using to run the stream and have everything running nice. And it's not too late if you're nearby Nottingham and for some reason aren't here already, get down here and watch the last few matches with your good friends, the EVE Nerds. Bring your significant others, bring your mum, bring your dad, bring your siblings. Maybe not pet animals, I don't think they'd necessarily be allowed, but everyone can enjoy some AT fun. So this does mean that there are some ships that are banned from the coming up matches. So Vidra can no longer bring the Vindi, the Navy Mega, the Navy Geddon, the Gnosis, the Thalia, the Deacon, the Blackbird, the Magus, the Vedmak, the Damovic, to reel through them quickly. So they are tied 1-1 and Vidra is down, but remember that if we do make it all the way to the final match, the 5th of the best of 5, then we will kind of remove all of those bans so the teams can bring whatever the hell they want on the last match outside of obviously the 3 main bans, and they've both lost their flagships at this point, which is quite important. So Reload, what are you expecting to see on our next match? Are you seeing kind of ECM Newt Matt to continue, or are you expecting another wild thing to throw each other off?
Well, I was expecting them to bring, well, like the a Leshak-based team, Hydra, which they did. I predicted right on that one, but I didn't predict them winning, which is pretty bad. But Hydra bringing like a single command ship, like pretty standard, I would say, armor comp. But I think another corkscrew is going to be headed straight for us. I'm expecting some wild things, to say the least.
Rain, what do you think we're going to see from the ban meta coming out of these teams? Do you think they're going to target each other's uniques, or do you think they're going to go for the Logi trade, or are they just going to pick our comp is bad against this? We're just going to do very straightforward bans.
I'm not sure. I want to say based on what we previously saw, there was the ECM ban, some unique ban, as well as the Leshak. So I'm guessing we may see more Leshak bans, as well as those uniques, or probably in favor of against those control comps. So banning out all ECM or banning out all newts, something along those lines. I know Twitch chat definitely doesn't like ECM, so hopefully these teams don't either, and we don't see it as much.
I like the ECM comps. Does that make me weird?
Yeah.
No, I think ECM comps are awesome.
What?
Yeah.
No, I'm not a fan of them, and maybe that's just because as a viewer, when you're watching, you don't know confirmed jams or not. It's just an attempted jam. Yeah. So whereas like when you see newts or you see a scram or you see web, you're like, okay, that player's web down.
I mean, you're also kind of into the solo PvP game on Tranquility.
I am.
So do you have some trauma with ECM?
Thankfully, no. I have been fortunate, and all of my opponents have not brought ECM, but I would be very bitter if they did, and I could definitely understand why Twitch chat hates it.
Yeah, and then Reload, obviously you're very well known for your Zico Guide 2 videos. Yeah. Have you done any ECM ships yet? Have you done like a Scorpion video or anything?
I don't think I have, no. But I have done an ECM video. It's called ECM Shitpost. If you haven't seen it already, it's a 10-second video. You'll love it.
Yeah, I have actually been loving the Vidra ECM AT ads that have been coming out. The one with the small jazz band, the one with the didgeridoos and like everyone dancing. They're absolutely fantastic. In fact, everyone's ad game has really been on point this year. Like, what are some of your favorite ads that you've seen?
Bright Side of Death definitely has some good ads. They'll take CCP adverts and then kind of throw their own flair into them, so it kind of looks like a CCP ad, and then it's like you get juked. So
yeah, Reload.
Vibe Reloaded. Yeah, Vibe Reloaded as well as Volta as well.
Oh yeah, the Volta one is great. I am biased, obviously, and quite partial to the PL Desert Toad Boy E ad. Yeah, we need to go over to the couch, not the coach, to roll over to the couch for an interview with one of my favourite CCP devs, although of course all our favourites. It's CCP Karakur. If I pronounce that at all closely, I'll be very surprised, so let's go over to them.
Everything you read on the internet is true. See you in Berlin.
We're back here at the Alliance Tournament 16 party, and with me is CCP Carker, that everybody knows from The Little Things and The Little Things thread, and I'm absolutely stoked to know what's the status. Like, we were talking about The Little Things during FanFest, and I'm wondering, how did that go? How did the feedback go, and what did you do with it?
It's always just useful to get feedback from players, and we write it down, and then when we get some free time, then we start to go over what people have suggested, and in some cases just implement them. I think it was in March that we released the last ones, and since then we've just been working on them, collect them in our own sandbox branch, and we're just excited to sometime soon release them. And we've actually started on, or about to start testing on some of the items, so hopefully, yeah.
So we're making more progress on that part. Are there already some of the little things of the big pile that you actually could get to and start reworking some of the things that people have been asking about?
Yeah, we've actually have like a list of about 20 things that are already implemented. We have some testing left on it, but hopefully we'll get it out soon. One of the items is, for example, allowing modules in saved fits. This has been commonly requested, so hopefully sometime soon.
And is that like with the patch next week or one of the coming patches? Is it going to be in a big patch, or is it going to be like in one of the small patches in between?
It's not going to be in the patch next week, that's for sure. I'm not going to promise any date on it, but it would be in a bigger patch, a part of a bigger patch. I'm not going to guarantee when it's, but sometime soon.
So are the viewers and players expecting to see a dev blog coming out sometime September, let's say, more or less?
It's August now. Sometime before it's released or around released, and we probably also will just post on the forum thread.
Yes, the forum thread. What's the current state? Are people still actively seeking out the thread of the little things, or is it currently like not as popular since people may not get the feedback like on a weekly basis, basically?
Yeah, the feedback is very much still alive, and we currently, not constantly, but every now and then we go through it and collect the ideas, because there's a lot of people suggesting a lot of things. And even though we don't comment on it, we are reading it, and every now and then I just remind people of that it's still alive, and if people have suggestions, it'd be a great place to put them, because it's easier for us to go back and find the ideas rather than if it's in a random tweet to me or something that I'll forget and then.
So you've heard it here, ladies and gentlemen. So if you have ideas for the little things thread, and if you want that handled, you have to post into the official forum thread. Don't post it on Twitter, Reddit, or whatever, because people will overlook your item that might be very beneficial for all of us. So
I mean, it's okay if people also maybe post it there or something, but at least just also put it in the forum thread.
So next item is, I've heard you went on a little field trip late to EVE Northeast, a marvelous event. Can you tell us a little bit about it? Because I've heard you made an after movie or something like that.
Yeah, it's a camping event in New York State, and it's just a really fun event where people are just hanging out, just playing board games, playing Dungeons and Dragons, and I made a short video just of pictures from that event. So I think we're going to see that later.
Well, exactly. We are going to see that right about now. So let's cue up the after-action movie that CCP Carker assembled for you guys to enjoy and enjoy the imagery of EVE Northeast.
Jumping from star to star, that's all I do. Looking for you, and I know that you are out there looking for me too. Got my best fit on, we're gonna have some fun tonight. Are you ready for a fight? Bring on the wrecking machine, setting your dreams of heaven on fire.
Welcome back. Things are all tied up here at Alliance Tournament 16. I'm joined once again by Reload and Rain, two of the finest Alliance Tournament experts on the whole of Tranquility. I'm your host, Apothony, as usual. And yes, so we're tied up 1-1 here, Vidra versus Hydra, or Vidra versus Hydra, whichever way around you want to get it. So, 1-1, best of 5. We've got the Vindy, Navy Mega, Navy getting Gnosis, Thalia, Deacon, Blackbird, Magus, Vedmak, Demovac. Not able to be brought by Vidra. So what are you expecting to see coming up here, really? What kind of comps do you think we're going to see in the next match?
Depends on the bans. I think Hydra are going to have to bring something out now. They've lost their flagship. I don't think they're on the back foot just yet because Vidra obviously can't use the 10 ships that they used beforehand. So I think Hydra might have this one. They're not on the back foot just yet, but now Vidra are breathing down their necks.
So we've actually got a player profile ready to look at of Mr. Randolph Sykes, who, if I remember correctly, has a very sexy avatar. Yeah. There we go. So he predominantly flies Tackle, EWAR, or DPS. He lives 2 out of every 3 matches, so that's pretty good. And he has a pretty gosh darn high win rate as well. Do either of you guys know much about Randolph and Vidra?
So having watched him and commentated last AT, I do know he was almost always a frigate pilot. So obviously that fits tackle, not so much DPS. But he had some really good plays, just manual piloting, being able to catch people out, sort of get into the back lines of teams. So he actually has done really well. And I do know, I believe it was Alexi, had also mentioned, so we see a little bit on his logistics that he was actually flying one of either the Thalia or the Deacon along with Vidra's normal Logi pilot. So he obviously is very good at manual piloting, which you kind of need for those, the Thalia, the Deacon, those Logi frigates. You can't just, I don't want to say sit still or F1 approach anything. So that's where his skills really come into play.
So Reload, I want you to talk me through the bans that have just come in.
Right,
We've got Hydra banning the Tengu, the Victor, and the Widow. Okay. We have Vidra banning popular bans for them, the Falcon, the Rook, and the Balgorn.
No ECM allowed, it seems.
Yes.
But I think somehow, Hydra or Vidra are going to bring a Griffin or a Kitsune. I think it's almost certain, actually, because ECM is so popular.
Yeah, could we have a Blackbird from Hydra? Maybe. I think that's one of the few little combinations we have left, short of going to those EWAR frigs. What is it about the Griffin and the Kitsune that makes them so much less popular than the cruiser size? Is it just tank?
There's tank as well. Definitely not as strong as ECM as the cruiser variant and the battleship. And they don't have a micro warp drive version, so they're very flimsy and they need to be well screened as well. And Your lower end, if it's 2 frigates, then you need something to screen those frigates from potential anti-support. So if they're vulnerable, they're going to die very quickly.
Well, regardless of who wins this match, we will be on a match point, as it will be 2-1 either way. So let's hand it over to the commentators to find out the results of Game 2. Oh, no, apparently we've got a graphic first. We've got banned ships, I do apologise. So we have the banned ships of Hydra, Tengu, Victor, Widow, and the banned ships of Hydra, Balgon, Falcon, Rook, and the Conquest bands, as I ran through before. I won't say them again because I've said them several times already. We have around 2 minutes until the match. This list, I feel, is going to get pretty heckin' large as we go on, as we have, another 10 ships to come in at the end of this match for one of the sides, and then another 10 after that, potentially. What do you do when you just run out of popularity ships? Like, we're already seeing the Navy Armageddon being bought, which is certainly not a popularity ship. What do you think, Reload?
So I think there is a lot of ships that are underused in the Alliance tournament that are very rarely seen, and they're actually pretty reasonable on paper. You just have to apply these ships. So Navy Mega, for one, it's very popular, overshadowed by the Vindicator, but Navy Mega has a utility high, which means you can fit a smart bomb, and rep drones have been so popular this meta, it's crazy.
Rain, do you have a fondness for flying the, let's say, not unpopular, but the less used ships in EVE? Like, I know when I like to fly solo, I like to pick a ship that no one's really flying and then try and get the best out of it because people underestimate you, or do you just like flying kind of the main meta?
So I fly the Tristan a lot, which I think is extremely popular for solo pilots, but I think that's because you don't really know, I mean, a Tristan has drones, but you don't really know how else it's fit. I fought like hull tank Tristans, armor rep Tristans, shield rep. I fought like, I think a triple rep Tristan where it was one of each. And so it's one of those things where when you come across it, you may have no idea. With the AT, it's a little different. You can kind of get a feel of what teams are doing, especially with logistics. Everyone may be flying armor, everyone may be flying shield. Sometimes we've seen it where I think it was like a hull tanked Armageddon or something along those lines that ended up winning a match. So I feel with the Alliance tournament, while you may have unpopular ships, if you kind of do something and it works, like do something different but have it work, then that can win you a match, or vice versa.
Personally, my goal is to see a Freki legit used in the AT. It's got an ADCU now. Come on, it's got to be good. It's got ranged webs. It's got an ADCU. What more could you want, Reload?
Of Malice.
Yeah, fair. Okay, well, let's find out if anybody's going to bring any ships, so let's throw it to the commentators.
Welcome back to Alliance Tournament 16. I'm Suetonia, joined by Ithaca Hawk in this best of 5 series between Hydra Reloaded and Vidra Reloaded. Both teams right now have 1 point each. Hydra have 1 from coming in from the winner's bracket. Vidra have 1 from a match that they've won. Why don't you talk about what Vidra have brought, Ithaca?
So Vidra have brought a Leshak, not a flag because it's dead. The Guardian, Navy Harbinger, Chameleon, oh boy, they're bringing the money here. Curse, Sacrilege, Pontifex, Omen Mauler, Punisher. So Tony, what have Hydra brought?
They've also brought a Leshak, and it's not their flagship because that's also dead. Absolution, Rebisu, the unique AT cruiser from Alliance Tournament 14. Sacrilege, Zealot, Pontifex, Confessor, Retribution, Vedmak, and a Mauler, and the match is underway.
Yeah, the Hydra team immediately trying to burn away as the Vidra team just start to burn a little bit towards and trying to position themselves. Damage immediately onto the Sacrilege of the Vidra team and the Confessor / Leshak of the Hydra team. That Confessor, though, is taking a lot of damage. He's dropping through armor already, but the Rebisu has him. He is ready to rep.
Yeah, we're not seeing any jam attempts right now on the Rebisu early, or just now we're seeing it. It was on the Leshak and Absolution earlier. Vedmak is now taking damage. Looks like the Sacrilege of Nick and Noise, the team captain, is doing just fine right now as both teams try to feel each other out at this early start of the match.
Yeah, look at the size of the control bar of the Vidra team here. It is massive compared to the pathetic little control bar of the Hydra team. The pure girth brought by Vidra here with that Chameleon is allowing them to just control the Hydra team completely down. This is looking like Hydra are in a strong position already.
Yeah, it looks like you could see there for a while, all of the jams were on that Rebisu, trying to jam off that Rebisu and kill that Absolution early on in the match. It's like Vidra are feeling out different targets here. They're now swapping to the Sacrilege, presumably because the jams dropped on that Rebisu, so they're able to rep the Abso back up with those Tech 2 resists.
Yeah, the Hydra team have got rep bots out. They are struggling to apply any damage as nothing happens to their attack bar whatsoever. They've just decided that they want to win this match peacefully through diplomacy because they are not shooting the Hydra team.
Yeah, well, otters aren't very good at diplomacy, unfortunately, so looks like they're trying again for that absolution. Looks like Hydra just kind of trying to chill, wait until they get a lock on something, and then try and win the match there.
Yeah, I think the Hydra team are just being patient here. They are trying to wait until they've got a good position to just barrel in and kill stuff because there's no attack, no control. They're just sitting there doing pretty much nothing except not dying, which, if you want to win, is not the tactic I would suggest. The Sacrilege is regenerating shields at this point as basically nothing happens in this match.
Yeah, the interesting thing as well is the Chameleon or Viewglass is kind of on the opposite side of the arena. He's 87 kilometers away. The Rabisu has positioned himself really well from the Hydra team, making sure he's as far away as possible from that Chameleon, over 110 kilometers away, so that jams aren't going to be very effective on him.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't really matter if you jam anything if you decline to shoot it afterwards because Vidra also basically shooting nothing. That attack bar is minuscule, probably just some drones. Looks like very few jams have landed as the Chameleon is miles away. At this point, we have 10 people on each side just kind of flying around in an arena, sort of probably chatting in local. There's probably some local scamming maybe going because nothing else is happening right now.
Yeah, we're seeing Hydra be a bit more aggressive now with their positioning. We're seeing drones out coming in. I think they're rep bots, however, as they're sort of both teams are just trying to just staying on their sides of their own arena here. Not too much is happening.
Yeah, I think both teams have brought comps that kind of rely on the other team to commit first and then take advantage of that. However, both teams are not silly, and they are both waiting for the other team to make that mistake. However, someone's going to have to make a move, otherwise we're going to go to reverse tie-dye, and I think in reverse tie-dye, jams are more effective.
What's super interesting, actually, is the Hydra Vedmak of Iron Seed is now sitting on a micro-jump unit, and he might be using this offensively to jump in, perhaps, and just go on to the Vidra Chameleon or something, because he's not taking damage. He's not on that MTU because of a defensive option. He's there to potentially use it offensively.
Yeah, he is aligning towards the other team, but he's not activated it yet as far as we can tell. I mean, the attack bars of both teams, again, Hydra's dropped to 0, Vidra's dropped very low. Oh, the Leshak is now webbed, actually, as the control bar from Vidra starts to jump up. He is webbed and he is disrupted. The reps from the Rabisu are probably fine on him. The more control is landing now. It looks like, yeah, they're going in. They're going in now. So he is webbed. He is everything. They are going for this Leshak, the Hydra team.
Yeah, interestingly, it looks like the Vedmak decided to not use the micro-jump unit. He's just kind of MWDing in. The Leshak of Hydra is kind of in the middle of the entire Vidra team, which is going to be bad for his tank, but it might also be a great play if he has a... can only use the Tech 2 Smart Bomb now because it's not a flagship Leshak, but he might potentially be able to Smart Bomb a lot of the Vidra rep bots off. They're not going to be that powerful with just the Solar Pontifex there and the Navy Harbinger links.
Yeah, the Vidra team, the control bar has almost reached full girth. It is still growing, a little bit more to go. The absolution of the Hydra team is what's taking damage here. The reps have landed. Everything else is on him as well. He is taking a bit of damage, but he looks like he's tanking comfortably under this Rabisu of Nixor X. The Leshak is also kind of tackled, but oh, the Vedmak now is tackled. Ain Shadi and the Vedmak of Hydra is tackled. The Confessor is taking damage.
Chameleon taking a lot of damage here. Web and Nos on him from the Vedmak.
Finally, the teams have grown balls and gone brawling in as damage has applied to both sides here. It looks like the Confessor might be the first to die. The jams have landed potentially on this Rabisu as no reps are landing on the Confessor as he's dropping into super low armor. He doesn't have much more to go. There's almost no buffer on these things. When he hits hull, he will just explode. And there you go. The Rabisu's reps have landed now. But will it be too little too late as he's starting to bleed hull?
Yeah, the Confessor looks like he's just on the edge of tanking this. However, the Sacrilege of Niconoise is starting to take damage. If the Leshak is shooting him, it's going to start ramping up. And Vidra have taken that ECM off of the Leshak to try and jam off that Rabisu to kill this Confessor. It's going to be, I think this is going to come down to who loses the ship first. We're also seeing a lot of pressure on the Chameleon as well from the Vidra team. Looks like that pressure's come off as they decided to jam the Vedmak. Confessor now getting dangerously low here. Oh, he's taking whole damage. Is he going to go down?
He's down. He is down. So that's the first blood to the Vidra team. Hydra can no longer afford to be pussyfooting around here. They need to brawl in like men and try and kill some Vidra ships and get some points back.
Yeah, this isn't looking too good for Hydra. They have been ramping up on Niconoise's Sacrilege, but that is a tanky ship. It does still have the assault damage control available. Seeing Scram and Web go back onto that Chameleon again. Can they clear off this Chameleon? Looks like the Web and Scram just got jammed off from that Vedmak. They're putting a lot of pressure onto the Vedmak now, trying to get rid of that. That Vedmak has been causing them a lot of problems in the back line there, going after that Chameleon.
Yeah, I think both teams here have just been flying absolutely superb. Very little in the way of mistakes on either side here. Just pure execution, almost at its finest in Alliance Tournament 16. This is why these two teams are in the final. They are super, super good at what they do. The Leshak taking a bit of damage. The Sacrilege, he's scrammed, but he's probably not concerned. We're back to that stalemate, but this time, Vidra have the advantage because they are one ship up on Hydra.
Yeah, losing that Confessor is a big loss, actually, because when it's in Sharpshooter mode, it has the bonus sensor strength, so it would likely be able to constantly do damage to the Vidra team, and also the tracking disruptors from that Curse are not going to be very effective because of the bonus from that Sharpshooter mode, so potentially a lot of damage coming off from that Confessor that could have gone on to the anti-support of Vidra.
Yeah, the Vidra Chameleon is now webbed as well. The reps are on him from the Guardian of Hugh Lightbender. He's not concerned just yet, but he has now been scrammed. Oh, he's scrammed. Yeah, he's scrammed as well and webbed. So now he's not in a great position. If you're in a 250 bill AT ship and you're scrammed and webbed by Hydra Reloaded, that is not a good place to be. Meanwhile, though, the Shack of Hydra, he is scrammed and webbed as well, but he's not bothered. He's fine. He's just tanking, no problem.
Yeah, we see the Retribution and Absolution right now are actually right on top of that Chameleon. The Absolution as well has a smart bomb, and he has been smart bombing a few of the Vidra rep bots on it, but he has been screened off by the Punisher of Ottaviani. So this isn't looking too good for Hydra there. Leshak is also screened off as well, so he's not going to be able to get his smart bombs on top of that Chameleon.
It looks like the Hydra Vedmak, though, is in significant trouble as he's getting chunked into low armor by the Vidra team. The Rabisu is keeping him alive for now, but he is not in a good position. He's not regenerating as much as he would probably like to hope because he's only at 40% armor right now, although that is starting to climb as the reps land.
Yeah, the Vedmak seems like he's okay right now, although his speed is 0 ms. So I'm not too sure why that is, if he's disconnected or he's decided not to move. Because there isn't a Vindicator on the other side, so there's no 90% webs here in play. It's like, oh god, the Vedmak is down. I think this is going to be, this is probably going to be Vidra's game now. I don't want to call it too early, but there's only 1 minute and 30 minutes left on the match. Hydra needs to kill something worth 9 points.
Yeah, they need to kill a significant ship or a couple of small ships here. Really, the only thing they can try and do maybe is catch and kill this Curse in 1 minute, 20 seconds, or a couple of the small ships. But they're not in a good position. They've already fed 2 of their key tackle ships. They've only really got a Retribution and a Mauler, and everyone knows Maulers aren't exactly the fastest ship, so he's not going to catch stuff. That Zealot, of course, is webbed, grappled now as well. Neutered, painted. He's probably going down as well. The Rabisu is struggling to keep them alive. Vidra going to just keep defanging this Hydra team here.
Yeah, it looks like the Leshak of Heart SP is trying to hit this Mauler that's on top of him, but killing that Mauler isn't that crucial because even if it does go down, that's only 4 points on the board for Hydra.
Yeah, I think at this point it's too little too late. I mean, Heart SP in the Leshak has decided he's a strong, confident battleship that don't need no transversal, and he is not moving, but he is too little. He is not going to kill anything at this rate, and this match is pretty much over. Vidra Reloaded 2 on the trot, taking them to 2-1 over Hydra. So the defending champions coming in and showing why they are the defending champions. Hydra just kind of being demolished here. They have not managed to kill a single ship of Vidra yet in 2 matches.
Yeah, but what's going to be interesting, though, is Vidra losing that Chameleon now, not going to be able to bring it, not going to be able to bring the Leshak either, and they don't have that flagship to circumvent the ban. They're also going to lose a lot of really key ships here as well. They're not going to be able to bring for the future matches. So Hydra are 1-2 down right now, but they could still potentially come back. And we should point out that this will probably go to maybe a 4th game, and that's when all of the conquest rules will reset. So Hydra have a big advantage for the next game. Vidra are banned out from 23 ships or 26 ships. And Hydra only have to deal with the normal 6 bans from both sides.
Yeah, it's crazy. But we'll send that one back to the studio for the boys to discuss.
Hey guys, welcome back. Vidra getting a 2-0 there, bringing it to 2-1 in this series. We are on match point with Vidra, 1 game from winning their 2nd Alliance tournament. They won it last year, and they might just win it this year. Then we cannot count Hydra out. You never can. There is an interesting stat for the Hydra versus PL history, which is a big history, in that Hydra would always beat PL in the Alliance tournament unless it was in the grand finals, in which case PL would win. And that stat, I think, continues to be unbroken as long as you don't count the SCL, where Hydra beat PL in the finals there. But that's years and years ago, and nobody cares about that.
Nobody cares about the Pandemic Legion AT team in this tournament either.
No, apparently not. It's kind of sad how far the mighty have fallen. We'll just have to sit on our 6 medals and wait for people to catch up. So we actually have arrived in the antenna here in Nottingham. One of the pilots from Triumvirate. So they won first place. He finished his match, flew in it, and then has come down here to hang out. So we're going to have an interview with him when that's all set up and ready, when the guys in my ears tell me that is going to happen. But until then, tell me a little bit about what actually went on in the match. We had the Clash of Two Titans, the Rabisu, and the Chameleon. Jin, talk us through it.
Yeah, that match was really, really interesting. It was one of those slow ones where we just see the ECM team try and lock a team out, take a couple of points, and then just pull back and not make any aggressive plays. And from that on point, obviously, it's very, very hard to come back into that match. You have to make some really heroic stuff happen, like we saw Triumvirate do, for example, in their series against Vidra. Still, you know, Hydra has a lot more power than they otherwise might have at this point in the series. They don't have to worry about Vidra bringing this unbeaten setup against them now that they're 2-0 down. You know, they can feel confident that they should be able to even this series up and then take it to that final match. And that's going to be a real nail-biter, in my opinion.
Yep. So, Reload, tell me, Vidra are 1 match from winning. Do you bring your absolute best, you think it's going to win, it's your best hope for winning, and try and close it out? Or do you let your opponents kind of like lose a few games, use a few of your ships before you bring it out and try to bring in the closer?
I think they should just go on for the kill, honestly. They can't bring any more ECM comps, though, which is a plus for Hydra.
They can try.
They can try. They can
I'm
bring
sure
in
they'll
Griffin
manage.
and a Kitsu and
like,
all in or
you know,
something.
they'll just import some King Voodoo magic and just have an ECM Rattlesnake or something like that.
Scorpions are still open.
Yes, that's true. So we have, like I said, now a lot more ships that are not allowed to be brought by Vidra as they've won 2 games. So from the first game, they can't bring Vindi, Navy, Mega, Navy, Geddon, Gnosis, Thalia, Deacon, Blackbird, Magus, Fedback, Demovac. And then from this match, I don't actually have the list up, which I should have thought of before I started going through this, but I didn't think of that, did I? No. But yeah, so they've got, it's coming up on the back screen now. I've been saved by the production crew. Badass job, production crew. We have band ships in again, so it looks like that's the same bands unless they haven't been updated. I'll wait for the updates. But yeah, so to continue now, just reading them all as quickly as I can, this will be fun. The bans for Hydra for this match specifically are Tengu, Victor, Widow. The banned ships for Vidra are Balgorn, Falcon, Rook. And then because of the conquest nature, Vidra cannot bring the following ships: Vindicator, Navy Armageddon, Navy Megathron, Gnosis, Magus, Blackbird, Vedmak, Thalia, Deacon, Demovac, Leshak, Guardian, Navy Harbinger, Chameleon, Curse, Sacrilege, Pontifex, Omen, Mauler, Punisher.
I must congratulate you, Master Major General.
Yes, so that is quite a lot of very good Alliance tournament ships that you can no longer bring. Like, you're going really scraping the bottom of barrel of what you can bring. We've seen a very armor-heavy meta this year, possibly due to the fact it's a Newt-heavy meta and Newts just hurt shields so bad. Do you think that when you have so many good armor ship bans that you eventually have to convert to shields, or do you just finagle your way into coming up with an armor comp Reload?
I still think there is some viable armor setups that you can still go. I don't see any like T2 logistics cruisers there. So Aneros and, well, the Guardian's there, but the Aneros is still open, so they can go Aneros.
We've also seen the Executor a few times in previous matches.
So I do think that armor is still viable, but I don't know.
I mean, one of the things I love about modern tournaments is, you know, in ATs of even a couple of years ago, you had 4 logistics that were viable in the tournament if you didn't have any AT ships. You had the T2 Logi Cruisers, you had the Aneros, the Guardian for armor, you had the Basilisk, the Scimitar for shield, and even then, you never really wanted to bring a Scimitar unless it was in a kite comp, and the Guardian was just kind of not as good as an Aneros. So you could just ban those, you can ban out entire comps. Now, T1 Logi Cruisers are valid. We're seeing T2 Logifrigs be totally valid this year. I've been calling it since AT14. It was only a matter of time before I was right. And then, of course, we've even seen some T1 Logifrigs, some very good teams in niche cases. So that is much more open these days. But yeah, so a lot of people have been asking in stream chat what the conquest bans are. So if I can ask Jintan, what are the conquest bans? What does that mean? Why can't these teams this Vidra specifically bring all these ships?
So specifically, the conquest rules are something that have been implemented for AT16, and effectively what it means is that if you win a match in a best of X series, this is specifically a best of 5 series between the 2 winners, and if you win a match, you can't bring that ship again. And that's really specifically important, not actually like what you might think of where it's important in the cause, because we see so many ships be viable at that. You know, we've seen, for example, Fleet Typhoons, we've seen Armageddon cores, we've seen the Shacks, we've seen Vindicators, we've seen Navy Megas, we've seen Tech 3 cores, we've seen BC cores. The main place where this puts a lot of pressure is actually on the support wing. There's only so many command destroyers, there's only so many cruisers that you can realistically bring. I mean, look at that. You know, the Vidra team now can no longer bring an Omen, a Mala, a Damovic, I think there's also the Vedmak, yep, there it is. So they have basically no tackle, they've got no cheap links. They're going to be really constrained in their ship options, and I think this is going to pull them into shield more than anything. Just simply the fact that they don't have the cheap support to really make an armor team viable on its own without doing some weird stuff. You don't really want to have to be using a Thorax as your first choice for your armor tackle cruiser.
Yeah, I know the Vexor is a popular ship. Is that banned? I don't
That
think it
is not.
yet,
So
that's a solid-
Vexor and Thorax, I think, would be the next 2 that you go down to on that list.
Yeah, okay, well, let's go over to the couch with an interview with one of the tri-pilots who drove all the way down after his match.
Hey guys, my name is CCP Card, and I'm going to Berlin for G Fleet on October 5th with my CCP friends, and I hope to see you there.
And we're back here in the sofa at the Alliance Tournament 16 party here in Nottingham, organized by EVT. And with me is Zhao Xing of the Initiative.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Deadman Squad. Deadman Squad with Initiative.
So you're flying with Initiative, Deadman Squad, and this is your first EVE event that you're attending.
Yeah, it's the first time I've been to any sort of, not even just EVE, just any sort of video game thing ever. So yeah, no, it's been really, really good. There's a couple of people I've known well, say one, that I've known for a long time. This is literally the first time I've met them in person and that, and yeah, it's just been really good atmosphere.
So how have you experienced just hanging out with your friends over here, and how was it for your first meet actually?
It's like everybody says on these sort of things, it is incredibly weird to be able to just talk about EVE stuff and people not just stare at you. Like for someone to actually understand, what you're saying in the language and stuff like that, it's refreshing, I suppose. You get to let your nerd out.
And yeah, exactly. And what did you think of the tournament itself, and attending the tournament with several EVE nerds and talking about it?
No, it's been really good. It's it's a little bit like you just feel the atmosphere more. Like over at home, yeah, it's interesting to watch stuff like that. But then, when you get everybody cheering and stuff like that, it does sort of add to the experience overall. So yeah, it's been dead good.
So who have you been cheering for today?
That's Vidra, I suppose, mostly. Not you. No, we'll get to you in a minute.
Exactly.
But yeah, it's been really good. Yeah, enjoyed it.
All right, and as you said, we're going to my other guest on my left-hand side here. We've got Stawish from Tri, and he was actually at home earlier today and competing. So tell us, how was the match for you?
Yeah, there was a lot of pressure, but we were just amazed to even be in this position at all. I mean, our plan going in this was just to beat Test, and then we did that, and somehow we just kept going. We don't know how we got here. We don't know what we're doing here. We don't know what we're doing. But we got into the final. We lost our first one, which we sort of expected when we brought our T1 flagship. Sorry, T1 was Leshak. So in the second match, we knew that's it. We've got to bring the Leshak. We're going to go all out. We've got 10 bands on our side, so we can push it. And we smashed their ECM. We took down their flagship. We thought we've got a good chance going into this final match now. Unfortunately, our screening wasn't the best. We tackled the Damovic, we tackled one of the Typhoons, but the other Typhoon fleet got through. And with the rapier webs on our Logi, we just couldn't hold it. Unfortunately, that's where we struggled.
Yeah, so in all, second runner-up. It's an amazing experience, I guess.
Well, some would say that we came second, since some would also say that Vidra and Hydra are the same team. So,
Ooh, daring.
well, it's a bit risky, but why not?
Yeah, of course. So, is it for yourself the first time that you were actually participating in the Alliance tournament?
Yeah, so on our main team, I believe there was only 2 pilots that actually flew before. That wasn't me. One of the main reasons we did so well is we had one of our pilots, which is El Diablo, was an ex-Exodus pilot, and he's basically taught us everything. He's taught us good communication. He's taught us all the piloting skills. He's amazing at the meta, and he's managed to sort out the bands for us, sort out comps and that kind of stuff. But our main overall concept with this was to just ride the Flagler Shack all the way through. So every match we won was with a Flagler Shack. So we rode that as far as it could get us, and it got us all the way to the best of 3.
Well, an amazing role it was for you guys, and I want to thank you for, well, making it to the party still and joining us up here at the Alliance Tournament 16 party hosted at Radio Antenna here in Nottingham. And that's it for now from the couch, and now it's back to the studio.
Did you know that players who go to G-Fleet in Berlin on October 5th can place an order for EVE swag from the EVE store and get it delivered to the venue at a reduced cost? Well, now you know. So go. More information about how to order on the G-Fleet website and social media.
Northern Coalition has made mistakes in previous Alliance tournament. They've lost matches to piloting mistakes, and I think Crowlor is going to wish he flew a little bit better in this one because he got caught really early and had his cap neutered out really early for no reason.
We here at Phage and Terra are proud of the respect and affection the EVE community has for us, and these messages of kindness we received from across New Eden. Drop by the Join Total Mayhem channel in-game today if you want to know more.
Guys, welcome back, and we're about to go into our third game between Vidra and Hydra. Hydra have come into the series with a 1-0 advantage, and not only have Vidra equalized, they've come up a game. Now, they can't bring very many ships, which gives Hydra a big advantage, but Hydra have had an advantage all the way through this match so far, through the entire series, and it's not been paying off for them. Aurelio, do you think that Vidra are just gonna knock it out here and get the final win and finish the match, or have we got more games today?
My heart is with Hydra, but my head is with Vidra. They've been playing so well. Come on, Hydra, please win it! Like, please!
Where are your appendages, Jin?
I think I'm going to root for Hydra to at least take it to a 3-1.
Yeah, perhaps they've had the time to reload into a new team composition, and this joke is so terrible even I can't continue with it, so I won't. Tons of ships that Vidra can't bring. It's really difficult. Maybe they go into shield. Of course, that speaks to the nuke meta. Maybe they cobble together something in armor, as we said before. On the other side, Hydra can bring pretty much anything they want, apart from the bans and apart from obviously their flagship, which they lost. So do you think Hydra, the match point, but also in terms of the specific game setting, they've got a really good position, right?
Yeah. Just in terms of game theory, obviously Hydra has a lot more options that they can bring to the table at this point, and that means that Vidra's actual pool of options is narrowed, simply because Hydra has access to comps which are good on their own and also good as hard counters to specific comps that Vidra might otherwise be able to bring. Hydra can take a look at all those ships that are banned on the Vidra side. You'll notice that specifically that we've actually not seen we've seen some very interesting ship choices from Vidra in order to emphasize that. We saw them using the Navy Armageddon, and we've not seen the Navy Armageddon picked at all in the previous rest of the tournament. And I firmly believe that that is so that they can leave the Armageddon or a similar vessel that they might have put in that spot for other compositions going forward, so that they still have it available as a counter that Hydra have to be aware of.
Awesome, thanks, Jin. We actually have the kill mail of, I believe it's Hydra's flagship, ready to go here. That will come up on the screen in just a moment. Relay, do you want to run us through the pimp on this one?
Once again, pretty standard on the highs. You've got your gun, and they've actually gone for newts, which is pretty standard because beforehand they actually ran Nosses. We've got the smart bomb, got the officer smart bomb, really standard. Once again, 100 round afterburn instead of a micro warp drive, and a scram, which is pretty strange-ish, but it's a very offensive Leshak. Cap booster, pretty standard, and obviously an officer sensor booster because they don't want to get jammed, but didn't really work out for them. Lows, once again, pretty standard. Hardeners, Bissell rep, and the officer damage control.
So one of the things that I heard we saw last weekend or the weekend before is a lot of flag deaths were with plates. They were passive tanked because people were scared of the newt meta. And these are two teams that heavily were proponents of the newt meta, but they are running ships that are very cap heavy. You know, despite the cap booster, that's active resistance hardener, you got the active reactive armor hardener, they're running newts instead of Nosses that can help. What do you think of this kind of like change back from passive to active tanks flagships?
I think this just comes from the fact that you're seeing the two teams that really pioneered that new meta facing up against each other. And obviously, if you're using the new meta all the way throughout this tournament, that means you have a counter to it. You don't show a composition like that without expecting people to copy it, especially not so early. And I think one of the interesting things to note about this specific Leshak fit is that he is fit to counter an opposing Leshak. You notice there that he's got, you know, an explosive and thermal hardener and a reactive hardener on top of that. And that means that over the ramp-up period of an opponent's Leshak, he's going to get incredible thermal and explosive resists. And that's going to allow that, you know, abyssal armor repairer to allow him to tank an incoming Leshak's damage very effectively.
I also noticed that, especially in these matches with the flag Leshak, they're also running T1 cruisers as well. And the reason why they're using T1 cruisers is that they can put a capacitor transfer on those cruisers to feed the Leshak's capacitor. So it'll essentially never run out of cap as long as that T1 cruiser is feeding capacitor with the capacitor transfer on the Leshak.
Yeah, so with that, it sounds like the commentators are just about ready. So let's see if Hydra Reloaded can tie the series back up 2-2, or whether they, Vidra, are going to close out and win themselves their second Alliance tournament.
Welcome back to Alliance Tournament 16. I'm Suetonia, joined once again by Ithaca Hawk. We have Hydra Reloaded, 1 point so far because they came in from the winner's bracket, and Vidra Reloaded, who have 2 points so far. If they win this match, they will be the winners of Alliance Tournament 16. Hydra Reloaded have brought the Balgon, Vindicator, Leshak, Chameleon Unique Prize Ship, Magus, Pontifex, Vedmak, Thalia, Deacon, and the Damovic.
Well, Vidra on the other side, I can hear cries from across the room as Rain sees that Navy Drake. They've brought the Barghest, the Basilisk, the Navy Drake, Mickey Knox. What a hero. Can they win again with Drakes? They've also got the Cerberus, the Orthrus, the Stork, the Jackdaw, the Kitsune, the Flycatcher, and the Caracal. So they are going for just pure missiles here, shield missiles, and just going to try and kill the Hydra team before they can do anything else.
Yeah, this looks like a Core Slayer comp from the Vidra Reloaded side. It's also almost all Kodari. In fact, it is all Kodari, so it's going to be very resistance against that Chameleon's ECM, especially if Hydra have geared that Chameleon towards Amar jammers, as we commonly see Amar setups in this tournament. We're seeing jams on the Kitsune straight away. We're going to see what Vidra are going to go for first with their Core Killer comp. Are they going to go straight onto that Chameleon here?
Yeah, Vidra burning away immediately as Hydra just immediately trying to chase after them and try and get damage onto anything. It's the Vedmak that Hydra is getting primaried from Vidra as that starts to take damage. There's probably going to be a huge chunk coming in from the Vidra team with all those missiles landing almost at the same time there. Yeah, they're fine at the moment though. The Talia and Deacon are tanking it, no problem.
Yeah, it looks like that Chameleon must be winning the ECM wars. You see the Vidra Reloaded's control bar. It's only about 1/3 full of what it should be. And that's probably because that Kitsune there is jammed right now by the Chameleon. It looks like Hydra Reloaded is not applying much damage right now, but as the teams approach each other, I'm sure we'll start seeing Hydra starting to put it in more damage as their 3 battleships are charging straight into the Vidra team.
Yeah, the Vidra team, though, they are faster. So if they can just keep away from the Balgorn, the Vindicator, and the Leshak, they're in a good position to just keep firing. Although it doesn't know that they have enough DPS to break anything, because almost nothing's being applied to the targets they're choosing to shoot at. Now, they're shooting at Damavik and the Vedmak. Those are small ships. Look at the tiny size of that Vidra attack bar, although it is a lot bigger than the Hydra one.
Yeah, we're seeing some damage now on the Deacon of Kai Sik, or however you meant to say that Russian name. I have no idea. We're seeing some damage going into the Basilisk on the Vidra Reloaded side, but otherwise it still looks like Cerberus has been scrammed. This could be bad news.
That is bad news for Nika Noiser, the captain in the Cerberus, getting scrammed by the Hydra team. Hydra, though, that Deacon is dropping awfully low. If he drops down, that is half the repping power of the Hydra team. And look, he's into Hull. If it doesn't have much left. There's almost no buffer. The reps are landing, and he's down. So that is first blood once again to Vidra Reloaded. If they lose that Talia as well, they have no reps left on the field, and a single Talia is not going to be able to save a Vedmak under all this Vidra pressure.
Yeah, I think this Vedmak might go down from the Hydra side too, which would be a devastating loss to them. They do have scrams now on this Orpheus, on this Cerberus. The Orpheus probably isn't going to be able to last all that long, and if Hydra start clearing a few rapid light ships, they can probably keep a lot of the rest of the damage jammed out. But it looks like the Vedmak is probably going to go down here before they even trade for the Orpheus.
Oh, this is horrible, horrible news for Hydra Reloaded, losing a second ship and essentially have only just tickled the chin of the Vidra team, as that Orpheus is happy in shield, not bothered. Like, this is horrible for Hydra. They are going to start shedding ships now, as that Talia has got no one to rep him. His Deacon buddy is already dead, and Vidra not pressured at all. The Orpheus is taking bit of chunks, but he is happy. He's scram-wired, but he is not dying.
Yeah, this is going to be a brutal match here. I think this Orpheus from Lord Colin is going to go down here. His Exile Speed is not going to keep him up. He's down. The Thalia does have rep bots on him, so he should be able to survive for quite a while, especially if this Chameleon can get a few intermittent jams here. Taking down that Orpheus is a lot of the rapid lights gone, but I still think they're probably going to be able to break this Thalia. And once he goes down, the Chameleon and the other ships on this team are probably going to be ripe for the picking.
Yeah, Nika Noiser is tackled once again in that Cerberus and taking a bunch of damage, but the Basilisk of Hugh Lightbender doing hero's work and keeping him alive, no problem. The Talia of Nix or X is taking damage, but not that much. He is sig tanking fairly well. At the moment, that's actually the first ship that Hydra have managed to kill of Vidra in 3 matches, so that's pretty good for them, I guess. You know, that's something.
Yeah, I think Nikanoiz is going to be in a lot of trouble now. He's scrammed, he's grappled, and he's also Balgon, Nos, and Neuted. He's not getting out of this situation. And even though Hydra have lost 3 ships already, if Hydra kills this Cerberus, they're going to be ahead on points.
Yeah, but that Chameleon now is taking big damage in the shields. If he goes down, that is not only is it a very expensive ship to lose, but it is a lot of points and a lot of control. The Hydra control bar is full max girth right now, but that Chameleon is dropping, even through reps of that single Talia, he's dropping fast.
Yeah, the Cerberus is down now. The Thalia is getting in a bit of a better position now to rep the Chameleon, but it's about to drop into Hull. Are we going to see the Unique go down? It's half Hull.
He's half Hull. He's down. That's the Chameleon down. Chameleon down. That is bad, bad news for the Hydra team. That is horrible, horrible news from the Vidra team, just dominating here. The Flycatcher is tackled, but the Talia is taking damage as well. And then Damavik. The Hydra are just starting to fall apart, Titonia.
Yeah, I mean, it could still be anyone's game here, though. The Basilisk has been webbed. He is Balgon neuted and lost. If they kill this Basilisk, they could still make a comeback here. They're going to probably claim this Flycatcher. They're then going to go for the Basilisk. If they can kill this Basilisk and Flycatcher before they lose too much of their support, I think they can still win.
You know, Titonia, based on the size of this control bar, having lost that Chameleon, I think that's a full Newt Balgorn. I don't think that's got any damage on it at all. So look at the size of the attack bar. Is nothing, and they are not applying damage to anything. That Vindicator is probably out of range. He can't get on anything, as that entire Vidra team is just kiting him away, and damage is being slowly applied across the Hydra team.
Yeah, but now Hydra Reloaded are actually ahead on points. They have a Jackdaw scrammed. They still have that tanky triple battleship core, whereas Vidra have a lot more sort of weaker battleships here. The Basilisk is webbed again. He's neutered again. Can Hydra get on top of this Basilisk and
Hydra
take it
are going
out?
to lose this Damavik, though, and that will put them behind on points once again. Right now, they're ahead. No, he's being saved. He is being saved by that single Talia. Nicker X is just keeping his buddy alive in the Damavik. How he's doing that, I do not know. The Basilisk is still webbed. He's still surviving, though. Hugh Lightbender repping back up to full. Oh, look at the hull in that Damavik. I don't know what he was left. Let's have a look.
This
Wow,
Basilisk is in
32%.
trouble now as the Hydra battleships have got on top of him here. He's now webbed, he's now grappled by that Leshak. Vindicator web is on him. He is not getting out.
Yeah, and if that is a full Newt Balgorn, that is a lot of Newt pressure on top of anything he chooses to apply to. It is the classic sucky, but that Pontifex is dropping fast as well. And is that Talia going to be able to reposition and get on top of him as he drops almost all the way through Hull? He's going into Hull now, actually. The Basilisk, a few Lightbenders still choosing to tank. And the Pontifex is down. So that is Vidra back in the lead.
Yeah, Vidra's back in the lead, but they have a grapple web and Newt on this Basilisk. He's going to dip into hold right now. Basilisk is gone.
Oh, he's still alive. He's still alive. He is he's chunked. He is in like 15% hull, holding on for dear life, repping back up to 100% shields.
Damavic is gone.
The Damavic down for Hydra Reloaded. Holy crap, that Hugh Lightbender, the Basilisk, just surviving, living to win with 15%. 17% structure. He is so close to dying. He has no buffer left.
Yeah, Hydra still have it tackled with that Vindicator web. Vidra are probably going to get this Thalia down pretty soon. But even if they do, if Hydra kills this Basilisk, they're going to be head on points again. It's going to keep flipping.
And he's down. He's down.
Gone.
Basilisk is down. That Basilisk lived for so long, but not long enough. It is now 42. Hydra 32. Vidra. Oh, this is such a tight match right here. The Navy Drake is now webbed, and he is neutered as well. That Talia is still alive. He is not concerned. He's happy. 2 minutes 30. Hydra need to kill some more stuff and get themselves in a more commanding position because Vidra are not out.
Yeah, Vidra have to kill a battleship, though, if they want to win this match. If they kill the Thalia, it doesn't matter. It's not going to be enough points to kill them. And the Navy Drake is in armor. That is not a armor tank Drake. That is going to go down pretty soon.
I think Hydra might have just pulled this one back from the brink of destruction. Hugh Lightbender, though, man, what an absolute hero. How he survived that, I do not know. He survived for so long, almost gave his team an absolute clean sweep victory, but it was not to be, as Hydra in our commanding lead, 57-32. It's just some trash to take care of. With the Vindicator, Leshak, Balgorn, Talia, they're in good position.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to be able to get rid of this Vindicator now, and the Thalia is still alive. Vidra, even though they did go down a game, they did have 20 ships banned this match. We're going to go on to the final match now to decide the entire tournament. All of those conquest bans are going to disappear. Hydra did pay a chameleon for this.
So I'm going to interrupt you there. I think that Talia might be jammed because the Vindicator is not receiving reps. He's slowly dropping down through armor. Only 38% left. No reps have landed. There's still 1 minute, 20 seconds. If they can keep this Talia jammed long enough, I mean, a Barghest, Stork, Jackdaw, Caracal is still quite a lot of DPS. They could. Oh, he's getting reps now. I bet you he's getting a change of pants after this.
Yeah, so if Vidra killed this Vindicator, they would still be 2 points short. But if they killed the Thalia and the Vindicator, they would win the match. Although with 1 minute left on the timer, it's looking like they're probably not going to go through that Vindicator, especially since they're relying, a lot of their damage is coming in from that rapid like Barghest, which is going to have to reload.
Yeah, I think at this point, Hydra are just content to try and hold where they are, coast down to 0 seconds left. That is only 45 seconds, unless something significant happens, like someone boundaries all of a sudden, then this match will go to Hydra, taking the score to 2 each, meaning we will go to the final match of the series where every single ship that has been banned so far is unbanned once again. It's going to be chaos and absolute carnage.
Yeah, I hope we see 2 uniques either side again, and I want to see more uniques dying, because the Chameleon in the final series...
I think so. I mean, Hydra, it seems like they've been on the back foot this whole series. The first 2 matches they lost pretty badly, and this match, although they won, they were not in a good position for a very long time, pulling out of the bag at the very last minute to win 57 points to 32 in an absolute nail-biter of a match here in Alliance Tournament 16. Holy crap. Back to Apostley in the studio.
Well, that is what I call a match. Version of Fly Killer Light Missiles going up against a beefy but armor battleship core there. Reload, talk us through the match.
So, Hydra Reloaded, they knew they were on the back foot. They brought a triple battleship core with the Thalia and Deacon. So they brought Balgorn, Vindicator, and a Leshak. If you get caught, you're going to die. And Vidra, excellent pilots as they are, tried to evade those 3 battleships. They brought a Chameleon as well. Hydra brought a Chameleon. But that Kitsune on the Vidra side did so well I'm crazy. The chameleon died. It's, wow, amazing match.
Yeah, it was a really explosive one. The real turning point in that match for me was when the Orthrus got caught. That was the point at which the momentum of the match really changed, and it looked like Hydra were going to come back into it. And after that, we saw a lot of back and forth with people trading ships, and the momentum switched multiple times. But that one piloting mistake from Lord Colin, when he was able to be caught by the tackle of the Hydra team, was what effectively put Vidra in risk at the start of that match. Ideally, if you're flying fast cruisers that are shielded and have links, you shouldn't be getting caught by battleships, and yet so many ships got caught by battleships, and it shows just how much pressure these pilots are under.
Yeah.
They're making these critical mistakes in the heat of the moment. It shows that
it's been
no
a
one's immune to it.
long few weekends. Most of these pilots are studying, have jobs, have something. So you work all week, practice super hard all week, do the AT all weekend. This is an absolute slog the 4 weeks of the Alliance tournament. But yeah, so we're now at the point where we are 2-2.
Yeah,
that's correct. Yeah, so Vidra versus Hydra. That means that this is
it.
Mm-hmm. This is the final game. This is the only game we're going to see of Alliance Tournament 16. There's one game left.
One match left.
And that means that the conquest rules go away. They can both bring whatever the hell they like, apart from their flagships and apart from the 3 ships they ban each on the upcoming match. Hopefully we will get news of those soon. But first, we have a player profile of Hugh Lightbender ready to come up on the screen in but a moment. This is a member of Vidra Reloaded. He's, I think it's fair to say he's a Logi pilot, right, Reload?
Yeah, absolutely. This guy is almost semi-exclusive to Logistics Pilot, and we also see a tiny bit of DPS as well. He's got a 60% live rate, which is pretty good for a Logistics Pilot, I think, and a 69% win rate as well. So that's a pretty good statistics there.
Yes, and obviously we saw him put in some amazing work in that last match, managing to reload his ASP in structure, which is, anyone who's ever done that knows just what an incredible feeling it is to be hammering away at that button and just hoping that the charges go in. We've all been there.
It's the same tension of the when you're de-aggressing on a gate, when you've got like 100 million people shooting you and you're running your reps and your Hyperion trying to jump back through and you're like bleeding structure, you finally get to the other side, and of course there's a malediction and attackers will die anyway. But still, it is those beautiful tiny moments in the match. But yeah, we're tied up 2-2, and it's difficult with all the excitement pumping through our veins to kind of go any deeper than that. But yeah, we do have another little section for you guys queued up here. I believe that we will be having an interview on the couch with CCP Shreddy. I'm glad that we're not missing that due to the day ending early, as he is a fantastic Eve dev. I hadn't met him before today, but he's got a ton of super interesting stories, responsible for a lot of cool things going on at CCP headquarters. So we will be bringing you guys that in a little bit when the guys upstairs tell me that we're ready for it. Yeah, so as we are approaching the very end of this series, do you guys have any favorite moments of, say, today that you kind of look back on fondly and think this is going to be something that is going to be remembered through the rest of the tournament?
Yeah, I really think that second match against Vidra from Triumvirate is one that will be replayed multiple times. It's such a back and forth match, but one that comes from a very high level, and I really enjoyed watching it.
So yeah. And with that, I've just been told that the guest is ready. CCP Shreddy is good to go. So let's hand it over to the couch for another interview.
And we're back here at the couch during the Alliance Tournament 16 event here at Nottingham. And with me is CCP Shreddy, who is not really well known throughout our community right now. He just recently acquired a Twitter handle, I believe. It's at CCP_Shreddy, so be sure to follow him. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm a real boy now with my Twitter handle.
Definitely, definitely. So, for the people that don't know who you are and what you're currently doing at CCP Games, could you tell us what your role is in the development team?
Yeah, so I'm the live producer. Basically, I'm the producer that handles the team that is all our live events. and I help with some things outside of the game as well, like what we're doing right here. So Thunderdome and the tournament stuff, liaising between CCP and EVE-NT with our community team.
So that means that you were heavily involved in the organization of the Alliance tournament right now, up until this point, I guess.
Yep, yeah, everything leading up to the Alliance tournament over the past few weekends, and everything prior in the year, even before FanFest with the Caldari Cup, everything just getting prepared to help you guys actually be able to run these tournaments.
Yeah, the Caldari Cup. Funny that you mentioned that one. Like, that was your first FanFest moment, actually. The whole organization of the Caldari Cup, and well, FanFest itself, everything around it. So, how was that for you?
Pure madness. FanFest was awesome. It was a crazy couple days there, helping everyone with the tournament. EVE-NT, flawless on the execution of that, and everything leading up to it. It was a quick learning experience, but we got everything back under control, and we pulled off a good tournament.
Yeah, definitely. People are still remembering that one. What did you think of the previous match? Because in my eyes, that was absolute bonkers.
Yep, there was a definite turning point in that match there. It was fun. It was awesome to see the energy in the room here. Just everyone huddling around TVs and screens, just cheering, high-fiving, jumping around. Awesome.
Yeah, and let that be a lesson for you guys to actually come down if you can for the next time when we are organizing Alliance tournament. So further on, what's up on the agenda for you now that Alliance tournament is coming to an end?
Yeah, so the team right now, we have an event launching on Tuesday called Secrets of the Abyss. So basically we're doing a bunch of events and challenges and rewards surrounding people running Abyssal Dead Space runs. We're working on an event for September that we're just finishing up, and then we're bringing out the big guns for what we're designing for October.
So that's a first on the stream right here with CCP Shreddy. So next to all the event and the stuff itself, how has the introduction to the community been for you at FanFest and now again here in Nottingham?
Just seamless. Everybody here, both on like the CCP side, EVE-NT, the entire community as a whole, like everybody just loves this game, loves the community, loves the friendships and everything surrounding it. It's something like, feels like once you're into it, you're into it for life. It's really amazing. It's a special place.
And have you been playing EVE Online prior to being engaged by CCP Games to be the live producer?
No, I was not. I was not an EVE Online player. I've been in the video game industry for a long time. I have definitely heard EVE, followed EVE. If you haven't heard of EVE, you're probably living under a rock in the video game industry. But no, I was not an active player, unfortunately. I've started playing now. CCP Falcon and CCP Guard, those are my homeboys that I just go, help, help, and they come help me with my fittings and when I'm just trying to do anything, and yeah, they know the game and they hook it up.
So we can assume that you're living in Brimhole space now.
No, I'm just living in my station, afraid to go out half the time.
All right, and I'm afraid that's all the time that we have right here. And with that, the Paris Hilton of EVE Online says goodbye, and it's back to the studio.
Hey guys, my name is CCP Guard, and I'm going to Berlin for G-Fleet on October 5th with my CCP friends, and I hope to see you there.
Thanks for that interview, CCP Shreddy. So we have a really cool, quite deep graph coming up for you guys. It's about to appear on screen. It is the pick rate of ships by tournament. So we're looking at Alliance tournaments since '87 here. We can see that AT11 was a frig-heavy tournament, but I get the feeling that that is due to it being a very battleship-heavy tournament, meaning you have to use frigates to come out the bottom end, and that is somewhat backed by the little cyan line. You'll see that the green and cyan lines kind of mirror each other, in that when you bring a lot of battleships, you need to bring a lot of frigates, and if you bring a lot of frigates, then you have the points to bring battleships. Reload, do you want to talk us through this a little bit?
Okay, so we'll start with AT16. Cruisers, pretty popular, apparently. Well, very popular. They're really strong in this meta. And we got AT-15, battle cruisers. I would say are the MVP because of just battle cruiser all-ins. And then you just see frigates going up as well as the meta, and then going to the top at AT-11. And then we've got, I'm really bad with graphs because I'm not very good with colors. Jim, tell me more.
No worries. Something I'll note here that's really interesting, I think, is just how much the points increase on T3Ds has impacted the use of them over the past couple of tournaments. You can see there that during AT13 and AT14, destroyers in general were very, very highly picked. They were considered very important parts. Obviously considered very important parts of the meta, whereas recently they've dropped down. However, we have seen a resurgence, although that's not actually been in the T3D market. We've normally seen those be things like the Synesis, which are obviously points reduced this year, and that's because they're the only pirate faction destroyer in the game.
So then another thing to consider is we have a chameleon kill mail. We've been talking about it a whole bunch, so it's actually worth seeing how one of these is fit. We've got it here from... oh no, apparently it's not ready quite yet. Apologies. We might look at that in just a moment. But yeah, so we.
Why don't we talk a little bit about what the chameleon does?
Yes, we should
just
do that
before we get to see the fit itself. So the chameleon is effectively a healer with a falcon just gaffer taped to it, just wrapping it together and putting it in the ship. It's got a lot of drone damage.
That's what the devs did when they designed it. We're going to take it, duct tape, done.
I wish
explain Caldari ship design.
That is Caldari ship design, I'm pretty sure. It's just like they upscale the SolidWorks models, and that's how you get a capital ship for the Caldari.
Well, and then there's the Garistas, which is like, we're just going to steal this and just put op drones on it. That works.
Actually, in the lore, the Garistas get their designs stolen by the Caldari, allegedly.
Oh, really? Oh.
It says the other way around.
Lore nerd!
Today I learned.
But yeah, so saying that, so obviously it's T1 drone restricted in this tournament, as it has been for quite a few years now, with the exception of last year, obviously. But we see the chameleon still be popular despite T1 drones because it is so good in so many ways. It's not completely reliant on its drones. It's got those missile highs, which you can put rapid lights, we know, are just fantastic in the tournament, or even hams if you want a bit extra DPS. And then the jams are just so incredibly strong.
Yeah.
Reload, how does the chameleon as a jamming ship compare to, say, you know, your Rook, your Falcon, or even going up to the Widow?
Well, the thing is with the Falcon and the Rook, they have much lower EHP, especially in the armor area, because the chameleon actually has 4 lows, so that's pretty important. The chameleon also has the drones, as you said, and the chameleon is actually, it's 2 ships in one. It's obviously it's a jamming ship, but it's also an anti-support ship. You see a lot of these chameleon fights where the chameleon will just do its own thing and just start trying to kill bombers. I saw in a previous Hydra match where the chameleon was jamming its primary ships and it was just killing bombers with its hammerheads because of those T1 drones. They're so powerful, do 450 DPS each. Logistics is jammed for your reign.
Something really interesting about the chameleon especially is the fact that it's limited to only launching 2 drones at once. And that's something that we see, that's something I really like about the hull in general, because it adds a lot more interesting corner aspects to it. I mean, in previous matches, we've seen people put EC300s on the chameleon drones or rep the chameleon drones in order to try and keep them alive.
We have the kill already, so let's bring up Jin. Do you want to run us through it?
Yeah, definitely. So yeah, we can see, obviously, everything here is T2 fit. That's simply how things have to be in the Alliance tournament. Those are the rules, and even if you spend 150 billion ISK, you do not get to break them. So here we can see 2 drone link augmenters in the highs, double Nosferatu. That's pretty much because that's only the only thing you have room for there. But then in the mids, pretty simple rainbow layout. Although interestingly, no Galante jam, which we typically see introduced there for the Aniros. I do have to wonder why that is, but I actually don't know.
I might have an idea. It's because obviously this is when Vidra had 20 ships banned from it, and they couldn't really run an armor setup very well. So obviously they've skewed jammers towards Minmatar and Caldari, and I think they were betting on a Caldari or a Minmatar logistic ship.
Oh, that's really interesting.
So that could be some mind games.
They did see a Basilisk.
They did see a Basilisk, so that did work out in their favour, but Fly Killer, what Vidra brought, were all Caldari, and there's 3 jams there that are not being used, so they did skew pretty well. but unfortunately it didn't save the Chameleon, but it did win them the match.
Yep, so we are just bringing up the match. It is just a few minutes away. It's due to be on at 5:30, I believe, if I
What
just
do you
check
think
up on
about
my
that
schedule.
afterburner as opposed to an MWD?
I think it's a much more defensive approach of using the Chameleon. You're not going in with a micro warp drive, going as fast as possible. It's a very that setup they were going was. It's a bit of a strange mix of offensive and defensive. You've got the triple battleship going in and rushing. They've got a lot of webs, long-range webs. You've got the Vindicator 90% webs. And then the Chameleon and the support are supposed to be held back, being defended by the triple battleship. But unfortunately, that didn't really happen and eventually got the Chameleon killed.
So, what I want you guys to do for me now is we're going to have a bit of a prediction. But we're doing a little bit more than usual. I want the winner of the match. I want which unique each team is going to bring, because let's be honest, now is the time to bring uniques. And if either or both or none of them die. So team, what unique they bring and whether they win or lose. Jintan, with no preparation time at all.
I believe that Vidra win. They bring an Atana Widow setup, and Hydra bring their Vangal Leshak thing set up.
Yeah, like a
yeah,
new control.
and they don't lose their Vangal, but they lose.
I'm going to go with Hydra win. They bring a Rubisu. If the Rubisu is banned, Chameleon. And I think Vidra will lose, and they will bring a Chameleon because they really do love ECM.
Okay, well, let's have a look at the bans to see if that's going to get rid of anything. We have bans from Hydra, Blackbird.
No surprise.
Tengu. Chameleon.
Okay, so Chameleon.
Vidra bans. Now, this is an interesting ban. Guardian, Rubisu, and Neros.
Okay, so that's interesting. So they're trying to...
No T2 armor logi.
No, not quite, because they are still leaving open those logistics frigates. So that's an interesting play, because something we've talked about a lot behind the scenes previously is how good we think Flykiller is versus these logistics frigate setups. And we saw the power of that in that previous match. And we've actually seen Vidra repeatedly ban out Flykiller when they intend to use setups that revolve around these logistics frigates. So it'll be interesting to see if this is an attempt from Vidra to force their opponents onto a logistics frigate setup that they can then counter. Because as we've talked about, the shield meta is generally not very good if you try and apply it to a heavy core setup. It has to be one of these more distributed kiting setups.
Absolutely.
So, you guys ready to find out who wins AT16?
No, but we're going to anyway.
You're damn right we are. I hope you guys are ready at home to find out the winner to AT16 because we are going to the match between Vidra and Hydra right now.
Hi guys, welcome back. I am Mythical Hawk here with Sutonia for the very last match in the Alliance Tournament 16 Grand Finals between Hydra Reloaded and Vidra Reloaded. It is equal to each. Both teams have no flagships, so this is it. Whoever wins this match wins everything. So Vidra bringing Vindicator, Navy Mega, Leshak, Rook, Magus, Pontifex, Vedmak, Vector, Talia, Deacon. So what have Hydra brought?
Oh, they brought a very similar comp, except they're more control-heavy, with the Balgon, Vindicator, Leshak, Rook, Magus, Pontifex, Vedmak, Thalia, Deacon, and Damovic.
Yeah, so this is not quite a mirror matchup, but not far off it. However, based on the way these teams have been flying today, Vidra have been executing just so well that I would kind of give them the edge if it came down to execution. How about you here?
Yeah, it's pretty interesting actually to look at the two teams. If you look at the attack bar, Vidra about the same with Hydra, but Hydra have so much more control. Of course, Vidra do have the Navy Mega on top of that Vindicator, so they have a lot of DPS if they get up close, but Vidra do have that new Balgon.
Yeah, so the more DPS from the Vidra team, the control from the Vidra immediately applied as looks like the jams landed on the Balgorn straight off the bat, recognizing those newts are powerful. Meanwhile, it looks like some jams landing on the Rook of Vidra. At this point, the teams are just kind of positioning. It looks like Vidra are burning in. So are some of the
They're just burning into each other. They're just happy to take the brawl.
This is it. They're going to brawl out. This is going to be a very fast match if this goes this way. As it looks like both Vindicators are now tackled. The Hydra Vindicator is lower, though. He's dropping into armor already. Although the Hydra one as well. This is pretty even right now. This is almost impossible to call.
Yeah, if this match goes quick, then that Hydra full Newt Balgon might not have much time to start neuting out the Vidra team. Although we are seeing him neuting the Leshak, neuting that Vindicator. It's all going to come down to, is it Newt Balgon or is it that Navy Mega that's going to pull through?
I mean, the Newt Balgon, if he gets anywhere near those Talia and Deacon frigates, he's going to just alpha their cap. So they have to be very careful with their positioning. The Vindicator of Water Ubersnall is taking the most damage right now into roughly half armor, but the reps are landing from the Italian Deacon. It looks like one of them might be jammed, though, as he is continuing to drop lower, reaching about 45% armor right now and holding, but not regenerating.
Yeah, and it looks like Hydra aren't making too much progress on Nick and Noiser, the team captain's Vindicator here. They don't have as much DPS. They need time to start working those Balgon full newts in, as Walter Ubersnow is now in the red in his armor, dropping below 25%, and that Leshak of Pandy is going to be ramping up pretty soon. Can the Balgon shut down the Leshak guns?
Yeah, they're going to have to shut it down really soon. Damage split onto the
ramp to
Vidra
shut
team
up.
right here. So Water Ubersnoll is still holding roughly 40% armor. He's stopped dropping. If they lose that Vindicator, though, that is about half their DPS because they're bringing that Newt Balgon. Meanwhile, Nika Noiser now taking some damage, but he's a lot more comfortable than Water Ubersnoll is.
Yeah, we just saw the ramp on that Leshak actually reset there, so those newts must have at least taken some sort of toll on him, or it was the jam. I'm not sure which one it is. Vindicator of Nick and Noiser is starting to drop a bit now, though, although Water Ubersnow is still not doing too well, although it looks like he's clawing back little bits.
It looks like the Tech 2 logistic frigates on both sides starting to take damage. They're probably trying to force them away to let them get back onto those Vindicators. Water Ubersnoll now 20% armor, slowly dropping. He's not getting better, he is still getting worse. However, he is not dying as Randolph Sykes now takes damage in his Talia.
Yeah, that Vindicator, bleeding hole right now. Although it looks like the newts are back onto that Leshak. I think it was briefly neuted out by the Hydra Balgon. Although it looks like there's a Scram and a Nos on a Rook. If they clear this Rook, they might start taking control of the match again if they have ECM superiority.
They need to do it fast, though, as he is dropping even further. He's only 70% structure remaining. He's got some armor from the reps coming in, but he is bleeding hull with every hit that lands. He's dropping slightly lower and slightly lower. Meanwhile, the Vidra team pretty much okay right now. The Vindicator of Nick and Noiser has taken some damage, but nowhere near as much as Water Ubersnoll, who is down to 60% hull and dropping. Looks like their logistics frigates, both sides are now okay. They've got out. The jams perhaps landed a little bit better for Vidra there, but Hydra are stabilizing now, 60% structure, but they need to get some more armor buffer on that Vindicator and fast.
Yeah, they still have the Scram on the web on the Rook. It looks like the Leshak got reset again. I think the newts are taking the toll on it for briefly here, although it's a question. The Rook is still full armor. Can they take down this Rook? I think if they take down this Rook, they can start taking control of the match again. If they break Nika Noiser's Vindicator, they can too. Right now, Water Ubersnoll's Vindicator is a lot lower, although he's sort of hanging in there right now, whereas Nick and Noiser still dropping down lower, lower and lower.
Yeah, every second this Vindicator lives is another second that the Vidra team have to spend shooting it, and he is still just not dying, and the Rook is taking a lot of damage on the Vidra side. They need to kill that Vindicator now and move on to something else before they lose the Rook. The longer this match goes on, the more powerful this Balgorn becomes from Turbo Crazy as the newts apply across the board.
Yeah, and I think forcing these logistic frigates to split reps between this Rook and this Vindicator, which are kind of on sort of separate positions on the battlefield right now, eventually one of them's going to break.
Yeah, this Damovic, though, of a very long name, is dropping very fast, actually. He's 37% armor remaining. It looks like he's burned away pretty quickly to try and get out of there. Going over 3k a second. Some shots still hitting him, but he drops to 20% armor. He's not getting repped. Probably all reps are focused right now on that Vindicator, who has got no armor right now and 20% structure. If this Vindicator goes, he's down. That's the Vindicator of Hydra Reloaded down. That is most of their DPS off the field. The attack bar just shrunk substantially. That is a massive blow for Hydra Reloaded. They need to kill this Rook fast or they are out of the match.
Yeah, it looks like Vidra just got crucial jams there on the Fallon Deacon. As the Damovic goes down now, that was one of the scrams on that Rook, and that's going to take a lot of damage off of it, because I believe that Damovic probably ramped up quite a bit in that time. Even though it's only a frigate, it can ramp up to about 400 DPS if it gets max charges.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, I think Vidra may have just won this for themselves by killing that Vindicator. I mean, that's best part of 1500 DPS off the field, no problem. And Hydra were not breaking through the reps of of Randolph Sykes and Hugh Lightbender in the Talia Deacon combo of the Vidra side already, and having lost both a Adamovic and a Vindicator, and now it looks like they're going to lose a Leshak as well, they are just not going to break anything under those two ships, Sutonia.
Yeah, it looks like Vidra just in control of this match from this point on. Everything that they have is at full armor. Her SP's Leshak is about to drop down low. They have almost no DPS if you look at their attack bar in comparison to the huge bar that Vidra still have left. I think this is over. I think this is, I don't want to call it now, but I think Vidra Reloaded are probably going to be Alliance Tournament champions yet again for 2 years running.
Yeah, an absolute incredible result for them. They're going to be extremely pleased coming in from the losers bracket and just absolutely outperforming Hydra Reloaded, basically. There's no other way about it. Both teams, of course, did extremely well. I mean, that was an amazing match. That Vindicator, Watcher Ubisoft lasting so long, just incredible logistics piloting by Nixer X and K6 in the Talia and Deacon there to keep him alive as long as they did, but it unfortunately was not enough, and he broke. The Leshak goes down as well. Hydra Reloaded is into cleanup mode now. There's no DPS left on the Hydra team. There's just a little bit of tickling DPS, probably from that Pontifex, but that is it. GFs appearing in local from both teams as they recognize that Hydra Reloaded will be the champions of Alliance Tournament 16. So, Tonya, what an incredible final.
Yeah, I really loved the match that just came before this one as well. So close, both teams clawing back. It was him like Vidra winning, Hydra winning, Vidra winning, Hydra winning. It was awesome. This match was awesome too. Just a straight up brawl between two of the best teams in this tournament.
Yeah, it looks like the Hydra team at this point are now just boundary violating on purpose to end the match quicker for Vidra. They're not going to draw it out. They're not going to just dance around and try and take it to the end. They're being sporting gentlemen and taking their defeat in hand. Commendations to both teams here, because that was an incredible final. I think much better than last year.
Yeah, this was just a fantastic final to watch. It was awesome. I loved commentating every single match in this series.
Yeah, that Balgorn, though, still trying to mute out some things. He's like, no, I am still alive. I will solo everything in my Balgorn with no DPS whatsoever. Perhaps he's going to try and bump the Vidra team one after the other out of the arena. If he manages that, congratulations, what a play. But it will be Vidra Reloaded taking the final of Alliance Tournament 16. Holy crap.
Yeah, Turbo Crazy's Balgon there, burning straight to the edge of the arena. He's about 115 kilometers away right now. There is a Vedmak hot on his tails, but I think he's probably going to make it. He is definitely going to make it to the edge of the glory. There he goes, boundary violation. Vidra Reloaded are the new Alliance Tournament 16 Alliance Tournament champions.
Congratulations, and with that, we send it back to Apothme in the studio. Oh, fuck.
Hey guys, my name is CCP Kark, and I'm going to Berlin for G Fleet on October 5th with my CCP friends, and I hope to see you there.
Vidra win Alliance Tournament 16 to join the pantheon of multiple Alliance Tournament winners. There are three of them now. First was Band of Brothers, second was Pandemic Legion, and now is Vidra Reloaded. I am joined by Nash Cadaver and Bay RJ, the two architects of the production that has been going on here for the past 3 weeks and many, many months beforehand of stress. 4 weeks, sorry, I'm also ruined. Yeah, so guys, Bay, how you doing, buddy?
I'm good, yeah. It's been great. It's been fun. It's been quite an experience. I think we've pushed all our volunteers to the maximum in all of the effort they can put in, and our management as well. But we, that maximum level has produced something beautiful, I think, and it's been a really fun ride. And yeah, it's been good.
You've gone great,
Have I gone great?
Yeah, I think you're like, this has matured you in a bad way.
It's been good.
Nash, how you doing, buddy?
I'm all right, yeah. I'll be honest with you, I'm glad it's done. Hail Vidra. I was hoping for one match earlier, so I could have had this guy a little bit earlier and enjoyed the rest of my day with a few of these. But no, it's been really good. I absolutely love the matches tonight. I'm really glad everything worked out well. A couple of little glitches this morning, which was a bit stressful, especially on the tech team. I think everybody was on the verge of tears. I was definitely on the verge of tears. Was I the only one on the verge of tears? Oh, okay. But no, it's been amazing. And obviously, thank you very much to yourself for hosting yet another wonderful finals.
And thank you everyone involved in the production. We're going to have them coming on just a little bit. Thank you to people doing the stats. Thank you to all the CCP guests. Thank you to all the commentators, the analysts, the people in tech upstairs, Nash and Bay for organising, Stevie and Catherine for running the charities for us. Many more people I can't remember to mention. All of you guys for watching. Damn, there's a lot of people coming in here. Is that everyone? Are we good? Let's start the party. Thank you for watching the Lions Tournament 16.